Cherry.
Exotic vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joydify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instant. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Wanna get more? Wanna grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joydify now and get a chance to try Joydify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joydify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni. Boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live feed ditonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang ditonton sekarang.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Cherry.
Exotic vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Ditelan air mata, selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel the same, no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner, winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi ada. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Sudah tiba masanya, melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Satu hati, satu jiwa, pakai bersama kita Wira Arena. Yeah. Dari bayangkan nyala api, nama kita terpahat di bumi. Yeah.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Adakah takdir lemas ditelan air mata, selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya, melangkah takdir, jalan bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena.
Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
MPL Malaysia Season 18 is powered by Muntan. Presented by Celcom Digi Prepaid 5G. Dominate every match with unlimited 5G power with unlimited internet, speed, entertainment and hotspot. Celcom Digi, the 5G prepaid for millions of Malaysians. Infinix Note 60 Pro is not what you think. Powered by Snapdragon 7S Gen 4, featuring 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber Cooling, active metric display, and 90-watt wide plus 30-watt wireless charging. Get yours now at Infinix Official Store or TikTok Shop Infinix Malaysia. Grab, the official food delivery partner of MPL Malaysia. Don't let hunger cost you the game. Stay fueled, stay focused. Order Grab food from 9 PM to 4 AM and earn 5% Grab coins. Todak Academy, a leader in digital creative education where potential becomes success, powering the future with industry-driven STEM and TVET. Official automotive partner Cherry. Official deodorant and fragrance sponsor X. Official top-up partner Joytify. Official content partner Media Prima. Official streaming partner Tonton. Strategic partners Yamaha, Nandos, TNT Co, Quill City Mall. Official camera partner Opsbot. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
Welcome to the MPL Arena at Quill City Mall. It is currently 4:47 GMT plus 8 live in Malaysia. We've got our teams ready to play here for week number 2 to impress you, the audience from all over the world. MPL MY continues here today on week number 2, day number 1. It's the week where we're expecting upsets. It's the week we are expecting a new level of gameplay as they get more and more comfortable playing in our professional league. Once again, my name is Getting Q. This is Sadafa here at the desk to make sure that you guys get all the action here at MPL MY. This season has been kind of interesting. A lot of ups and downs already in week number 1. But what are you hoping for, Sadafa, for this week compared to the last?
I gotta be honest, I'm just kind of hoping that our teams look a little better. You know, I
Just
got
look
a little better. You know, it's not. I don't think it's much to ask for, right? Surely it's not a high bar to pass. I really feel like we should be performing better.
Yes, I can get behind that, right? We definitely should be putting in a higher level of performance, especially this early on into the season. Because keep in mind, a lot of these teams have already played within these 8 weeks last season, so they know what the competitive landscape kind of looks like, but it still feels like a lot of teams are looking for their footing. And speaking of footing, if you guys are wondering where you could possibly get the best cell service possible inside or outside, maybe you could consider switching on over to Celcom Digi Prepaid 5G. I heard you could dominate with it. Because if you experience unlimited 5G power with unlimited internet, unlimited speed, unlimited entertainment, and hotspot with Celcom Digi, the 5G prepaid that every Malaysian is looking. Millions have already converted, and you could be the next one. So hop on this train while you still can.
Once again, it's thanks to them that all of this MLBB action can be broadcast directly to your screens at home. So make sure to show them some love. Consider switching if you guys are looking for the best service you can get. But yes, we are at the beginning of a new week. It is understandable that maybe gameplay wasn't the most stable since we've got a lot of new faces, a lot of new rosters. What I'm the most, I guess, disappointed about is that a lot of the veterans don't seem to be quite hitting the same peaks we expect from them.
See, here's the thing. This season, we're expecting a lot more out of our teams from the executional side to actually just communicating because the early to mid game is so prominent. I mean, now let's look at our first matchup of today. IG versus Vamos. One momentum will be broken here today. We have 3 teams so far after week number 1 who have not suffered a full series loss here. SRG, Vamos alongside with BTR.
These are teams that have definitely been standing out, and personally, my unofficial tier list after week 1, I would consider these to be the top teams as well. So we'll see whether or not BTR will be able to keep that going. We'll see whether Vamos will be able to keep that going, but we've got other things going on as well, right, Gideon?
Just to update you guys, Sukma has been going on within the country. States have been battling it out continuously, and we do have the results. For gold, it's Malacca. For silver, it's Sabah. Let's go! And of course, bronze going over to Johor. Selangor did not make that list.
Yeah, I think that's a really shocking thing as well. Now, I gotta admit, I have not been keeping up with the tournament. I know some people are not gonna be happy about that, but I definitely did hear the news that Selangor was not able to make it onto the podium, and that is a big shock considering the number of familiar names we have on that lineup.
You would have expected that state to do a little bit better here, but some of the other, I wouldn't even say unknown states, but some of the lesser states here really showing that they've got MLBB players ready to go. With that being said, let us introduce to you what's going to be happening here today. 3 still standing, only one of them is going to be walking away with a clean record. We have SRG facing up against BTRM later today, and now we're looking at Vamos, whether they can maintain their overall proficiency against IG.
I think a lot of people are expecting Vamos to be the favorites going into this. They are one of the few teams that have kept their roster going since last season and have performed very admirably on the international stage during their recent outings. Compared to them, I don't really think we've quite seen the foundation of IG just yet, but we are still very early on in the season. Just in case anyone still is unaware, we are on an 8-week format nowadays. After the switch to partnership program, no more 6 weeks, 8 weeks. There's a lot of time for these teams to switch things up.
Yep. I mean, even though there's a lot of time to switch things up between week 4 and 5, we've seen natural course of history. First couple of weeks when we were still on the 6-week system, man, those were rough weeks, those first 3. But in hopes to change this around, we actually have a bit of a sneak peek backstage.
Hey guys, Rose here. Sebelum kita mulakan perlawanan pertama di minggu kedua MPL Malaysia, Rose actually nak kacau sikit players in Victor's Gaming. I think we kind of want to know the new players yang baru masuk MPL Malaysia. Of course, we'll start with Coach Bam. Hi Coach Bam.
Hello.
Coach, last season, everybody knew IG as, you know, the team to watch because you guys are so entertaining. This time, you brought 3 rookies with you. Can you tell us a little fun fact about them?
First, my number 1, my jungle. Fun fact, as you can see his body build, he loves food, like me. And the second one, Tricky. He is so competitive playing card games. And my very favorite to scold one, Atan. He doesn't love to eat.
Dia tak suka makan dan selalu kena marah. So, Coach Bam, what drives you crazy about Atan?
I think his emotion.
You emotional. Betul ke Atan? You emotional? You just like emo? A strong emotion. So, Atan, apa yang membuat you macam koyak dengan Coach Bam ni? Tak nak dengar apa dia cakap. Apa yang dia selalu buat untuk you macam tak nak dengar dia?
Poyo.
Jangan risau, aku takkan translate, nanti kena marah. Okay, now, Loon dengan Tricky pula. Mungkin kita boleh start dengan Loon. Loon, any fun fact tentang Tricky yang kita semua tak tahu?
Fun fact tentang Tricky. Ya, he loves to fart.
He loves to fart! Okay, that's a very fun fact. Tricky, betul ke?
Oh,
Ya ke?
because Yetri.
Yetri, okay.
The most fart, the most bau.
Okay, so, Tricky, apa fun fact tentang Loon?
He loves
put and laugh. He always do that.
Dia suka laugh, dia suka ketawa. Okay, you know what? Good vibes daripada side Invictus Gaming, and hopefully throughout this season mungkin more personality can be shown daripada rookie-rookie ini. Good luck boys untuk perlawanan ini. With that, Mari, let's show it back to the casters. Let's go.
Thanks so much, Rose. Here we have the Invictus Gaming lineup. We had a backstage interview with Coach Bam and an introduction to some of their newer players because they are looking towards the future. With Rochi, used to be called Ruff. Still don't like the name. It could have just been Ruff. That would have been fine.
Could have been Ruff.
Atan, Tricky, Lun, as well as Ye3, part of the main lineup. And even Reza at the back. I did see him there, part of that lineup. And it makes a lot of sense. These guys are all young. Reza, he's going to be the one looking at the back. He could be put in for a sub at any point in time, but he is leadership and direction for the team outside of the game.
Yeah, we've been seeing him holding those papers as part of the coaching desk as well during the draft, so definitely taking a bit of a back position, but participating in the raising of these new players. I think that IG has potential, right? Alon's gameplay seems pretty solid, but I'm still hoping to see a bit more from Atan and Tricky overall, and IG's looking towards the future, but before that can happen, they gotta deal with the present, the Titans that are Team Vamos.
With the new addition of Siska instead of Sapat, Aero 4 Klokun, Zikif, and Nako have been reinforced in the EXP lane, somebody who not only is a playmaker like Sapat, but has a lot more consistency. I think his biggest problem as of right now is that he's not the most comfortable on these tank-style EXP laners. Similar problem to Sapat, but much younger, has a lot more potential, and technically the rest of the team has been proven.
Yeah, it's a tricky meta for Siska since we know him as a playmaker style player, but I feel like that's not completely out there either. If the team drafts properly around it, I'm pretty sure they can still shift into that style of gameplay. It's just that you might want to focus a bit more around Error 404, right? The kid's still popping off to this day. Klokun also doing a stellar job in the mid lane. There is a reason why Vamos did so well internationally and looked to be one of the favorites this season.
They were extremely motivated going over to their very first international, and we're hoping with that experience they're bringing it back here to MPL MY to kind of uplift everybody around them, because if you're not beating Vamos at this stage, the real question is, do you actually think you stand a chance going over to M8 happening at the end of the year? We don't know. The meta can definitely change, but speaking of the coin flip meta as of right now, we have yet to see some of the newer heroes, one of which, Kaja. Big question mark about this hero, whether it actually belongs in the meta, considering we've already kind of established Belleric, Atlas, top 2.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised that we haven't seen any Kaja. Like, it makes me wonder, like, was he actually banned last week? But apparently not. Teams just decided, nah, we're not gonna play with him, you know, as a fan of birds myself. I would like to see some Kaja gameplay, but we'll see whether the teams decide to do that. As you mentioned, Belleric, I think right now is the most picked hero in the meta. We've still got some heroes like Uranus, Esmeralda holding up the EXP lane. We've got Hirara, Nolan, Fanny still tearing up the jungle. You know? Nothing too different yet.
Yeah, a little different, but we'll see more once we start getting into the game. With that being said, let us kick off our very first best of 3 series. They stumbled out of the gates, but they fought back and got the win. Now, it's a new week, a new chance for this young Invictus Gaming squad to level up. Lun, Tricky, Atan, the youngsters have had their warm-up. Now, it's time to turn potential into power and show us what they can really do. It's all about believing. Let's go, Invictus Gaming!
The Season 17 first runner-up came out swinging in Week 1. Now, with the squad finding their rhythm and growing stronger together, the villainous arc continues. Error 404, Natko, and Siska are the core standing between Vamos and true dominance. Can they take it to the next level? Say it with me! Hello, Team Vamos!
Next, we welcome our coaching staff of both of the teams, masterminds in their own right behind every single match. Joined by, of course, our league ops, Eric, who will ensure that every game runs fairly and smoothly. From the side of IG, it's Coach Jess as head coach and Reza as analyst. From Vamos, it is Valdo as head coach.
I love that picture that Reza's holding right there. It almost distracts me from the fact that we gotta get those fist bumps going, ladies and gentlemen. A true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. This shall be the battle between IG and Vamos.
Now the question is, can Vamos keep up their winning streak here in week number 2? Their first opponent here is going to be in IG, but even for IG, their very first week wasn't exactly the most convincing for a lot of the public, well, general public opinion, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame them if they didn't exactly have the best thoughts about IG so far. Like I mentioned, they have potential, but it's clear that a lot of the newer players are still adapting to their positions. I think that Lun has done an okay job, but Tricky doesn't seem to be popping off just yet, and I feel like Atan is still quite uncomfortable. Normally, you would hope that the veterans would be able to fill in those gaps, but I've yet to really see any proper performance from both Rockji and Yetri either. It feels like IG is still missing that wow factor in general.
I think right now the question is whether or not they have enough of a shot caller to make things happen in the game. I've noticed, especially in our pub games these days, most people don't want to be the one who makes the mistake. Yet, unfortunately, with a lot of compositions playing the anti-engagement, you always have to counter-engage your opponents. I think somebody has to start baiting. Somebody has to start initiating these wars. And I think, unfortunately, with the addition of Rafaela coming into the mid lane or Flex's support, it has been a little bit of an issue.
This was a big surprise when it first showed up during MSC in the hands of Aurora, and now it is a meta mainstay. It's of course weaker against big burst, high mobility heroes that can break through your entire lineup, but the speed up and the healing that Rafaela provides allows her to keep fights going for her team. Strong against heroes that want to deal consistent DPS, or just a little bit slower at rotating around the map in the jungle.
Let's not forget about the Holy Baptism here. I think people tend to forget like how ridiculously long that stun is and how much distance it actually covers. We haven't seen many Rafaelas at this stage of the game actually bother to take Flicker to make those plays actually happen, but let's look at what it's weak and strong against. In terms of what it's weak against, the only one I sort of disagree has to be the Paquito, right? Because it comes down to whether or not you can time that ult to cancel it out. And even when the strong against, there is certain arguments that can be made with specifically Yi Shinshin because of that traceless.
But I think we can all agree that Rafaela's best partners are the big bulky boys.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
more like you can't pick Rafaela without them. You gotta have a Belleric on your team. Ideally a Uranus or Esme in the EXP lane.
Somebody who can fight forever.
Like Freya as well, but well, we never see Freya let through the bans these days, so we'll see whether that actually happens, but it's because of heroes like this that kind of amplify your staying power, and not to mention the revive mechanic, right?
Oh, yeah.
Bringing people back even after mistakes, particularly effective on flying clouds, really changes up the way you want to play the game.
It does. Sometimes trading 1-for-1 into a Rafa comp sucks because then now you're going to be late to your lane. He loses no EXP, no goal whatsoever, is able to get priority. This whole current metagame is based around tempo. And if you're not able to find tempo in your lanes, it becomes a lot harder to regain it until you get to the latter half. And even then, there's also an argument of like, oh no, we've lost our inhibitors, we'll never get the tempo back.
It's not impossible nowadays. Comeback mechanics are actually a lot stronger than before. I feel like you make one single mistake, doesn't matter if you've been controlling the entire game, all of a sudden it is even. The bounty goal that you get late game is huge. And so you can never let your guard down, and that's why shot calling, like you mentioned earlier, is so important. You gotta be willing to make the decisions, make them quickly, but also be willing to take smart risks.
Yep, trading is going to be the #1 concept we're looking here at MPL MY, because as much as our fans are going to be looking to support, it may be necessary to take a death so your team can actually get a better trade in the future or within the next 2 or 3 minutes. And I think that's the one thing that I was really disappointed in week #1. Lack of battle spells. Why aren't we hurting them?
We can see though in the audience, lots of love for our new rookie, right? Atan, the roamer of IG. Didn't have the best debut performance in week 1, but it's also understandable, right? Rookies are going to have a very difficult time in this meta because of how flexible you have to be. And the roam position is so crucial as well. Multiple rookie roamers have not really found what they needed to do yet.
Exactly. Let's not forget that IG's very first match with their new lineup was against SRG.
Yep.
So again, SRG...
Trial by fire.
The trial by fire, but SRG at that point in time were looking to create the cleanest game possible. So we didn't really get to see what the identity of IG was supposed to be. Vamos, on the other hand, we've seen them play. We know that they like to be a little coin flippy. Other times, once they get the lead, then it becomes cleaner, but putting them behind on the opposite side, if IG can set that pace, I think it's already a good start.
Yeah, it would be a big statement if IG is able to take games or even the series against a much more experienced roster. Now, they will be starting off on the blue side. We got Coach Jess and Reza on the stage. So Coach Bam not actually playing a role in the draft here. Got Belleric, Valentina, Fanny taken out, and then Vamos banning Freya, Paquito.
I like this. I like what Coach Jess is trying to do. We are playing on expanding rivers, but right now, banning out the Valentina alongside with the Belleric is forcing Coach Valdo into a really difficult spot. Do I give away the Atlas and have no counterplay to the Atlas after that, unless you want to go out of your way and pick up Diggy, or do I get rid of Hirara? And Valdo said, you know what? Hirara. That's too much of a problem.
It's a tricky place to be because, yes, Hirara is a huge problem, especially in the hands of multiple jungle players nowadays. The Atlas is also so strong. We have seen the Belleric Atlas being just the roam matchup nowadays, and now that one of them is taken out, IG can go for the Atlas themselves, but they're taking their time with this. Is there anything we are forgetting? Oh, the Melissa opening.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. They prefer the Melissa this time around. Now, it's not impossible to deal with the Melissa. There are ways to kind of deal with the go away from me, but that does require you to show certain picks. Now, Hanzo gets locked in here. I'm like, fine, whatever. It's pretty easy to try and punish and get the ult out of Melissa quick without having to lose too many resources. Not the worst thing in the world, but how are you building the support system around it?
Also, what build are you going? Because
probably like the on-hit, like arguably like Windtalker.
Are you not aware of Tank Hanzo?
Can we not do that? I really don't like it.
I'd be very surprised if they don't, actually.
Because it doesn't scale that well.
But it is also the most oppressive Hanzo build in pubs, for real.
I think people are just bad at playing around it. Here's why, right? Because again, at the end of the day, Hanzo doesn't have the kill threat until later into the game, right? And then he has to stack a whole bunch. Like, in terms of Thunderbelt, this is a testament to the item more than it is to the hero. How many Thunderbelt stacks do you need before it becomes relevant?
A good question. I have not tried Tank Hanzo myself, so I can't say for certain. I've just heard second-hand reports from the entire community, by the way.
Yeah, luckily it's not bugged or anything, it's just something people are leaning into. But they also pair it up with the gut thought, which I'm like, alright, sure, you have gut thought as a means to kind of deal with the mid waves. It's telling me that Valdo wants to play something that doesn't have strong wave clear in the mid.
Now, something that I am a little curious about. If you were intending to play this Hanzo, which is a debut pick, no one is going to be expecting this Hanzo. Logically speaking, you could easily save it for later in the draft. You are on red side, you can use it as a surprise pick. Is there any possibility of it being flex?
A flex pick? Not really, because again, what are you going to use the flex pick for in the side lanes, right? Is it purely just to be able to secure crabs without having to do much, or?
I would have thought something like cheese roam Hanzo just to steal camps.
Just to steal buffs.
But they have got taught, so that is unlikely.
Well, they also have like the fact that only people who take the jungle blessing can actually take red tree as well.
True.
So you really only have the Devourer to make it work. Interesting enough, they also get the Novaria here. So it looks like the God Thought is to take away wave clear from IG's side, knowing that Marcel is open on the opposite side. So now IG is forced to kind of lean in to mages that have some form of clear or early clear.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation that Vamos has gone for here, because this is not their typical drafting style either.
Good man.
So I don't think IG would be too prepared. But yes, the Selena, common answer being used against the Novaria. Vamos just does not want to deal with that.
Novaria is a really good way at actually chunking out your opponents early on, and because IG showed that they're playing Marcel, they're not playing your traditional Enchanter style supports that keep you topped up in those moments. Things like Minotaur, things like Rafa, Matilda, again, all of which we haven't really seen get picked up as often in the early stages. Masha, interesting ban here from IG.
Very interesting. We know this is a classic Siska pick, but it was usually played with Chip, and Chip is just not meta anymore.
Not to mention they have Melissa on the opposite side, so who you really like
I'm assuming,
thunderclapping?
does Thunderclap go through Melissa ult?
Sort of.
It does, right?
It does. It's just that you can't like follow the auto attacks. But once you already have like the bubble up, it becomes a lot difficult to like.
I guess they're just avoiding the burst.
Okay. Oh, taking away engage tools with Sora as well. All right. I'm fine with that. What do they have set up for EXP if Sora is going to be the issue?
Well, IG bans out the Alice, so they're suspecting something bulky, but surprisingly Uranus is still wide open. Would Vamos want to go for that at this point? I wouldn't think it's a bad idea.
I don't think it's a bad idea, but at the same time, does Year 3 know how to play Barats? Because right now, the biggest issue that I'm seeing is that, unfortunately, when you play around the turtle with Novaria, Hanzo, and a Gatot, Gatot and your EXP laner have to be the ones zoning people out here, and Novaria can't just stand there to gain attention, you know? She's going to be playing from afar. Esme going to be the lock-in for Vamos.
Esme has not had a particularly good win rate in the season so far. I believe 10 picks, 2 wins. Not a very good record for a hero that honestly should be able to lane quite well against Uranus, Paquito, and the such. It's just that after the lane, her relevance drops off quite a bit.
Significantly, especially when you're facing up against like Trinity build users on the opposite end. Really takes advantage of the fact that majority of your items are going to be leading into that max HP anyways. IG now looking to finish off their composition, and based on what they're seeing, it feels like could be a setup. This could be a setup for like a Rafa to a certain degree, but then where does the Gatot go, right?
I mean, they already have Novaria, so I highly doubt it's going to be a Rafa. Yeah, the Uranus will get picked up by IG.
Oh, that's great.
And they'll pair it with the Zeusyn. They definitely needed a hero that could frontline, so Uranus, one of the better options here, even if his laning isn't quite as good against Esme, he just offers so much more utility down the line.
Yeah, so what does this mean? Does that mean that they have to go Brody or Clint here? I think Brody would make a little bit more sense. Moskov, if you want to play still Trinity to deal with the frontliners, but I think Brody definitely helps accelerate the tempo if Vamos executes well in the early phase.
Yeah, I agree. I would prefer Vamos to go for an earlier marksman. Against Melissa, though, a lot of marksmen just have difficulty laning. There's only a couple that can match up, like Ixia, but I don't think this is a good game for them to go Ixia, so Brody or Clint is their next best bet, and Brody is the safer of the two, but turns out no! Iritel making a debut as well.
Irithel. I mean, yes, crit style marksmen, and especially with Irithel's overall like hit, should be able to burst down the Melissa, but it's just that early phase that's going to be like a little bit difficult to trade against. We'll see how familiar they are with playing against each other in this particular matchup, but let's break this down real quick here as we go and look at the final composition. Staffa, how are you feeling about it? Who are you leaning more towards?
Well, personally, I'm just liking that the teams are actually doing something different here. I have a slight bias for Vamos because they're clearly trying something different, and I want to see what this Hanzo that everyone in pubs has been hating is capable of, but IG seems to be prepared. Let's find out who will come out on top here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping into the land of Dawn for IG versus Vamos game number 1.
Let's jump right into it here. The Land of Dawn has been calling to us all week, and we finally get to see the games played live here at Quill City Mall at the MPL Arena. Now, Siska has played this matchup into the Uranus many, many times. I think he is much better on the Esmeralda than his Uranus overall. But what I'm most concerned about is how the mid lane is going to get played, because Tricky, and as well as Atan, they're going to be looking to win the lane in comparison to controlling the lane.
Yeah, especially at level 1, it's going to be hard for Clockun to do much since he does have to walk up to the wave to clear it, so already a good amount of poke damage being taken. I'm curious to see how Error 404 will be pathing and performing on the Hanzo as well. Looks like he's getting a little bit of assistance, though. The days where you can farm 2 camps at once are long past.
Long past, but this does mean that they lose a little bit of pressure mid while they're making this happen. Tricky doing a good job already controlling Little Wanderer's side because of this lane. Oh, did he steal it? No, he did not. Kwakun makes an attempt, but it's not good enough. Let's look at the emblem set because I'm seeing no Wilderness Blessings, all mystery shops.
In comparison, though, there's a lot of mobility coming out from Invictus' side. They want to rotate around the river, and it's small wonder, right? A Marcel Zeusin mid lane, while previously known for having low damage, is very good at keeping control of people. You are not going anywhere.
Battle spell? Can we cut over to EXP real quick? Okay, he manages to cut the wave, doesn't lose his battle spell, and should be able to top himself up because he still can maintain the stacks through both Crab alongside with the Lizard. Not bad coming in from Year 3, and he was going for Master Assassin.
Yeah, I have to say, by the way, Uranus Esmeralda EXP lane really reminds me of my debut days here at MPL, but that was a steal on the Crab, so Kwakun is being annoying for now. First Turtle, gonna be an interesting thing to witness. How does a Hanzo match up against Nolan, considering how fast he farms?
Well, I think at the end of the day, they can't really keep Nolan out. They don't have like hard CC other than the Matilda to kind of control that space. They're gonna try and burst it down.
Lun still secures Turtle. Retry timing is on point. Revitalize comes out. They're trying to focus on Atan since he's not level 4. Will be able to walk away. Hanekage goes down. Zkeef now in a terrible spot. No ultimate. First blood to Lun.
Beautifully played by the mid trio coming in from Invictus Gaming. That's going to be first blood. Natko gets one back here. Thank God for Master Assassin and even popping his sprint for the extra damage.
Have that mobility coming into play. Ever trying to go for Tricky. I don't think he's expecting a kill, just being annoying as Hanzo will typically do, but that evens things up a little bit, and Natko getting an early kill like that is pretty good too.
Nice. Era 4-4 knows the tech, especially when he has his Devour to be able to efficiently take his camps. But so far, Adana's getting free engagements here. Able to kind of walk up. Nobody's able to really punish him at this point of time. That's why the Zushin is so good. It's a very easy way to actually maintain your presence.
Yeah, it's a very oppressive pair in the mid lane. In the previous meta, it actually wasn't particularly good, since junglers typically lean towards tanks. But now that they're damaged, that kind of makes up for the DPS loss in the mid lane. And Invictus doing a good job of working around that.
Yep, they have to maintain tempo here because Vamos, knowing that they have Novaria on the opposite side, watch this. Bam! That's the whole wave gone. 2 abilities.
I've been seeing so much Novaria in my pubs recently, and unfortunately not a lot of them are as good as these pro players, so it ends up being a little bit difficult when those Star Shatters don't connect. The later game it goes, the more Kwakun is going to be able to contribute to. Yeah, there it is.
So dirty.
I told you.
So dirty. I mean, he's playing to scale, and if he wants to scale, sure, but let's see whether or not it's going to be worthwhile, because so far, the gold lane actually leading into Invictus Gaming, and by this time, it seems like a majority of their lanes are actually doing well. I would argue the Natko lane is doing a little more poorly, but Rockji is doing a phenomenal job being isolated.
I will say, though, personally, I feel like there's a bit of a timer on IG this game. The later it goes, the more annoying Ever and Kwakun are going to be. And I'm not sure if they have enough burst damage to keep taking down a tanky Hanekage.
Well, we'll find out in just a bit here, because now the next turtle is going to get contested. IG take first position as Suzuka's trying to look for a way around. Zkeef already dealing with Year 3, but he's already losing a majority of his HP. He can sustain, but now that they've opened it up, it's too late. And now they got to just start walking away. This is the problem with tempo. But Error 4-4, not wasting any time. Knew it was a non-contest, steals the purple.
Good understanding from Vamos. This is a team that's very willing to trade objectives. They understand that they just don't have enough teamfight presence right now to deal with Invictus, so why bother? I steal camp, slow down Lun, allow Error to scale up. He's already got that Thunder Belt going, so Team Vamos don't mind playing the long game.
Yeah, but it also means that Arrow 404 specifically actually has to get proactive in this game, right? Like he's got to get stacked somehow. There we go. That's another stack. Yep. They're getting on top of Baton, but it's just tough to farm.
Zkeef gonna get dragged back. AOG back out. He'll be okay. Vamos playing largely passively currently.
Very, very passively. They understand that, unfortunately, they don't have control over this mid-game. The mid-trio are not designed to act... Wait, hold on,
Natko getting ganked. Looks like he is able to escape, but it looks like Tricky jumps forward with the ultimate. Natko trying to escape, is healing a lot through the minions, and beautifully dodging Muddles, clears the minion wave absolutely fine. Revitalize tops him up. Good maneuvers from Nako.
It looks like it might be a first item has claw for Nako.
I'm not sure.
We'll check the items in just a little bit if we can get an item check here real soon.
So we can just look behind us.
Oh, that works too.
Yep, it's House Claws.
It's House Claws first item. No wonder he wasn't proactively trading. This makes a lot more sense because it depends on... Wait, hold on. Okay. Yo, Falcon? Alright. He just lost so much HP to Year 3. That's kind of crazy with just Master Assassin.
That's Uranus for you. He's tanky, he does damage too. Hero's a little bit dumb right now. But Vamos continuing their passive play, not really trying too hard to fight, just controlling their lanes, allowing Error to steal camps across the map, and putting the onus on Invictus. You guys are the ones that have to make things happen.
They gotta be very, very proactive this game. I think that for Invictus, unfortunately, it's hard, right? I think they need to put this Hanzo on the back foot. They need to make sure that Arrow 4-4 isn't really allowed to actually scale back up. Like, Lun wants to maintain this level lead against the first long as possible, but those Thunderbelt stacks, you also don't want to give too many of those.
Zekeev gonna get poked down pretty low. Astral Echo hits basically the entire team, but Year 3 will come by, zone them out. Turtle still gets reset though. Zekeev at very low HP. He's got to be careful here. He has to AOG back out to avoid being lifted. Mid lane gonna be cleared up. Natko stuck in a bad spot. Tries to jump over the wall, but Year 3 follows. There's the Master Assassin, takes him out. Lun secures the turtle. Rockji takes down a tower. And then Invictus finally break through.
Oh, I'm surprised that Siska didn't die there. Year 3 now caught in the middle of 4 members. Doesn't mind, can actually power through a lot of the damage, waiting for his dash and even getting the golden hour to save his life.
No, he gets eaten at the last second. A nice om-nom from Error. Looks like he wants to have dinner for seconds. Atan, will he be able to survive this? Looks like yes, Hanekage's duration runs out. But Rockji just getting free towers in the meantime.
Yeah, Zekeev unfortunately unable to get what he was looking for. Especially considering that a lot of these weird moves that we see from Team Vamos, just keep in mind that Klokken can actually follow up upon it really, really fast because of how long range that Star Shatter actually is. And for the time being, I would like to get an update on how many Thunderbelt stacks Air 4-4 has in comparison to Atan. I'll tell you what, Atan probably will have more, but by how much is the question?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that as well. We're gonna have to hope that the Observer is able to give us a bit of a look into that right now, but Invictus 2k goal lead, finally able to break through the defenses of Vamos and punish them for this scaling play. But they gotta keep stepping on the gas. Vamos have lost a bit, but they're still within range of just farming up.
Still in the range of farming up, and even Nako taking an oddly long side to get to his build. He's building Windtalker, Haspal first item, Windtalker second. Okay, Arrow 4-4 goes in, gets his Thunderbelt stacks, gets back out. We are expecting to see this the entirety of the game.
This takes a cheeky bite out of Tricky. Zusin is pretty tanky, so he'll be fine. Kind of wonder if Natko going for the Windtalker is an indication of Vamos accepting that they might have to play base defense. Are they just intending to turtle to the late game?
I think they are. Fortunately, like the laning phase, without the Berserker's Fury, you just do not have the burst. And it's kind of shocking that Natko didn't want to go Berserker's Fury as his second item, considering that he's running Sprint. On the opposite side, though, I did notice that Tricky actually is also using Sprint as well. So they understand, Vamos, they only want to slow us down. They don't have quote-unquote hard CC other than Zekeev.
Oh, they will taunt down the Tree, surround him with 5, slow him with the Astral Echo, but he's so tanky. That's Uranus for you. Finally, Siska takes him down. Does Vamos lose anything in return? No, they're all still alive, and now Natko sprints forward. The Star Shatter snipe takes down Rockji from afar. Vamos control the pit and get the Lord.
Real interesting that Rockji wasn't able to get to actually activate the go away from me, but unfortunately, it wasn't the frontliners that were the problem in the first place. He's getting sniped here, and right now, Invictus Gaming need to change the way they actually position themselves in the fight. As we look at the instant replay one more time, it starts just north side of the Tri-Brush, but that Astral Echo already opens up a lot of different options here as Natko is purposefully trying to pull the attention of Rockji, right? Every single time he walks back up, they deny that space one more time to set up for the next Star Shatter.
And this is what I was a little worried about for Invictus. Their damage is not particularly strong, actually, with that mid lane duo. It's more about delaying fights and taking control, and Vamos are quite comfortable with that. They took down Year 3 first, then let Natko drop in after the golden hour was spent. Invictus suddenly loses the control they'd been holding.
Now the real question here, Tricky. third item. You got the Sky Piercer to finish people up. Siska does end up losing his flicker over a gank down bot side, but here by mid, yeah, 3 should be the instant trade. Is now Error 404 has unlocked something new. With Lord on their side, missing tier 2, they are looking for an inhib, ideally in Error 404, another Thunderbelt stack.
Oh, look at him just jumping straight in. Look at the damage he's able to output without basically committing anything himself. This is the Tank Hanzo gameplay that has been terrorizing Rank for the past couple of weeks. And Invictus are on the receiving end. Once again, Hanikage walks in, gets frozen. Doesn't even matter because look at the damage from Nako. Tricky down to low HP. Astral Echo zones them out. Free inhibitor tower. And we are starting to see the true form of this Vamos roster.
So this is really a poke composition, right? Clockwork and Error 404 can kind of independently do whatever they want. They need Zkeef and Siska, which is probably why they gave up on Siska's lane pretty early on, just so that there's extra space for Nako to play in. And now that the team finally has unlocked everybody from outside of the lane, just look at this, right? Engage, get your Thunderbelt stack, Star Shatter into 4 people. Doesn't matter who you hit, you are chunking them out, and they have no way to top up the health.
It's a really infuriating combo to play against because Error is providing vision that Clockun can follow up on, and Natko is the finisher. That's why they went for the Irritel. They wanted a marksman that could just basically handle themselves, go in and out of the fight easily when necessary.
Now, it's about itemization. I think Invictus Gaming is considering the option of either getting Athena shields. I think the smarter play this time round, especially if you have a bit of a lead, is that, wait, hold on.
Nako jumps forward. Hayatri will be okay once again. Hanikage just being an absolute nuisance. Invictus have to spend so many resources just to take it out. Vamos gets some free poke on the tower. Seal gonna be used, instantly pop, but they go in on Nako. Golden Hour freezes the Irritel. Zkeef jumps forward, but they're diving him. Revitalize comes out, they pull Nako back. They take him out. Double kill for Tricky. Triple kill. They find Siska as well. Invictus bites back.
Beautiful play coming in from outside. That is how you punish Sprint. You know he doesn't have Flicker. He doesn't have any other mechanics to get him out of the situation after he has dropped down that heavy crossbow. Good catch here as we look at the instant replay one more time. We wait for the conditions. Oh, the slow is out. Nako's already used this all. How else is he going to respond to this if he drops the golden hour directly on top of it? I just love the fact that Tricky, part of that mid trio, did not give up on him. Instantly popped the sprint, jumped right on over with Lantern Flare to make sure something happens.
That was good follow-up and a great way to punish a poke comp. They're not able to deal with you. You should just insta-dive and take out their main DPS. Invictus finally finding a way to fight back. They get the Lord. They don't have a lot of towers standing, but this Lord can prevent an opportunity to even up the numbers.
Now, speaking of opportunities here, Lone just completing the BOD. Trinity already complete, plus a situational item. Flask of the Oasis, Thunderbelt alongside with Oracle already done for a ton. So really, at this stage of the game, it's about getting some armor for their frontline tanks to deal with Nako, and then they should be good. But until then, the question is, Guardian help? Yes or no?
It's a good question. Guardian would be useful against a poke comp. Astral Echo will scout out 4. I think Zkeef would have seen Lun as well. Siska already at the stage where he's not going to be able to tank too much. Lord will collide with the tower. Here comes Hanikage going forward. The fight split in all directions. Fracture will be spent. Just take out the Spirit, but Error 404 still waiting for the cooldown. Look at the damage from Rockji. Zkeef gonna have to back it off. Error 404 looking for Yetri, but Rockji by himself holding back the entirety of Vamos. Melissa at the ultra late spike. Invictus are back in control.
I don't understand why Invictus wanted to control the left side of the jungle there. Just play through the lane and play for your composition, which is a siege style, right? Rockji can kind of do everything. He can zone, he can get the damage out. The only problem right now is that Error 404 is spamming the Hagikage just to get Thunderbelt stacks at this stage of the game. He's already level 15, so he doesn't care.
He's gonna need to be just a little bit more bulky because right now Rockji is hitting really hard and he's not actually full build yet. Just one more item away from completing that. Vamos, their goal is to poke, but right now the DPS has come online. It's a lot more difficult to do so.
Did I just see Magic Dagger on Atan? Is he looking to build like a Rose Gold Meteor? Is that what he's trying to go for right now?
I would not be surprised, I'll be honest.
Honestly, I think he needs to go for Guardian Helm. I'm being dead serious right now. That way he can get in and out of these fights. You know what? With 35 stacks of Thunderbelt, maybe he doesn't. But still, it'd be nice.
It would be nice, but here comes Astral Echo once again. Yetri gonna be the target. Hanikage gets bursted down. Nako does good damage, but Rockji is winning that fight. Oh, actually, no. Both marksmen do hurt quite a bit. No casualties here.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Rochi didn't have to use Flicker. Natko, every time he interacts with Rochi on this Melissa, he has to use the sprint. If not, he just does not have the damage unless he catches him out entirely, getting an advantage in like 1 or 2 auto attacks with a heavy crossbow into the armor shred, the Queen's Call, right? So Rochi, as long as he positions well and has full view of where Natko is, the only difference maker are Winds of Natures, and Natko just bought his.
Yeah, both marksmen have their Wind of Natures now. Probably smart of Natko not to commit in the previous one, because only Roxy had it at the time. Next Lord will come out, but they found Tricky. How'd that happen? Golden Hour comes out just a bit too late. Error 404 still being annoying. Wind of Nature used on Roxy. Nako gonna be chased down by in the Year 3. AOG cuts off Roxy. He flickers into the flank. Year 3 doing the work by himself. He takes down Nako. Siska, he wants to kill. He needs to even up the numbers, but he cannot find it. The Cockun! The sniper from behind finds the gold lane trade. Year 3 looking to go for Zkeef. Even it up just a little bit more, but he's still sustaining off of that passive, and he's being delayed 1 hit away, and he can't find it. He gets chopped on by Error.
Overchased and punished very, very hard. It's still a DHS into Golden Staff purchase for Error 404. No corrosive sight, but doesn't need it. Now that he has the Brute Force Breastplate to chase down his target, Ziska gets to easily zone away the correct targets now that Rokji and Ye 3 are down. This should be a free Lord for the side of Team Vamos.
Especially after Astral Echo hits alone. There's no way he's dashing in, but the Golden Hour will delay. He goes in! Steals the Lord from right under the nose of Vamos, and now they're looking for more, but Error will find a mega kill in trade at least.
Yo, Atan is playing a hot game right now. Atan is playing so good. Delays the entire Lord, catches everybody in the Golden Hour, and then creates just enough space so that Lun can get back in to get the red tree down. Couldn't have been better. Really couldn't have been better. And this does mean that they've absolved themselves for the previous mistake from that last fight.
Atan definitely making up for the blunders he made on Beleric last week. Error though, getting tankier and tankier as time goes on and harder to handle. Astral Echo slows down Year 3. They know he's isolated, but Atan comes in just in time to save him once again.
Able to do much here. Once again, both sides contest space very, very differently. And I think that right now, it's really tricky to put this composition together. Now that he's not trying to greed out. I think eventually he might want to consider getting Clock of Destinies to protect himself. But for now, what his items is, he's playing purely to support. That Ice Queen's wand, he just needs to touch everybody once with his lantern. And I think that should be able to set up the scenario for Invictus Gaming. But if he dies first, then this composition starts to crumble apart. Like, Atan can't do everything himself.
Yeah, you can actually see in the last couple of fights, Vamos targeted Tricky a little bit more after he got those 3 Sky Piercer stacks initially, and now that he's died twice afterwards, he's got none left to work with. Vamos no longer have to worry as much. So they are properly respecting what IG is capable of right now, and I think we have to say it's a much closer matchup than we expected.
Very close.
Uh-oh.
6-9. I mean, Roxy should be okay here. He can pop his ult if he wants to. Breaks it early on, but Nako unable to close the distance. Conceal?
They're trying to find Nako Golden Hour. Just a bit too slow. But good initiative.
Yeah, it's a good initiative. But see, that's the thing. It's those conditions that we're looking for. Has Natko used the heavy crossbow? Once he uses that heavy crossbow, arguably even the sprint, and if Atan is in flicker range, there is an opportunity.
Error just gonna continue building up those Thunderbelt stacks. I honestly am very curious how many he's got at this point.
35 maybe?
I feel like it might be more even. Hold on, they found Tricky. Winter Crown has to be used, but actually he is able to Crimson Beacon out. Meanwhile, Roxy doing a good amount of damage, taking some burst back himself. Atan gonna be tanking all of it, survives at a sliver of HP. Ziska gonna have to back it off out of there. No casualties.
Okay. So I was wondering why Tricky was like so adamant on getting the Winter Crown first, and it makes sense because he's getting hard targeted by Arrow 404, and the damage is extremely relevant to him because now he's getting chunked out for at least 50% of his HP, if not at least a third at a bare minimum. With the Lord already spawning here 2 minutes into the game, let's see how this is going to escalate even further, because right now IG have first position and this is exactly what they want.
Roxy will be able to hold zone very, very well. Vamos have to go out of their way to break through, even with a Hanzo on their side. Top lane gonna be dealt with by Lund. This is gonna be an important one. Both teams still have a few base towers to work with, but 20 minutes in, the Lord is gonna be very difficult to handle, especially if there's no gold laner to work with. That's why they're taking such careful positionings around this Lord, Yetri and Siska. Even though it looks like it's just a sandbag fight, a lot of information being shared here.
Much as they want to continue dancing around, Vamos going to get exposed, and now the rush.
Yetri finds it. AOG a bit too slow. Lun secures the Lord. Astral Echo hits a lot. It is absolute chaos. They're chasing down Nako. Golden Hour freezes tree. Can they find Nako? Yes, they do! Yetri takes down the Irritel. Vamos stuck in no man's land. The two tanks, there is nothing they can do against the DPS because look at Yetri. He's just being an absolute nuisance. He's doing the job of the Hanzo for him. Siska can only buy time, hope that he's able to do something, but it's already a double. Error 4-4 looking for Tricky, trying to find some kind of trade in return. Atan, I don't know how he's alive with like 1 HP, but he finds nothing. It is a chance now for Invictus. They're pushing down mid.
Yep. This is exactly what they've wanted, and finally Yetri is in a position that not only does he have enough damage, but he can actually convincingly block the shots from Clawkun so it doesn't affect his backliners. Now that he's already got this full push onto mid, they're looking for an endgame.
Yep, they want to do it before the Lord collides. They know that everyone is still respawning. Error in a bad spot. He will be able to go back, but Hanekage is now on cooldown. He has to deal with it with his real body. Actually manages to clear the minions. He'll buy time for the rest of his team to come back.
But now the second wave, the Lord empowered minions are going to start spawning, and it's going to take 23 more seconds until that retribution comes back up from Error 4-4. So let's see, Invictus Gaming, they need these waves to collapse at roughly the same time if they want to get anything off of this, whether it's an inhibitor, whether it is going to be the crystal. Ideally, it's from this long lane, and they can start sieging early on if Yetri maintains his health pool.
Vamos does have pretty good poke potential, as we pointed out. Their base defense should be not bad, but Invictus has the burst. They have the damage. Yetri tanking all of it. Zkeep also holding the front line. They find the Golden Hour in the back, but only on Novaria. Error 404 now being annoying. Yetri gonna be focused down, loses immortality once. And then that's the snipe from Clawkun. Killing spree. Both of the main tanks have gone down. It's a 4v4 fight. The Lord, though, on the side of Invictus. Error continuing to spam Hanekage at Invictus Gaming. Zkeep holding minions back. Nako, both marksmen, pop Wind of Nature. They will survive for now. The Lord has been cleared up. The snipe comes in. Star Shatter drops them low. Error chases them down. He sees a feast, a Thanksgiving dinner laid out in front of him. Item swaps are being done. Roxy surviving after the Rosebud Meteor, but the immortality goes down. Atan's gonna be the next target. Roxy flickers over the tower. He's gonna be able to get away. Snipe just dashes out at the last second. Error though pops the retry. He wants the kill. He wants the Melissa. He's not gonna find it. AOG gonna be used. They want this chase. They want Roxy, but they can't get him.
They gotta stop chasing right now. They don't have Clawkun. Every 6 seconds, just a beam of light, a meteor, a star shattering in your face. That's the difference maker here. If they buy anything, for the amount of time they bought, if they divide it by 6, that's the number of star shatters that they get for free here. And look, another one. Every single time Clawkun is able to connect it. Unfortunately for IG, these fights don't last long enough for them to actually get their health back or create that space. But Tricky, he's down now, and Vamos have opened up the game.
That's a big shutdown to Zeus in. Invictus needs her for these delayed fights, but at the same time, Siska has to stay home to deal with the minion waves. So it's still gonna be a 4v4 around the Lord Pit. Vamos have control for now. Roxy looking for a chance to enter from the flank, using the information. They see Zkeep a little bit too far forward. They're gonna try and go on him. Lord is low. Error secures it. They get the knockup on Lud. He's locked down and taken out. Nolan is gone. Atan gonna be the next target. Rose Gold keeps him alive against Error, but he's not gonna stop the chase. He's still looking for the feast. He's able to walk back into base. But dear Hanzo really becomes a problem.
Yep, now Hanzo unstoppable at this stage of the game. How do you deal with this? The poke composition is alive, and unfortunately for Invictus Gaming, their few opportunities to try and close out this game was held back as Team Vamos put up an impeccable defense. They've got to block the shots!
Roxy down to 10% from one hit. Atan gonna be knocked up by the AOG. No taunt though. Just enough time to get that mid tower. Yetri buying time, but it's not enough. Roxy, can he swap items in time? He's gonna be targeted by Error 404. He can't find him. The ultimate keeps him safe, but the Lord is on the crystal. Golden Hour from Atan! He's buying time, but is it enough? The Lord's still alive. They land the last hit. Vamos! Take game 1.
That was hot. That was a pretty decent game. I'm not gonna lie, I was expecting a lot less this time round, but Vamos pull it back towards the end. It's very small moments in these games and the advantages in their compositions that really make the difference. But dear God, Year3, please block the shots. Rokji took so many for no reason.
If Rokji had his full HP there, might have been able to hold back the Lord a little more effectively. But Tricky, being the first one to die in that Lord fight, was definitely a big blow to Invictus. They'd been doing a good job up until then, but small mistakes like this, right? When you're past the 20-minute mark, the situation becomes so tense.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking at some point, either the support or EXP laner needs to get a Guardian help just to be able to block shots, walk out of the fight, heal back up, and then come back in and then take another shot. Because again, it's 6 seconds. That's the problem. Every 6 seconds, you are expecting a Star Shatter. 8 seconds, if I'm being completely honest, because then it varies depending on whether you throw the Star Shatter forward, you know, like the little orb has to come back to you before you get the thing. So that's besides the point. It's just frustrating to see, because again, a lot of times, these catches don't necessarily need to happen. And funny enough, the battle spells ended up hurting their mid laner Tricky. Having that sprint didn't do much.
Yeah, I feel like while you could see the idea behind it initially, the more the game goes, the more you realize like maneuverability is not the goal here, it is survivability. It's being able to survive the poke, stay alive, be annoying, because they're doing that to you, especially Clockhood, our MVP for this game. Showing why Novaria is going up in the stocks.
It's going up high. Again, it is one of the few mid laners that can clear out mid like Vexana without actually putting themselves in danger. And a lot of the counterplay comes down to just blocking the shots. Like, somebody needs to do it. I cannot keep reiterating this. 4-0-10, 606 GPM. That's on the technical low side of what mid laners usually get in these moments. But not only is he playing as a dedicated support, he scales way harder than Zushin.
At 93% kill participation tells you all you need to know. That Astral Echo doing a lot of work in slowing down and controlling these fights. And since he doesn't really need to get in the action, very easy for him to sell those shoes, get that other item, and do 90% of Rokji's HP in one shot.
Disgusting. Some really disgusting work here. And also the accuracy of these shots is something that is commendable. This is one of the comfort picks coming in from Clockhood. He has played it in his time at MPL ID, and he still has the skills to play it here in MPL MY. Good thing, because in the draft itself, they were banning out things like Selena, and I was wondering, like, why do they want to get rid of Selena compared to some of the other stuff? Now, it makes a lot of sense.
They want to be the ones controlling the tempo, right? They are the pokers. They don't want to have to deal with that themselves. Not to mention that Selena laying down traps will always give you a chance to find Hanzo and even snipe Hanzo if you time it correctly. So Vamos had a plan going into this, right? It meant that they had to play for a late game, which is something a little more unusual for them, but it worked out.
It did work out, and here's why. A lot of it boils down to the drafting phase of this game, because this was really, really interesting, right? First pick, we see that Melissa gets locked in on the opposite end, and then for some reason, Irithel. Valdo was purposefully hiding away this Novaria. They hit this Novaria until later down the line. Wait, hold on. Is this even correct?
No, this is not the order. This is after they swapped.
Yes, this is after they swapped. Thank you. So, it does boil down to, can you deny away wave clearing from your opponent, which is why they got Gato within the very first phase of the game to make sure, hey, that's the only other thing that we really have to worry about, and they didn't bother picking their mid laner up soon enough. So that's where we're going to punish after they get the Novaria. Zushin is probably the only other option they can probably go for, considering the composition that they want to play for the side of Coach Chess, but getting rid of, hey, Selena needs to go. We have Esme on our side to kind of double down on the fact that now you really don't have a lot of ways to kind of slow down the pace.
Yeah, picking up the Esme and the Gatot together was very necessary for Vamos, since a poke gameplay style means they need to be able to stay safe in the backline, right? That's why most of the time when they lost fights is because the backline got threatened instantly. So I think that Zkeep Siska played a particularly good game this time around. I think Atan though really is the standout for this game. Previously did not perform well during week 1. Now on this Marcel was creating game-changing plays for IG. I'm pretty sure it would have ended a lot sooner if not for his golden hours.
No, that's the thing. That's why I really think that at least from the side of IG, they had the correct ideas going on in their heads. It's just that they didn't have the dedicated person to do some jobs. Like Year3, he's got 2 separate jobs at once. Not only does he have to block the trust shots, but he also has to start zoning away certain targets and work closely with Zushin because he's the only person he benefits, right? Everybody else can't really take advantage of the magic shred that comes out from those ionic edges. And then there's Zushin, who's just like, I just need to touch people. I just need to touch everybody with the Ice Queen's wand, with the Lantern Flare, and then we can make things happen.
It remains a risk to go for these Marcel Zusin duos. It's very good in control. It works a little better now than before because you have assassins to make up for the lack in DPS. But the later the game goes, the more tricky it becomes because Alun also starts dropping off a little bit.
It does. But let's look at some of the clips over here, right? For each of these moments, there's going to be something that's going to be generally, well, I would say you got to be careful with the way that you position and the way that you fight, because I think that a couple of mistakes coming up of Vamos really boils down to, are you maintaining the waves, right, during the mid game? And I think that was the big problem that we get to see here. Let's start this clip off right at the 9-minute mark, because at this stage of the game, we are looking to control as much space as possible. If we pause it right here, 5 seconds back, the entire area that you need to control is dedicated towards the center and just north of the Tri-Brush. There are 2 pathways that you can take from this stage, either towards the Tri-Brush on the southern side or towards the eastern side, the western side, to go through the bush. Either way, it's a very vital point that Vamos want to hold and IG needs to push their enemies into. Once we see the rest of this, Year3, he controls the space, they're holding on to the area, then the Astral Echo comes. This is where the problems, because now all positions have been revealed at this stage, and losing the frontliner here made it that much easier for Vamos to take advantage. Once they controlled the space, right, as you see, Year3 dies. Let's fast forward it just a couple of seconds forward, because here's the important part. On the run, that's one Star Shadow connecting. Here's the second one about to connect, but notice that it is forcefully pushing the members of IG into a no-win scenario. There's nothing you can do here. If you try to go to the southern side, you get hit by the AOG.
Yep.
You go towards your turret, which probably was their best play. That's still a straight line from where Clawkun actually has access to a majority of his abilities, whether he's shooting down, whether he's shooting underneath your turret. You are not safe. They are 2 funnel points here.
It is perfectly cut off, right? You act like it's so rare to see this line coming through and the circle blocking off the other side at the same time, right? It instantly cuts off any potential escape.
Yep, because where do you run? Do you run back into your opponents? Do you run back up? Do you run down? Doesn't matter where you go, you've already lost the scenario. And that's the scary part of these whenever we see these types of moments within the game. We can drop down from the analysis at this stage, but it's really, really tough. I think these are one of the few scenarios that Novaria actually provides significant value to the game. And most people are like, oh, you use the Star Shadow to open up the map. And yes, that's exactly what Clawkun was doing. He was rechecking positions that most mages can't. And you see the difference on the opposite side, because unfortunately for Zushin, as soon as I open up the map, I die. I get collapsed upon, and I don't have Flicker. I always have to commit to the ult.
Yeah, that's why it's important for Year3 to be standing there in the front line. I think that this was a slight miscalculation by him going that deep, thinking, hey, I should be fine to clear the wave. Even if they send like 2 or 3 people after me, I'll survive. He wasn't expecting the entire team to come after him. And once he's gone, the fight becomes a lot more difficult. This was also one of the few cases where Atan actually missed the golden hour slightly. It only hit like 3 members, which is normally already really good. But in this case, he had to hit all of them.
Yep.
He didn't get Natko, which was the most important one, and that's how they lost.
Well, they don't mind hitting 3 people, assuming the right people are right next to Natko at that point of time, because they can't cross the golden hour to get to him, and unfortunately, it kind of blocks his own team at the same point. And by then, it's already too late. Very small mistakes, and honestly, I'm still very impressed with the way that IG has played. I think there are things to improve when it comes down to the flexibility of these fights, but generally, on the macro aspect of the game, they were doing very well early.
Yeah, this is honestly a notable improvement considering what we saw before, which maybe isn't the best example either, since it was against SRG, of course. But yes, we gotta give this boy a highlight, right? Atan, our defeated MVP, while it was a loss, it was definitely a win in just how much he's improved.
He has improved a lot here. Again, he feels a lot more confident. It feels like he was comfortable with the matchups, which is great to see. My only gripe was the Rose Gold Meteor. I really wish that was just a Guardian Helm, so you're able to tank through, just absorb the shots and then heal back up once you're outside of combat, and then get back in, start building up the stacks anyways with the Thunderbelt. Like, he had so many Thunderbelt stacks that game, like a crazy amount. And he was also playing with Quantum Charge, so it's like, it makes no sense for me, no sense for him to actually go for the extra shielding. It happens once, and then it's a long cooldown.
Rose Gold is for Hanzo, basically, that's it. His goal was to survive Hanzo without really thinking about the Novaria. Because the Guardian Helmet doesn't actually help you much of it against Hanzo, right?
No, it doesn't.
So, especially if he had, I don't know if he had DHS. If he had DHS, even less so.
Hanzo did have DHS.
He did, okay. So yeah, Guardian Helmet doesn't help him against Hanzo. He figured, he's probably going to be eating me most of the time, so he went for the Rose Gold.
I don't know. I think it's like a waste of a little bit of a waste, because again, no matter what, the frontliners are gonna get hit. Like, oh no, you got the Rose Gold. What does that mean? Does that mean that Year 3 has to get the Rose Gold as well? Like, no, he just taps him every single time, just fights him, beats him up in the face, punches him in the face constantly.
Yeah, I think he just figured that, oh, he's going to eventually get enough damage to one-shot me, so I need the Rose Gold, right?
No.
But they were playing a poking style, so maybe that was a mistake in terms of itemization that could have helped, but again, still pretty new, this player.
Yep, it is still pretty new, and I think, again, if it's just itemization being the only issue, that's not bad. With that being said, we're going to be throwing it over to Rose. Rose, what are you up to right now?
Hey guys, Rose here sekali lagi. And of course, sebelum kita mulakan game kedua dalam perlawanan ini, we would like to interview Coach Valdo sedikit. Hi Coach.
Hello.
Okay Coach, kita ada beberapa soalan tentang lineup and of course Vamos pada musim ini. Starting with, dengar cerita daripada minggu ketiga ataupun minggu keempat, Era 4 dah tak akan main, betul ke?
Ya, ada chance dia tak akan bisa main.
So, bagi dia ruang untuk belajar and fokus untuk SPM lah kan?
Ya benar, sebab kita kan sudah ada emal juga kan, dan kita juga dari segi training kita banyak ke emal ketimbang bocil. Bocil tak pernah kita bagi scrim di pukul 2.
Oh.
Ya, sebab school.
So itu cara yang you guys actually split the training time.
Ya, biar dia cepat lulus.
Okay.
Bosan tengok dia SPM terus.
Okay, now coach, nak tanyalah kan, apa beza playstyle emal dan juga bocil?
Sebenarnya kalau playstyle menurutku sama aja sih, sebab Emal kan juga pernah di international stage kan. Cuman yang membedakan Emal sama Bocil adalah Emal lebih ke arah sekarang mungkin belum dapat confidence-nya lah. Karena kan dia ada sempat jadi sub lama kan gitu. Jadi kita masih membantu Emal untuk mencari confidence, sebab itu Emal belum main. Mungkin ya next week bisa.
Okay, mungkin next week Emal akan debut di Team Vamos. And macam mana pula teammates dia tengah adapt dengan Emal dalam roster?
Kalau dalam roster sih kita udah pasti cepat blend ya, karena dari anak-anak pun juga aku cakap kita tak boleh kayak berbedakan antara Bocil dan Emal dari segi out game atau in game sama aja. Dan dari yang empatnya juga banyak ngajarin Emal di in game, dan di out game juga Bocil ada borak sama Emal juga pasal game gitu-gitu.
Sounds like a big family lah kan dalam Team Vamos. And of course, last question Coach Valdo, apa yang Team Vamos kena buat untuk pastikan game ni boleh tutup dengan baik? Sebab kita tengok tadi game pertama macam agak shaky, hampir-hampir kena comeback. So apa yang you guys have to do?
Tak ada sih, main kayak biasa aja dan jangan hujat god laner saya ya. Karena god laner saya bisa carry, tenang aja.
Alright, tenang aja. Terima kasih Coach Valdo. Good luck untuk perlawanan ini. With that, mari let's throw it back to the casters untuk mulakan perlawanan ini.
And we are back. Let's talk about some of the items here. We did get some words from Coach Valdo itself. Don't worry about Natco. He will be fine. And I mean, he's got to sharpen up. After looking at him in the internationals, a couple of small mistakes here and there did cost them. And even in this game, getting caught by a Tan like that should not have occurred. Should not have happened.
But overall, still a very solid performance, I think. Being able to trade up against Rockji, who was outputting quite a ridiculous amount of DPS, is not easy. And I think that both sides deserve praise for what they were able to pull out this game. Very nice timeline as well. 25 minutes on the dot. And it didn't really feel that way. Very close match, very intense. Item builds mostly complete on both sides. As we already pointed out earlier, maybe some slight mistakes in what items were purchased, but also small mistakes that in other circumstances would not have been a big deal.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? Because even Lun was a little scared of getting in and out of these fights. Even he himself decided to go for like a GDS. And no Nolan player realistically is like, oh yeah, GDS is my favorite item to work. Oh my god, crit chance? No way. But really it's for that passive to give him the extra movement speed to get in and out of specifically the Lord pits, right? But on the opposite end, right? You look at Arrow 404, he's coming up with a DHS. He's making sure he's even got a brute force breastplate. He's poking out throughout the entire game. Damage dealt almost comparable, but nowhere close to the likes of Natco as well as Clockhood.
Clockhood just being an absolute beast the entire game, sniping them left and right, and neither of them honestly holding a candle to Rock G. 200,000 damage done. It's just unfortunate the rest of his team isn't able to do the same. He's the only one able to DPS safely because Vamos is just gonna keep throwing stuff at them.
Yep, and there's nothing much they can really do about that, right? The poke composition, it's expected that their damage is going to look like this. I'm still pretty surprised at Natco actually having a pretty outstanding amount of damage, like almost comparable to Clockhood, who is landing shot after shot after shot. That's Novaria things, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, look at Error tanking 300,000 damage. He tanked more damage than Siska and Zeke, by the way. That's Tank Hanzo for you.
Oh, this Tank Hanzo. We're gonna see it so much. We're gonna see it so much in public play. And the worst part about
we already do.
We already do, but even worse now, where people are just gonna first pick it. They're not even gonna wait for the right scenario. They're just gonna pick it.
It's time to ban Hanzo, everyone. This is your PSA! Hanzo ban!
Oh, just a quick PSA here. But as the teams get ready for game at number 2 at this leg of the race, I think no team is going to be disappointed with the overall performance. It's like, yes, small mistakes can lead to bigger things, but I think they both need to work on that early game. Essentially, I want to see more oppressive play, specifically coming out from IG's side. On the opposite end, I think that Vamos played it well throughout the mid game, but they got to be really careful, right? With compositions like these, they need more set plays involving that mid lane.
We remember that Vamos has always been an early game team, right? So this is very out of left field for them. It's a scaling turtle comp where they're specifically avoiding fighting until they have Thunderbelt, then they can start poking, and then once they have 2 or 3 items, then maybe they brawl a little bit. So it's very different from what they're used to, and they honestly played it pretty well. The question now is, do they want to keep trying that? Do they want to experiment with more drafts, or is it time to go back to the Vamos style and just close it out?
I think this is an evolution of the Vamos style, right? But let's pull up a quote real quick here, specifically from our one and only Zeke, right? He was talking about Siska can match Subbot, and this is his opinions on his newest teammate. At EWC, we were one step ahead of the meta, but by the next tournament before MPL MY, everyone had caught up. So the meta isn't as unpredictable anymore. For Vamos, Siska still needs some time to master the tank EXP meta. Of course, Subbot is better at them right now, but give Siska some time and believe he can be just as good as Subbot.
As we all know, Subbot recently left Team Vamos. We don't know where he's going yet, but I think we can all assume he's probably going somewhere. And he's right. Subbot has a lot more experience with playing both Playmaker and Tank style EXP since he's been here since, Season 7, compared to Siska, who only joined like 2-3 seasons ago and has mostly been playing aggressive EXP. I believe that he will be able to adapt as time goes on, but let's see what he brings to the table for Vamos to decide, yeah, we're gonna stick with Siska going forward.
Yeah, again, I just think that the focus of where these drafts are leading to, Coach Valdo, I think he's got like he's got a pretty good mind. Like that draft wasn't half bad. It's just unfortunate that second pick is just one of those like uncomfortable positions where you don't get to complete your composition if you're on blue side, and the opposite side is able to find that counter pick right at the very end. Thank you, Reza, making sure that Coach Bam is getting his shout-outs whenever he gets the opportunity. But with that being said, it's time for game number 2. Let's jump right into it, of course, as we have Badang coming onto the stage. Make sure you get your MPL skins while you still can. Now let's look at the drafting phase. But first off, it's going to be the random map draw. Please no flying clouds. Please no flying clouds. Okay, thank God, broken walls.
no.
I'll take it, I'll take it.
Broken walls. It's funny to think that, like, Flying Cloud was always one of those maps where you didn't really feel the most impact overall, but ever since the Rafaela introduction, it's like, oh, we don't want to deal with this map. This is annoying.
I don't know. I think most people tend to forget what the impact is, right? That means you can make some real big mistakes in the lane, and it doesn't matter.
True,
you know,
true.
as long as you get, especially if it's early, you just respawn, fly back to the lane. It's like, oh no, I lost 1 minion. Oh,
Even the fullest bloom.
Yeah, I do definitely enjoy some Flying Cloud gameplay myself.
no.
It's like, I can go home, I get a taxi ride straight into my lane again. Oh, this feels good.
Yeah, back to full HP. Doesn't matter how bad the trade was.
Feels like I'm being ferried around.
Yeah,
One
yeah.
of those fancy carriages.
Oh, duh. If only the clock would strike midnight sooner rather than later, then it all turns back to normal. Back into the broken wall.
Back into the broken wall.
all right. Looks like Vamos is still back. Is going to be back on that first pick. IG on that second pick here. Marcel, the Uranus, the Hirara gets banned out.
What's your
Kind of
command?
interesting seeing that
Your
Hirara
team
getting banned
is
out on
picking.
blue side. Coach Jess opting to go for the Fanny, Melissa, as well as the Freya ban. Huh.
Ooh, okay, so Belleric Atlas are open. Paquito is open. Vamos says no. Hanzo is better than them all. First pick.
Okay. All right. That's fine. That's fine. We'll really see whether or not this is the game-changing. This is meta game-changing, because a lot of the early game ganks that happened in game number 1 didn't exactly go as planned. So the snowball wasn't like super heavy. It was kind of tilting, but like not like an avalanche just yet.
I wonder if this means IG needs to consider prioritizing heroes like Selena early on before they can be banned.
Maybe, but I think there's still like, you know, there's still Nova. She's good.
They could take Nova themselves, but they will. Oh, yep, there it is. The Belleric Rafaela. Even if it's not Flying Cloud, look like IG is comfortable.
It's fine. That's already a start. How are they going to pair it up with now? Because the biggest issue that we have with Rafa is that she can't clear waves to save her life. She can fight, and she loves to actually freeze the waves and harass. On the opposite end, Vamos, very smart options here, right? Belleric could be a flex pick. You might as well go for the Barats at this stage of the game. If Coach just does reveal the Uranus, then at least you know what your lane matchup is going to be and who is going to be the support on top of the mid laner, right? Eudora on the opposite side, really good into Rafaela, especially once she gets the, like, I want to say level 5, level 6, where your cooldowns on your Fork Lightning is short enough to be able to use 2 of them while maintaining the superconductor stack.
In lane, Rafaela is able to out-heal Eudora's damage, but as you enter the team fight phases, Eudora being able to insta-stun a good chunk of the team is a very good way of slowing down that holy healing speed-up tempo. So Vamos is already setting up their lineup to slow things down, right? They want to play around Tank Hanzo. They want to allow him to keep jumping into fights, getting Thunderbelt stacks, poking them down. So these heroes will be able to fulfill those responsibilities.
Talking about responsibilities here, right now I'm seeing that IG has one of the thickest lineups possible. Just hardwood, Queen of the Demons, and an Angel at this stage of the game.
I played against a comp like this in rank the other day.
Uh-huh.
All my teammates didn't build anti-heal.
Oh my gosh, that's the first mistake.
All of them.
That's...
And I was telling them to do it too.
I swear to God, I feel like people are undervaluing Dom Ice at the stage of the series, of the scene, you know? Like, people are like, oh, it's gotta be glowing wand every single time. You see your glue players also building glowing wand.
Dude, I would have liked if they even did build glowing wand.
Honestly, it sounds like a good idea, but I think that Dom Ice is just easier to apply the anti-heal, and I think that actually works really, really well into the Rafa matchup compared to unless you're playing like Novaria. Then it's like, okay, I can apply it to everybody, no problem, or like Farsa or Loyi, things like that.
Well, for now, IG does have a plan. They're banning out the Atlas and the glue, getting rid of the big bulky guys that will be able to continue slowing down their team fight, because that was their issue previously. They had the breakthrough in Esme and a Gatot. Right now, they already have a Barat to deal with. They ideally don't want to add a second on top of that. Vamos, go ahead and ban the Paquito. Surprisingly led through pretty far in the draft. And they also removed the Harley.
Okay, that just means that available junglers that play early can kind of fight for forever. would probably be like Suyo, Kirara's already gone, Fanny's already gone, Nolan maybe, but that's very purple buff dependent, and that's not something you generally want unless you have like a high skill ceiling.
I generally like playing healers with fighter junglers. We have been seeing like Leomore jungle make a return just a little bit.
I mean, it's okay, but you can't fight forever. You're so like alt dependent in those moments. You need something where your basic hit can kind of like get away with everything. That's why I was thinking like Paquito, but it gets banned out instantly.
Alpha then.
Ooh, Alpha's actually not a bad shout here. But the only problem is that if he is your like dedicated jungler, he's very susceptible to stuns, very susceptible to getting eaten by the Barats, even though he does well against the Barats.
True.
So then it becomes a matter of like, can you out-sustain the overall burst? And Rafa doesn't have the biggest heal.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any other niche junglers, because I'm hoping for something a little different instead of just going back to like Nolan. But they go for the Moskov for now.
I don't think that there's any... Well, I mean, unless it's like, honestly, off of everything that was mentioned, I think Alpha kind of fits the build the most. Martis, if you want to play purely for the early game, right? But that's the thing. Do you want to like have a composition that plays purely for the early game, or something that has a little bit of scalability? Now that you see Obsidian on the opposite side, and even a Gato to help out Eudora, two very, very good picks. So now they've kind of unlocked the mid lane with their mid trio. Well, technically, even their duo is good enough.
This is a very complete draft from Vamos. It is a bit lacking in early game presence, but they're perfectly okay with that. That's exactly what they did last game. They got two scalers in the Obsidian and the Hanzo. And now it's IG's choice. How do you want to tackle this? You already have a pretty good setup with the Raph Belleric Alice, but you need some kind of early mid-game burst, because Moskov takes time too.
Yeah, Yishin Shin is also like a Link is scaling. Could be Hayabusa, but it's all dependent.
Lead the charge.
Looks like they go... What? Is it Alice Jungle?
Alice Jungle? It is. It's Alice Jungle.
Okay. Alright, sure, I guess. But then... Alright, I guess it works with the way that the mid trio kind of wants to play. And they've got Ye3 on Hilda on top of it all, which is kind of anti-synergistic.
No, I can kind of see the idea. This is basically Death Ball rundown comp. And you already saw last game that like, hey, they want to poke us, take extended fights, but they're weak if we just run straight at their faces. This is the run straight at their faces comp.
I can see it. I can see it. They can definitely run at people for sure. It's just, I'm curious about the engagements, how they're going to layer it, right? Because it always has to be, it has to be the tree, then the demon lady. It cannot, if it's the opposite way around, then they're probably not fighting for a neutral objective, which is going to be the big point of contention as we jump into game number 2. So far, we thought at IG were going to be the ones who were able to steal away a game from Vamos, but Vamos turns it around at the very end. At match point right now, can there be an equalization, or are we expecting a clean sweep?
It's gonna be a fun one to watch. Yetri already starting things off by trying to cut wave, instantly stop. The mid lane trade's gonna be fairly even as well, especially early on, since that's before the healing from Raph really starts kicking in. But Invictus are definitely the ones that have to make things happen this game once again. Vamos just wanna wait for Ever and Natko to scale up.
Dude, I wish I was playing in Natko's shoes right now, because he is such an easy matchup here in the mid lane. He hits level 2 instantaneously because of Zekif, has concussive blast as well, so they melt this lane. And Tricky already missed one minion because of that trade.
That is kind of a slight risk as well. I think that Rafaela does do okay against Eudora, but you gotta be very careful about that level 1. And most of these mid lane players know it's like, level 1, you gotta poke this Angel as much as possible.
Oh yeah, and they're gonna be able to do that for free. Now realizing the mid lane is kind of lost at this stage and there's no real way to save it, better to just focus purely on harassing their opponents and then speed up your jungler every once in a while. Because let's not forget, Luna is playing on Alice. She is not the greatest jungle camp clear compared to her counterpart in Hanzo.
Yeah, big concerns here for Invictus is that they're trying to play the mid-game rundown comp, but they don't really have lane prio on most of the map, and their jungle clear is not that quick either. So they're not really able to make that happen for a while.
Oh, wasn't able to take away the EXP crab. Yeah, 3 hits level 4 ahead of time, which is great for him. Turtle does finally spawn here, and I'm wondering, Air 4-4 What are you doing up here? Are we still content? Oh,
There's the flicker. Daytona's welcome. They chomp up Tricky. Error goes straight in. Can he get the bite as well? Nope. Unfortunately, Tricky flickers away. Nice two-man stun. Lands on both. Drone of Ruin only hits one. Lun at 10%. He's got to have to back it out of there. Spear of Destruction, just only a little bit of added damage at the end.
Yeah, and Year 3, he should be able to tank through all the damage, but the same can be said about Siska. It looks like Siska has actually opted to go for the for fighter emblems here. Looks like he was getting a little bit of a... Yep, definitely went for the fighter emblems. At this stage of the game, getting some early spell vamp is nice to have. Nako and as well as Rokji going to be basically doing nothing here, just farming for a good chunk of time.
I kind of feel like IG might need to consider not going for objectives and instead just hard camping gold lane, cause they don't have damage outside of Moskov, dude. Wrath of Dryad comes out, lockdown 2, Lun secures the turtle, Daytona's welcome, gets the eat, doesn't hit a wall, kind of strange. Error not able to finish off his vegetables either, but yeah, Tree gets taunted, has to flicker out of the mid lane.
Good flicker, just in time as well. This does state that at least, hey, no first blood achieved for either one of these teams. This team Vamos able to actually have a slight gold lead, despite the fact that Invictus Gaming were the ones who actually secured this hurdle. Now, as expected, Ye3, he's leaving his lane. He doesn't care about this, right? He leaves his lane. He knows that unfortunately Barat takes a little bit of time and he will be able to make it back into his lane without much EXP loss. The important thing is that he's helping with the tempo of that mid lane. Without priority, without that tempo, they can't really get much done. And even for Atan, right? He moves around the map. Zkeef is there to actually guard where Arrow 404 is going to be. It's important to note here that Zkeef, at this stage of the game, doesn't necessarily have to help the mid lane. He's here to just clear the mid wave and allow enough space for Arrow 404 to start looking for camps of his own.
Yeah, Vamos is moving around the map quicker right now, despite Invictus having the Hilda, having the Wrath on their side, and that is not particularly ideal. Again, I feel like they should be emphasizing a bit more on getting that silent pressure, especially giving Rokji a little bit of early help, just to maybe speed things up, because right now they are playing right into Vamos' hands.
I really think it's the opposite. I think that Invictus need to invade the jungle. Like, who's stopping them from walking it? Like, especially if it's down south on the bottom lane, like, instead of just going into the gold lane straight away, steal all the camps on that side of the map, right? Change Lun's pathing to end up on that side, not even by the turtle, but as soon as turtle ends, just to make sure that Air 404, sure, you're giving him a Thunderbelt stack, but at the end of the day, if he falls further and further behind, he's not going to make the DHS Golden Staff in time.
You might be right about that. I can certainly see the value about invading jungle, but I think on first point, Invictus is probably afraid of the Claw Kun counterattack. If they just dive in, the Eudora can actually do a lot of burst. And secondly, they're not moving fast enough to get all their members into the jungle first. They just don't have the lane control to do it yet.
I don't think Claw Kun has enough damage to one-shot anybody, but maybe Tricky, and even then he might have to commit like a flicker to make something happen. But here we go. Second turtle being contested for.
They do get the taunt. Lun secures the turtle, but Atan's gonna be the first one down. Nice Wrath of Dryad though. Lockdown 2. Lands the Spear of Misery. AOG doesn't happen. Zkeef goes down first and they're chasing down the rest. They find Error 404. That's gonna be 2 kills for 1 in favor of IG.
That's exactly what I was hoping for. They also get the turtle as well. And now that they got tempo, let's keep moving. Let's keep moving, right? Keep Vamos on their toes. Keep Vamos chasing your tail and not the other way around. Are they lane swapping? Oh, they are lane swapping.
Oh. But it doesn't actually look like Hilda's going down bottom. They're sending Lun to handle the wave.
Okay, so they're giving him the farm, but at the same time, Vamos is actually there to defend. Like, Siska doesn't mind taking a little bit of damage from Rokji at this stage. Now that, Rokji doesn't have the DHS at all. Hasn't even built the Golden Staff at this stage of the game. It's way too early to
get the stun. 4-man surround on Ye3 while he's rotating. Hilda falls.
Unfortunate. Gets picked off in the middle of his rotation as well. Has to be careful of that. And more importantly, where was Tricky in that particular situation? Where were they going?
I don't think they were expecting that. Invictus was able to get a nice dive in the previous fight, but it feels like they've just settled back and not really attempted to push that lead. Rotations felt a bit too slow there.
Not sure whether they have. Now I'm really questioning whether or not IG are aware of the fact that they probably don't have the damage. Okay.
One hit! Nako survives on 10%. AOG just for good measure.
All right. So they
spear! ROG from the other side of the map.
Nicely done, nicely done. Vamos did not react in time, and this should mean that they get a free turret down on the bot side. They could have gotten one more, but guess who's there? It's Air 404 to make sure that he defends that turret, but it's taken significant damage this game.
That was beautiful, honestly. I can revel in the high of that play for a while. Very nice snipe, good kill. Allows Invictus to maintain control despite not getting the initial pick off. Now they can translate that to turtle positioning. The Tona's welcome, instantly purified. Lund secures the turtle, Raffle Dryad locks down Siska. He has to walk away. Air 44 jumps in, tries to go on the Moskov, gets stunned, not able to stop his barrage from going down. And now he's separated from the team. They've run him down, and this is exactly what IG should have been doing.
Nicely done. I hope to see a replay of that because I'm trying to figure out whether or not Siska intended to go for ROG at that stage, or was he looking for Lund? I'm confident he was looking for Lund, but I can't say for certain.
And it's hard. I'm pretty sure he was trying to go for Lund there, but then it was just an entire pileup of IG. You can't exactly pick and choose what you're eating.
I mean, he tried, and honestly, I think more people, especially when you're playing up against the Barats, his biggest counter to ruining your retreat takes is the fact that the person who has Purify just needs to be in front of him. Just stand on top of me. That's all you gotta do. Most people just don't do that, which is rather frustrating. But now look at the item progression build here. We look at Air 4-4. He's already got the Brute Force Breastplate already done, and now is starting to build up into the Golden Staff. Hopefully he gets it sooner rather than later because his team desperately needs him with this 3.6k lead that IG has developed.
Yeah, it's a comfortable advantage for Invictus right now.
Sorry, what is EN3 trying to build? Like, I get first item, but is he trying to build BOD as a second?
It kind of looks like it. What is the... Is he intending to run down Hanzo?
I think he might be able to, like, just one-shot Clockland.
Maybe, but then Clockland is not usually going to be isolated either.
Or Nako. Either way, like, with that first item, Nako is going to lose at least, like, 2/3 of his... If he full combos him, like, he might die right off the bat if he gets the empowered auto as well.
But it does actually make sense on paper. I already mentioned earlier, the only damage from Invictus is ROG, so they probably need some DPS from elsewhere, so they just decided, yeah, Tree, you can do that.
Really? Okay. I would have imagined that to be something else, like, I don't know, a Hunter Strike to get, like, a little bit of speed or early penetration, but I guess that just doesn't scale as well as a BOD at the end of the day, right? You're just looking for targets to finish off. Siska in trouble now.
He's eating a lot of damage. Error 404 though instantly jumps in, instantly gets stunned. Hanekage not able to do anything. Gotta back it up. Spirit of Destruction connects. Surely you don't take that. The job is already done. It's free lord for Invictus.
Yep, and ROG still playing out of his mind right now. Playing a really a hard game. Invictus do not want to lose this. Oh god.
Atan gets eaten. Flicker under the tower. I think he's dead. Yep, no way he's surviving that one. Just becomes a pile of broccoli on the plate of this Barats. Lund though coming back in. Respawn on the Belleric. Once again gets pulled in by the missiles for the second time, but Holy Baptism is there to help him get out.
They gotta be careful. So far Siska, he is not hesitating. Wait, tricky. Forced the flicker out early on.
AOG committed as well. No more Hanekage, which means Zkeef is kind of overcommitted. He has to use the Revitalize. Here's the Throne of Ruin. Connects with the two frontline tanks into the Wrath of Dryad. Zkeef tries to get away, but he's taken down. Killing spree for Roxy. Lund continuing to chase Vamos into their base.
The worst part is that EN3 was zoning out two important members of Vamos the entire fight. It was difficult for Nako to even get close. Clockland committed everything just to try and zone EN3 away, and even then, EN3 walks into the bush, comes back out like nothing ever happened.
Now this time Invictus understand. We don't need to delay this game. We're gonna push our advantage. We are not letting you scale mid inhibitor down at 11 minutes. Two-man smart missile into the eat on Belleric. Two-man stun, but the Holy Baptism finds Siska because they're all going for the opposite side. They find Roxy pushing the lane by himself. They get the shutdown, but the rest of Invictus are still alive. They found Nako. They've taken down the main DPS. Zkeef able to AOG out with 10%. The minions waves are slowly streaking in, but Invictus doesn't have the most damage. Wrath of Dryad slows them down. Gets a 3-man taunt while they're working on the crystal trick. He's trying to tank it. They're keeping the minions alive. They're going for the end game, and Invictus will find cleaned game 2.
They played it clean. They played it clean. Big punishes and finally a way to actually hurt the early game of this Hanzo. They didn't drag it out and they didn't want to drag it out, but finally the opening was presented to them once Vamos decided to give respect. And I think that was the issue here. They were giving too much respect to Vamos' side.
In previous game, you could tell they weren't too certain of what they were up against here. Hanzo making his first debut, but they were able to learn a lot through those 25 minutes, and they instantly put it all into play. Rundown composition, aim for early, and the moment you get any sort of advantage, and cleanly done.
It's pulled the game 1-1 so far. It has been equalized at the end of the day. Oh my goodness. What can we expect more from either one of these teams? It feels like they've kind of they wanted to try and deal with this Hanzo at the end of the day. Vamos, it feels like they have a bit of a theme going for them in this best of 3.
I'm assuming they were just seeing how far they could push the hero. Personally, to me, after game 1, I was already thinking probably best not to pick Hanzo a second time. It's clear that IG has figured out like how to deal with it, but they first picked him over Belleric, Atlas, Paquito, and then they don't have the Novaria this time around to slow down team fights and continue to be annoying with him. So once you see it, all those big bulky heroes get locked in by IG, you know that this is going to be a rough one for Vamos.
I think that it's tough. It's tough. I'm trying to figure out another way out in the draft, whether or not they had some counterplay, but let's give it up for our MVP on Alice of all things. Give it up for Lon. I'm surprised that he got away with what he got away with, because most people would say, you know what, Alice was meant for the EXP lane. You need access to Flicker to be able to land really, really decisive and impactful Throne of Ruins. And for some reason, Lun was still able to find impactful engagements despite being the jungler.
You would normally think that Alice is just way too slow to play in this meta, right? The heroes are clearing jungle so quickly, but it's made up for by the fact that Vamos is specifically playing a slower comp, and they also have a Rafaela to help manage that mobility.
Yep, it's great. I think that there were a lot of like bonuses in this game itself with the different ways that you could have played it. However, when we're starting to look at the item build, it starts to make a lot more sense. He did build a BOD at end, and he basically was not like getting involved in as many fights. Interestingly enough, that was just looking at Year 3's build. But then everybody else, right? We start looking at just utility items like Rokji needed to win out his lane, and that's exactly what he got.
And I'm surprised as well, because initially Nako was completely zoning him out of the gold lane. That's why I was saying that, hey, maybe Invictus should help Rokji just a little bit. But they had faith. They believed that we're going to focus on the opposite sides. We're going to win these team fights, and then Rokji can join. Getting that initial snipe onto Nako as well was a big opening point to enable him to start walking around the map with his squad.
Yeah, that's exactly what they were looking for. And especially like once you get the Trinity build ready to go, that's when now you actually have the damage. Unfortunately for Nako, he was close, didn't get himself over the edge. But if you do notice, right, Nako, despite everything, doesn't go for early attack speed or like rupture. Instead, goes for Inspire to get the extra CDR, so he's able to actually throw out more abilities so that he can build up onto his passive, right? As many times as he's able to auto, as much times as he trades, he gets a couple of those bones back. And when he does get those bones, it eventually stacks to the late game where he becomes that monster that we all know and love from Cydia.
That's the game plan for Vamos with this draft, right? They're not trying to win early. They're not trying to force fights. They're trying to delay fights as long as possible so that everyone can keep spamming Hanekage out and getting Thunder Belts. So may as well go for that cooldown reduction so that your marksman can participate as well. But yeah, big weakness. You're not as strong early.
Yep. Now we also look at some more stats here. Rokji being the carry alongside as the rich guy. 793. Not a bad score so far, but we're looking for those who go above and beyond. We need to start seeing him actually make it into the 800s if he wants to start competing in that internationally. But I don't think their plan was for him to double wave in the first place. It is, we play down on bot side, you try and win out that lane. Once you get 3 items, we team fight.
They put him in the top lane because he's less likely to be threatened by a Barats, and they just happen to get a windfall of the Spear of Destruction snipe, and then after that is like, I guess I don't really need to be in lane anymore.
Yep, he got unlocked, and that's the perfect plan, especially for the composition of what they were trying to do. Which begs the question, whether our following game, is this going to be the issue here? Is it always going to be we're waiting on the map before we decide upon whether this Rafa is going to get used or not?
I don't think so. I mean, this was not Flying Cloud, right? It was broken walls. They still picked the Rafaela. It's basically, you see a Belleric, Rafa is a very strong possibility. We already talked about how well they work together. You got like the healing, the mobility that helps out Belleric, and then you can combo the Holy Baptism, Rapid Dryad together. Even better this time since you also have the Throne of Ruin to follow up on that.
Yep.
Catch the people, they can never move.
It's hard. It's very, very difficult to move, and more so to tank through all of that damage, especially in the early stages of the game, which unfortunately for Vamos didn't go the way that they were opting to go for. But let's look at this particular clip here first, right? Because as we start this game, we're going to see exactly why this became a bigger issue later down the line, right? There we go. Wait, let's pull it 5
I think that
seconds
was
back.
just unlucky, actually.
If we look very closely, it looks like I keep having to pull it back. I think Rochi, he just timed it well, right? Yeah, he literally dashed in front of it, purified it to save his boy. Rochi deserves MVP just for that alone.
That's not luck, that was planned. The fact that he already had his finger ready to press the purify, because you can't purify once you're eaten.
Yes.
Only during the eat animation. So that was 100% intended.
100% intended, and as we see the game actually progress, right, now that they've already punished the Flicker Detna's welcome, then look at the direction that they all decided to go into, right? Ye3 was already in the back, hitting as many targets as possible, and even takes the shot from the Hunt of Bone. At that stage, I think that's where the mistakes had already been made, right? Waits the Hunt of Bone out, immediately goes for the ult into the back line, and Natko has been completely zoned from this fight, leaving Error 4-4 to be wide out in the open because of where he positioned his body. I think this is the issue as well when you're dealing with this Hanzo. There's one of two ways to actually protect your Hanzo. Either A, you walk together from the direction of his body, or when you peel away, you peel a completely separate direction from his body. It's one or the other, because if you do it exactly what Vamos did here, you're leaving your boy out in the open.
Yeah, there's portions of the draft that aren't the same as in Game 1, so Vamos just can't play the same way. Barat is meant to initiate. It's not the same as a Uranus or Esme who can just reposition and zone. He has to do a job, and since he failed in this job, he instantly goes down. And they don't have a Novaria to slow down the enemy team from running at them either, right? So Error is just in a bad spot. He had to commit. He had to try and kill Rokji after the failure in the opening and hope to trade, but that didn't work either.
Exactly. And this is really just understanding how the map actually works in your favor, right? Because most people are going to be thinking that, like, okay, it should be pretty easy to get out. And as you mentioned, it's not. You can't. You always have to go in the same direction in the same places at the same time. If not, you're not going to be able in you're not going to be in a position to peel. Notice where Klokun is, right? He's not with the rest of his team. He knows that front line has already been compromised. He doesn't have very many options, right? Because keep in mind, when you use the superconductor, it empowers certain abilities. If you use your superconducted ball lightning, it actually has a slight AoE. But the problem with that AoE, I honestly think they need to make that AoE slightly bigger, because now if he does go for that stun, he's only catching like at max 2 people, because he has to walk up pretty close just to fork lightning first before he rips the ult or anything of that sort.
Personally, to me as well, a lot of teams keep picking Eudora into Wrath, and yes, it wins level 1, level 2 pretty handedly. But Wrath is usually paired with big bulky boys, and Eudora hates those big bulky boys. What is Klokun supposed to do in these situations? He can only try and slow down fights with big stuns, but then after that, there's no damage because Vamos has to wait for scaling.
Yep, and that's the problem, right? You don't have enough of that early game chapter to slow down that progress, because even if the fight progresses for a decently long time, right, you need small synergies. And in this case, the small synergy is when it comes down to Zkeep's overall quote-unquote magic damage. It's technically increased because when you have the extra shred from Klokun on his fork lightning superconducted, then it becomes much easier to actually get those trades down effectively. Despite it, you know, on the opposite side, we got Atan, who's already healing like a boatload with his Brave Smite, on top of the fact that he's playing Belleric, on top of the fact that he's got Rafa to help him out with a focusing mark.
Yeah, but I like the initiative from IG. We saw it in Game 1. I was wondering if we would continue to see it in Game 2. They are not playing scared anymore. This is commitment. This is shot calling. It's great.
I like the fact that we're seeing a new side of them this time around. A side that they are less afraid, but it's clear that both sides know how to play with the lead, right? Which begs the question, does that mean that it's all about the early game, or are we going to see this Hanzo get played out one more time? Because I think that unfortunately, like, you can tell that it takes a while to get that first item Thunderbelt already. It just feels way better to snowball with like your traditional Hunter Strike into, I don't know, something else for some of the other assassin type junglers.
Yeah, does Hanzo have a place in the meta? I think he could, but it's a niche. You gotta save him for later in the draft. He's more of a last pick kind of situation. For now though, we'll take a short break, let the teams rest up. When we come back, a game 3, who's gonna win it?
Have it. Cepat-cepat kita kena start. And of course, top 3, like I've mentioned, akan dapat hadiah daripada MPL MY. Nama-nama tu jangan yang bukan-bukan behave sikit pasal nama. Alright guys, jom masuk. Let's go. Kita ada Shasha, kita ada Man, kita ada Mushroom. Masuk, kita nak test lah you guys punya knowledge tentang MPL dan juga Muton, MPL, ML, everything. Okay, masuk. And kita pun akan tunggu kita punya producer to cue bila time is up. Alright, let's go. Siapa yang lambat tadi? Rosa cakap cepat-cepat. Apakah maksud MPL? What does MPL stand for? Adakah Malaysia Professional League ataupun Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League? Right or left? Cepat-cepat. Uish, ada juga yang salah. Alright. Siapa yang nombor 1, 2, 3? Walawe, Echa dan UITM Jazin. Roar dan Rembik. Wow. Okay, you guys have to step up. Yang manakah bukan role dalam MLBB? Mage, Assassin, Tank, Sniper. Mana yang bukan role dalam MLBB? Kalau ni ada yang salah, maksud tu tak sistem ya? Serious. Wey! Siapa yang salah tu? Okay. Nampaknya tengah menyala walau ini. Apakah maksud ganking? Adakah dia mengambil Lord, membeli item, menyerang musuh secara mengejut dengan bantuan rakan sepasukan ataupun menghancurkan turret? Apa maksud gank? Biasanya kita call dalam game. Ada yang salah tapi tak apa. Ramai yang betul. Okay. Weh, dia tengah step up. Okay. Hero manakah yang terkena dengan skill hook? Dia bocil. Franco, Nana ataupun Mia? Ni kalau salah, memang dark system. Woi, apa yang Nana? Aduh. Okay. Next question. Apakah maksud recall? Bukan! Zone bukan maksud recall. Kembali ke base, mendapatkan buff, menukar lane, menukar hero. Masalahnya Zone tak ada pun kena lagi dengan korang. Okay. Apakah maksud split push? Kenapa kita kena cakap split push? Kenapa kita kena cakap split push dalam game? Okay, 100 yang betul. Last 3 questions. Apakah objektif utama untuk memenangi permainan ML?
Welcome back, everybody, to the MPL MY. We're currently having a little bit of a break here up on the stage as our teams are coming back and getting back in to their battle stations. We have a little bit of on-ground events going on as well with Rose, of course, and our live audience. So come on down over to Quill City Mall here at the MPL Arena to get yourself some goodies while you're at it, while watching the games. Speaking of games, game number 3. Adjustments. I feel like the Hanzo's gonna show up again, and I don't think...
You think so?
I really think so. I really think so.
I feel like at this point, it's like, okay, you know, he's had enough stage time.
He's...
you know?
I don't think he has, unfortunately. I really don't.
It's time to rip up the contract.
Oh, boy.
No more Hanzo.
That's the thing. I really feel like that's what they've been practicing a good chunk of the time. But the fact that Era 404, based on the way that they've been drafting in like their previous games and even in some of the internationals that we've seen, doesn't really go out of the ordinary unless the opponents are specifically targeting Era 404.
I still don't like it. I feel like, yes, Hanzo is annoying. We've seen how much people complain in pubs. But he is still a hero that's not been seen in the meta much for a reason, right? You have to kind of build the draft around him. And when a hero requires the draft to be built around him in a meta where things are supposed to be flexible, that creates some issues. There's some friction there because it becomes very predictable. The opponent knows exactly what you are going to be doing just from seeing that one hero alone.
Well, I mean, yes, but at the same time, I think you're absolutely right about building the support system, but I think they need some like actual winning lanes. Like we've seen 50-50 lanes at this stage of the game. Some people have like completely losing lanes as well.
I think they were winning most of their lanes though.
Like Gold was kind of like skill matchup 50-50. In game 1, it was more likely that Irtha was going to win out the trade. Moskov ended up losing in the early game of this for game number 2. So then that would mean that EXP, which was basically kind of like a nothing burger, because it was Hilled up Barats, like nothing was going to happen in that lane.
I do feel like Vamos was actually holding on to most of their lanes. It's just that it couldn't translate into team fighting because, yeah, all the big beefy boys can't really break through them in the early game, especially with 2 scaling DPSs and the Eudora. And so the draft already was not particularly useful for Vamos, and that in part largely because, hey, we gotta build around Hanzo.
Maybe it's too demanding. Maybe if they only play for like only one side of the map, that could have like really focused down on what Hanzo needs to do in those moments.
Okay, you know what they need to do? If they are going to early pick Hanzo again. Damage Hanzo.
Damage Hanzo? Like traditional Trinity?
Yeah, just switch it up.
Okay.
Make them think you're playing a slow game.
But you're not.
Yes.
You're not. You're there just to chunk them out as soon as possible. I don't mind the idea too much, but let's see what this draft is going to provide for us. Because again, we've noticed that both of these teams don't like going too far out of their way from what they like to practice. The only exception here is IG. Because again, they're the only ones who are like, okay, 180, we're switching it up, we're playing Rafa mid.
And I appreciate that. I'm a big fan of teams that are willing to change things up. You know? Pull out different heroes. That's what makes you unpredictable. But it is broken walls once again. IG will be on blue side this time. And they banned the Belleric and Novaria.
This time around, IG, they want the blue side pretty bad. Belleric, Novaria, alongside with the Fanny. This should be a Hirara ban on the side of Vamos. Based on what we've seen in the past couple of game drafts, those are the general go-tos. But that does mean that Melissa opens up, assuming I don't know, actually. I don't know how Vamos feels about the Hirara. I feel like because it gets banned out so often, it's safe to say that it's like, oh, unless they're on blue side, we don't mind getting the Hirara. If it's on the opposite side, it's a no.
Ever plays a pretty strong Hirara, so I feel like it's perfectly fine. But they go for the Uranus ban instead.
All right, place your bets.
Ooh.
What's more important to IG, Hirara, or they're going to go for the first pick Melissa again?
Is there anything else we're forgetting? Paquito hasn't been picked up as early these days since people have figured out he can be countered.
And most usually goes into the jungle in those times.
I kind of like the Hirara a bit more personally.
But then if you get Hirara, that means Melissa and Paquito go to the opposite side. And Paquito does well into the Hirara early stages of the game. And you still don't have a direct answer to the Melissa. Yeah,
It's the Melissa, okay.
Unfortunately, I think the Melissa pick is by far the safest, because then you can't put the Paquito into its optimal role, and then Hirara is like, I exist.
My brain can only go so many steps.
I'm sorry.
There's a reason I'm not up there.
Look, it's it's an uncomfortable game of rock, paper, scissors, where unfortunately paper and scissors are colluding against the rock.
Yeah, Melissa's open, so Vamos has a choice now. They can grab Hirara, they can get Paquito, but both heroes have a bit of difficulty against Melissa. Atlas is still open as well. They can even set up for a Rafaela. I was actually thinking they might open Uranus for that possibility, but no, they ban it. So they will go for Hirara, but no Hanzo this time.
Very safe opening, but okay. I guess they trust the fact that, considering Siska's performance in game number 2, a lot of those big chomps, very, very important for him to actually land. If it gets blocked, sure, at least you burn a battle spell guaranteed. But now, IG respond with the Rafa alongside with the Alice. It looks like they want to do this one more time. They're already giving each other high fives. They're like, okay, we got the wombo combo that we were looking for.
This is very, very difficult to deal with right now. Hirara's burst damage is high, but once Rafaela gets that flask, it's so difficult to burn through the HP bars, especially if heroes like Alice. You're gonna need to prepare yourself for more bulky frontliners after this as well.
Yep. It's unfortunate, but it does mean that they need a strong mid laner who can actually affect the Melissa. Personally, for me,
there it is!
Kaja!
The bird is here!
I love it. I love it. I wish that it wasn't that I had to go for the Barats here, but unfortunately, it's just the case, right? They don't have a wombo combo just yet with the Kaja. Usually that comes down with the mid. Usually that also comes down to maybe the marksman, but since Melissa's already gone, you can't keep him in one place for too long, right? You gotta pull him around.
Could be an Irritel again. The AoE would certainly work with Kaja.
Not the worst idea.
Already seen them play the Irritel versus Melissa lane 2, so it's not something that goes uncomfortable with.
I hope they pick Farsa here. I think
Double bird?
Double bird? No, it is the perfect combination that they should go for. You have an direct answer to the Melissa, and you have a direct answer to getting rid of this Rafa early on to the fights. Big laughs coming in from IG as we see the Hilda, and they're all like, damn, they hate Year 3. They hate Year 3 real bad, boys.
That's 3 EXP lane bans already, by the way, so yes, you should smile at that.
Well, I mean, Hilda is kind of like a give and take here, I personally think. At the very least, Hilda still would have been really annoying for both the Kaja as well as the Hirara. Because again, you walk in at Hirara level 1, she's like, oh no, I don't have my combo points yet. Like, I can't do anything about this.
Well, IG, what are they concerned about at this point? As you mentioned, Farsa is something that Vamos would be able to benefit heavily from. So maybe IG, yup, they ban it. Properly thinking it out. No double bird today.
Yup, they should probably also get rid of... Actually, what has enough burst at this stage of the game?
Don't know. If we're talking about artillery mages, before this it was always like the Farsa and the Eve, but the Eve burst is not quite enough to handle Raph. In fact, Raph is actually quite good into Eve.
I think I got it. Wait, no. I just need one more pick. It's going to be... I think there should be a consideration for a Claude ban on IG side, because if not, Vamos is 100% going to take it. Because now they have a dedicated way to actually wombo combo with the Kaja, and they need supplementary damage from something else. What?
I feel like Vamos would still be okay with Irritel, though.
Wait,
I don't know if
Valentina ban?
They don't...
They don't want the counter alt in case the Rafa goes into the
roam? Or, you know, Valentina roam? Or Valentina EXP, actually.
What the hell? Okay, this should be Eudora ban then. Wait. Man,
Could also be Lilia? Like Lilia would also work with Kaja.
But then there's like an added level of execution added on top of it. Like you have to not only put the shadow ball,
Yeah, but you have to give out something at this point.
I think there are better picks out there. Like Eudora 100% is nasty. You can get away with this. Odette also a pretty good way to kind of like wombo combo.
Oh, that's not bad. I wouldn't mind an Odette actually, surprisingly. Oh, the Aurora, that would have also been an option.
Okay. I'm kind of like 50-50 on the Aurora, if I'm being honest.
I can see it actually.
But I don't see her like one-shotting the whole team.
She's not one-shotting the whole team. She is freezing everyone after they've been lassoed. That's a lot of control.
That is a lot of control. That is fair. That is fair. I would have liked to see like, man, the Kaja plus Aurora, and then you just add a Arlet to it. Oh my god, that would
yes. You'd be making popsicles out of them.
It'd be so good. It'd be so good. All right, this should be the Eudora here. Either Claude or Eudora.
Sounds like a Claude, yep.
Pretty straightforward, pretty straightforward.
Keeping the mid lane for last, which I think is a good idea at this point. That is what really ties this entire lineup together.
Now ruin them, IG. Pick the Eudora now. Deny it off of them. Deny it off of them, and then after that, what will be the EXP? You're up against Barats. You generally have a majority magic, so you're... No, it's already banned out. Ooh, no, you can't do that as well.
You do want front line.
I think it would just be Esme at that point.
Yeah, right? Esme is open. Terizla feels a bit slow. Gatot makes sense. There is still a pretty high chance this is Alice jungle. I wouldn't be surprised they stuck with that. So I guess Esme? Are there any EXP laners that wouldn't get easily... Oh, there is the Paquito.
And the persecuted.
Okay, so it's Paquito jungle, Alice in the EXP to deal with the Barats. Great usage of flex picks here. I gotta give it to Coach S. He even blindsided me with that one. Can't believe I completely forgot about the Paquito this entire time. But it's not like it's gonna be a very easy matchup no matter what. There's still a Kaja on the opposite side, and because you don't have Flicker, you're super susceptible after your combination to get pulled by the Divine Judgment.
It's a tough spot now for Vamos. I still feel like heroes like Lilia would probably be the best to bet just for zone control. Because you need AoE for sure. You need to be able to clear wave quickly and rotate. Something like Valier technically works against tanks, but it's a bit too slow in my opinion.
I think it kind of has to be.
Yeah.
You don't have much choice in the scenario.
No, I feel like it's just not enough damage.
It may not be enough damage, but eventually it'll come to a point where Eudora can 100-0 the Melissa, and that by itself is good enough, right?
Fair enough.
And that can be, the same thing can be said about Rafaela if she gets lead. So, generally speaking, I don't mind it. I like the usage. I like the usage of flex picks, but this has been a particularly difficult situation for both of these teams.
It just means that we have a close match on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. IG and Vamos have given us a show today at the very beginning of Week 2 of Season 18. And hopefully they can continue doing so, because it all comes down to this best of one. Will Vamos be able to keep their win streak going, or will IG show what the potential of rookies is truly capable of?
Let's find out as we head on into the land of Dawn. Let's see where these jungles actually want to start and where they're going to path. That's going to tell us a lot about how this game is going to get played. What?
Paquito EXP.
You what? But okay, I guess he clears the wave fast. We'll see his emblem setup. I'm pretty sure it's going to be like Quantum Charge, Fighter emblems or something like that.
But you have to note, this is a Siska special.
It is a Siska special. They don't have enough wave clear. What does Zeke go for his emblems if he didn't get Concussive Blast?
That's a good question. Guess we'll have to wait a moment just to check on that. This is Kaja's debut in MPL MY, so we'll see whether Zeke can set the trend, right? Oh, well, while we were talking about that, first blood forever, insta-gank on the gold lane.
Well played, well played. He took one camp, instantly ran down and found a level 2 gank, which is exactly what Hirara wants to start her snowball. Early game damage actually in favor of Vamos for the time being until Trekkie can actually leave the lane, but at least they're not losing any EXP. Let's look at the emblems, because this is so important. To pull yourselves together for the mid trio, of course. Assassin emblems, okay, nothing out of the ordinary. Traditional fighter, Quantum Charge. 4, yeah, 3, that's totally fine. And then everything else is standard. Oh, wait, hold on. Melissa actually opting to go for Mystery Shop. Purify? Yeah, Purify.
Yeah, looks like Gorokji is planning to scale this game. They know that Vamos playing for that late game. best to make sure you have some way of matching them, since you are quite committed into the bulky Rafaela rundown comp in the mid-game phase. For now, Eudora definitely being as annoying as usual in that mid lane.
Yeah, with the added benefit of having Kaja on their side to kind of like wash through them. So far, it's been going really, really well. Like Zekif as well as Clockwood staying extremely healthy, even managing to, you know, be able to heal themselves back up their regenerate without much contention. And usually, that's the big issue dealing with that.
It's not the double bird comp, it's a double lightning comp. So far, doing a good job. Ziggy flying around. Atan has the power to revitalize. Atan somehow steals the turtle. Yetri comes in, punches Error in the face. He goes down. Atan gets traded, but he's fine with that. Ziska so close to taking out Yetri, but he has to flicker out. Clockwood picks up the double kill, taking down Tricky. Do they want to keep going? Ziggy actually dashing forward. He's trying to slow down Lund, blazing through and not go. All the way from the other side of the map, picks up an assist. But Yetri comes through, punches a bird out of the sky. I thought flying was strong against fighting.
Well, maybe not in this universe. Unfortunate sense. Oh, okay. Atan getting some good damage on towards Nako's side, but man, it's really frustrating to see that despite Vamos doing everything correct, the only thing was that Ziska didn't start channeling his ult earlier. He should have channeled his ult towards Gatot's side, or at least position himself to make sure that he is a legitimate threat. Like, you're going to have to do something about this. If not, I'm going to eat you early.
Yeah, it's a little tricky. You can tell that Ziska still is kind of adapting into the tank utility EXP style, especially with how crucial Daytona's welcome is to the composition. Vamos needs him to be able to land these a lot more effectively. We've seen how other players are able to use the hero.
He needs presence. He doesn't necessarily have to hit the Daytona's welcome. He just needs to show as if he is going to. And considering the number of times he's landed the flicker Daytona's welcome, like, that should be enough behavioral analysis from Invictus Gaming to treat it like, okay, he's gonna hit it again, we gotta just respect it, or get somebody with Purify to block it, which Rockji is nowhere close to that fight.
For now, Rockji gonna be the first one to hit that item. The Corrosion Scythe already completed, but the net worth lead still slightly in favor of Vamos. Things are pretty even right now.
Gonna be dancing around for just a little bit of time as the next turtle is gonna spawn in 12 seconds, right? Now, I'm surprised that Air 44 has only gotten one successful gank at this stage of the game, but he has opted to make sure that he actually goes for two full clears rather than finding an opportunity just so that he can keep up the pace with Lund.
That is unexpected as well. You would think that Hirara should be able to clear jungle a lot faster than an Alice, but Lund is showing that the hero still has value, especially with the Rafaela combo. They control the turtle. Siska waiting for a chance to get the stun on Atan. He eats up the Gatot. Revitalize comes out. Lund secures the turtle. They get dragged back in, but Siska is the first one down. Killing spree. Double kill for the Paquito. Blazing Duet doing good damage though. Clockwood finds a return snipe. Gatot will be the first one down. They're now re-engaging on Lund. He's tanky, but he's got the flowing blood. He gets out, and the Paquito comes in with old 1-2. Unstoppable for Yetri.
Figure out what the play is exactly. Yetri should be able to get this no problem. Like, this was no questions asked. Like, his flicker was available. He had champion stance. Like, he was gonna die no matter what. I'm just surprised the fact that Siska, why isn't he using the ult early on, man? Like, are we looking to steal away the neutral objective or no? Because if it is no, we start backing off. If it is yes, then you attack the then you immediately jump onto that Alice and pray to God that at least your jungler can dodge the AOG, because that's really what it is, right? Siska can only do so much. He can either deny the retry or he can start zoning off his targets, and right now he can't do the zone.
It's weird. It felt like there was clear hesitation there, where he was like thinking, do I want to eat Atan or do I want to save it for later? And by the time he eats Atan, it's already too late to be as effective as it should be. And those lapses in judgment are costing Vamos.
Yeah, I think Vamos need to work on their timings if they want to steal neutral objectives. Here comes the conceal though. Zekif looking for an opportunity to maybe set up Divine Judgment or something like that, but really, I don't even think it's like worthwhile. As soon as Zekif, I'm pretty sure that if he happens to cast the Rafa, if he gets hit by the Baptism, then I think it should, well, is it long enough to cancel it? I don't think it'll cancel it out. They'll still be stuck in the circle,
yeah,
but at least they don't get dragged around, you know?
Red team turret has
So far, we haven't really seen a particularly successful Divine Binding from the Kaja, which is unfortunate because it's a very cool ability.
God damn it, did they change the name to
They
Divine
did
Binding?
change the name.
God damn it, why? Judgment was perfectly fine.
I agree with you, honestly. I guess they think that this judgment is reserved for one person. Well, here comes Lund. They're looking. Oh, he gets to eat this time.
Thanks,
so Error secures the turtle, and that's a lot of damage coming out of Clockhood.
What?
And while the flicker backwards though to Dream and Sun in return, Siska again gonna be the first target. Ziki flickers out. Invictus sustaining everything. Nako in a bad spot. Will he get chased down? Rookji gonna be stopped by Ziki. That should be all for now.
Yo, they need to start talking to each other. Brother mans, why aren't we talking to each other? Siska already set up for the steal. It's just what happens after that, right? Why did Clockhood release so early? And why was his main target Lund for some reason? Why couldn't it, like, at that stage, why couldn't Nako go in with the Blazing Duet early on into someone that actually makes sense, like Trekkie, for an example? There's a lot of weird things are going on here in this neutral. Oh, God.
They might be able to punish Roxy. Purify comes out. Detonas, he's fine.
As long as he has that Purify, that nobody's touching this poor guy. Well, maybe Ziki, but like even then, it's not the worst in the world.
He's perfectly okay with that. Throne of Ruin, they take down the tower, they catch out Siska. Godlike streak, 6-0 for the Paquito.
It is clear that Vamos don't feel very comfortable trying to run this comp. There's a lot of different things that are happening all at the same time, and if they don't come up to speed with how exactly they want to fight, this is going to be a very quick game for Invictus.
Yeah, this is not looking good. That EXP lane gap growing bigger. And Rookji benefiting from it as well. Vamos 3k gold behind at this point. Is still a gap they can make up if they're able to get more farm into Nako and Clockhood. But so far the initiation has just not been clean.
I don't think, oh no. So they're going to make sure that Siska is going to be the one with Dom Ice?
Wait, hold on. I think they're engaging up top. Yeah, Lund chasing them down. Vamos trying to run away, but Ziki a bit too slow. Legendary for Year 3. Throne of Ruin catches Siska, but they don't need to go for any more than that.
Yep, don't need to move any further than this. They've already done all the work, and now they slowly start stealing camps away. Make sure that Siska actually has to join up with the rest of his team if he wants to stay big, but this should be a no contest. Error 4-4 down on the bottom side to actually get this push down, and hopefully gets a tier 2 off of it because they are blitzing the Lord.
So far, this is the cleanest we've seen from IG since the season started. The confidence from the past couple games really building up on top of the mistakes that Vamos is making to turn this into a pretty one-sided performance. Kind of anticlimactic if it ends this way after what happened before.
Really is. It really, really is. Not to mention that Year 3 is actually sitting on 8-0-1. He is the main cleanup crew.
Oh, Divine Binding, they catch Tricky, but he does have the Winter Crown. AOG comes through, Tricky's alive, they dive into the back. Atan is taking so much damage, and the damage is building up from Invictus. Lund follows Ziki under tower, picks up the double kill. Blazing Duet comes out though. They find a shutdown, flicker in, the Detonas welcome, ETF3 cuts him off midway. This got trades, the job is done.
Bad shutdown on Year 3 though, pulling the score back to something that's actually desirable for Vamos. Like, they were losing a lot harder with the gold deficit, but now it's only 3.3, and with their holy shieldings, they should be able to prevent this Lord from getting an inhibitor and extending Invictus' lead even more.
Yeah, that was crucial for Vamos, and also a bit of a mistake from IG. They may have overcommitted in that one. The Lord is still so far away, you didn't need to force that.
Yeah, I'm surprised how Atan didn't get pulled. Didn't get pulled by the Divine Judgment. I think it was his passive like punch that gave him just enough distance to get across the binding.
We might have to look at that again if we get the chance. Like, they were definitely trying to save Tricky. I don't mind that too much, but diving in here was a mistake. Siska finally gets the eat, and they're fighting again. Atan nearly dead, but the Throne of Ruin in the backline catches Tree. Not gonna be able to find too much from it though. Vamos back off into their base.
Good zoning, good zoning. Catches 3, forces them back underneath their base, gets the last outer turret. And now Invictus Gaming back to where they were. 3.7k, very comfortably in their hands. Level leads on pretty much everybody but gold.
So far, Invictus still keeping a cool head about them. They understand they made a mistake previously, but that shutdown gold was huge. And it went into Natko of all people, so he has actually been able to catch up a little bit in gold. Though Roxy still slightly ahead. This means that Invictus cannot let that happen a second time. If so, this game becomes even.
Yep, and I think they're in a lot of trouble. Right now, it's a rush to the items. For Eudora, she needs to get that Lightning Truncheon to actually put Rook G in an awkward spot where he can't walk up too far in fear for his life. In comparison to Rook G, who needs at least bare minimum, a Winds of Nature to survive a potential Blazing Duet for Nako once he's fully stacked up with his, Golden Staff and Art of Thievery. But as of right now, there we go. Wind of Nature already complete. He can defend himself against Nako. The question is, will Clockwood get to that third item in time?
Yeah, next Lord is coming up in 5 seconds, so I'm not gonna have a particularly long time to think about it, and the Holy Shields will go down soon as well, so they won't have the luxury of that to depend on. Error 404 will see Yetri down here. He's still gonna have to go back home, which means that he's not in position for this Lord at all.
What? Wait, what is Error? Huh? What is Error 404 doing? He wanted to recall, decided not to recall, goes to his purple, and now is cutting through. He gets spotted out by Yetri, and this is gonna get rushed out.
Yeah, Vamos is still gonna try and go for it, but Lun secures it easily. Divine Binding doesn't do too much, but the Blazing Duet is coming through. The Wind of Nature, though. Roxy denies any DPS. Ziska, once again, left in the lurch. AOG cuts off Clock and puts him in an awkward spot. The spin doesn't even stun. Not that it would have done anything. They know Clockman's out of position. He'll sacrifice himself to make sure Nako goes home. But at this point, with the Eudora falling, Invictus have a clear path.
Oh, that was bad comms. Bad comms by Vamos. Unfortunately, the miscommunication is getting them killed right now. Like, they're initiating fights in hopes that Invictus Gaming is going to back off, but if they know exactly where Hirara is, nobody's afraid of anything.
Oh, instant taunt! Oh no! This of error 404! Page not found! He goes down in an instant, Blazing Duet denied by the Winter Crown. Double kill for the Rafaela of all people. Nako gets a killing spree, but the Lord is literally breaking straight in. Siska's being denied by the Melissa ult. Honestly, surviving a lot longer than it thought. Somehow gets the trade on the Ra. They're trying to hold, but the Lord will collide with the Crystal, and they just don't have any damage to stop it. Invictus Gaming gets the reverse sweep.
Oh man, I thought he's feeling it right now. He was already taunting before the crystal even broke, and even after the minions got pushed out for just a couple of seconds, still able to close out this game. Good job as IG take the game 2-1 against Vamos.
This is going to be a massive confidence boost and a big stock breaker for Invictus. They didn't look very solid last week, but this time around they've taken down the defending runner-ups, the team that scored top 8 at MSC, with a rookie lineup as well. Looking good.
Looking as good as they can possibly get here. And honestly, at least Ruff stepped up after game number 1. It was like, okay, trying to play it fair. Decided it's time to not play fair anymore. There's just no point. We gotta get these wins. That being said, let's have a conversation with our winners, IG with Rose up on stage.
Berjaya reverse sweep Team Vamos. Invictus Gaming comes out on top. And of course, di atas pentas bersama dengan Rose, kita ada Yetri dan juga Lun. Congratulations, boys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, mungkin kita boleh start dulu kot dengan game pertama. Sebab game tu, first dia nampak macam Vamos ada upper hand. Tiba-tiba IG pula boleh fight back. So the question is it because of the Hanzo yang punca you guys kalah game pertama dan you guys dah dapat adapt game kedua ke memang it's just execution problem daripada
it's just execution problem lah, bukan Hanzo. Hanzo bukan ada problem. Problem dia dekat saya sebab saya mati tu. Saya terlalu disrespect enemy, so kalah.
Okay, you mentioned that Hanzo is not a problem. So, pendapat Yetri tentang Hanzo, it's not really a good pick lah. Bukan viable sangat di meta ini.
Bukan meta hero.
Oh, okay. Now, mungkin kita pun boleh discuss tentang coaching staff IG lah kot. Sebab musim ni kita jarang nampak Coach Bam di pentas MPL. So, beza ke ada Coach Bam atas pentas dan tak ada Coach Bam?
Tak ada, sebab orang dekat Game House pun dapat pressure daripada dia. Kat atas pun sama je dapat pressure. So, dia mesti ada kat dalam korang punya fikiran lah.
Dekat mana-mana dia ada pressure. Biasanya dia cakap apa
Biasa dia akan marah.
Oh, marah?
Marah je.
Tapi dia selalu nampak macam fun-fun je. Ya ke dia marah?
Just ada alter ego.
Itu persona MPL je lah. Tapi dekat rumah memang kuat marah lah.
Memang kuat marah.
Tapi kita boleh nampak lah kot hasilnya. Mungkin dia nampak potential yang besar kepada rookie-rookie pemain IG kan. And of course kita pun nak borak dengan Lun. Hello.
Hello.
Nampak Lun ni macam very happy-go-lucky lah. Happy lah menang hari ni? Okay, Lun. tadi Yetri cakap Hanzo bukan masalah pun di perlawanan ini and of course dia pun rasa Hanzo bukan viable jungler. Bagi Loon, kenapa pula Alice keluar di Land of Dawn hari ini?
Kenapa ya? Itu karena kita udah prepare juga sih. Emang hero kita.
Oh, memang hero Loon lah. Apa yang membuat Alice sangat-sangat OP dalam perlawanan tadi? Kenapa you rasa dia sepatutnya di-pick?
Karena dia objektif kuat. Strong objektif.
Strong objektif. So you rasa dia boleh dimain dekat rank lah? Ataupun memang ikut draft?
Boleh.
Boleh. Okay, satu lagi soalan yang mungkin agak personal lah kot untuk Loon. Kita tahu di mana musim lepas IG ada jungler terbaik yang semua orang rasa like, you know what, he deserves to stay in IG. Tapi Loon datang musim ini, rookie face, fresh blood. Ramai orang ada ekspektasi tinggi. Of course, you are replacing one of the best junglers, import junglers yang kita ada di Malaysia. Adakah itu membuat you rasa pressure bila you are filling such big shoes?
Enggak sih. Ya, kalau pressure nggak ada pressure sih. Yang penting kita main aja. Main dalam sistem tim kita lah. Kita bakal dapetin yang terbaik buat tim kita.
Buat yang terbaik, tak ada pressure, have fun. Betul?
Yeah, have fun.
Are you having fun? So far, okay ke dekat Malaysia?
Okay.
Fun?
Yeah, fun.
Very
fun.
Apa yang you suka dekat Malaysia?
Ayam gebuk.
Aduh, Loon. Alright guys, so kita pun sedang saksikan perlawanan reverse sweep tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP. So agak-agaknya siapakah MVP anda? Mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Yetri! Okay. Why? Apa ni? Memang, you know what? Very good vibes di Invictus Gaming. So, Yetri, your next match, AC. After berjaya reverse sweep Team Vamos hari ini, betapa confidentnya Yetri untuk menentang dengan AC?
Sorry?
How confident are you to go up against AC as your next?
100%.
100%?
Semua match 100%.
Semua match 100%. Memang datang dengan mindset dan confidence lain lah untuk musim ini. So, does it mean you ada 110% confident dekat rookie-rookie player dalam IG?
Betul. Saya semua sebab diorang deserve kan. Diorang deserve the spot. Diorang pun work hard dengan saya. So, saya confident je.
Ini senior yang kita kena keep an eye on and of course keep an example on. Percaya dengan rookie-rookie player. Yetri, any words kepada fans?
Untuk fans, supporter IG, supporter kawan-kawan yang datang hari ni, even dekat TikTok, live stream, thank you tengok kita orang, thank you support. Apa korang, tak ada MPL, tak ada e-sport, tak ada industri ni. Thank you so much.
Alright, terima kasih Yetri, Loon dan sekali lagi tahniah atas kemenangan ini. With that, mari let's throw it back to the casters to analyse apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan pertama kita hari ini.
Thank you so much, Rose. Give it up for our MVP up on that stage. Yeah, 3 comes back to Malaysia after his some time of being transferred over to MPL ID. Didn't get much other than just the single game, but he comes back with a strong vengeance. 9-2-4. He was 8-0 at one point.
Paqueto's still strong, man. It's still so difficult to handle. I'm sure a lot of us were wondering, hey, should Paqueto be in the EXP lane? But for me personally, he's always better as a laner than a jungler, and you can see the impact of that. And fighters do love a bit of healing.
They do. They love a bit of healing, but also with the terms of his item build as well, making sure that he understands that there is tempo in this game and understanding that there is a cycle as they go through these fights. Getting the Winter Crown is actually a pretty smart option here as a means to kind of protect yourself from, from the Kaja, right? The Divine Binding. If you look on the opposite side, even Tricky opted to go for that third item Winter Crown as well, rather than being like, oh, I gotta focus on anti-heal and all that nonsense.
It's a good idea and instantly shows why teams maybe aren't leaning too much towards the Kaja pick. There is already a known counterplay in terms of itemization, and it is honestly very difficult to maneuver this bird. You can see that Zkeep, even when he was able to get those Divine Bindings out, isn't really able to pull people anywhere because there's a lot of crowd control nowadays. A lot of people don't really even mind too much being pulled towards the enemy team since this is a rundown comp in the end.
It is a rundown comp, but I think the scary thing that most people fail to recognize is what is the first item for Zkeep? He has to go Fleeting Time. And if he has to go fleeting time, that means he can't get the smaller components or build up into a Dom Ice, which is the natural counter to deal with Tricky. So in terms of items, right, you not only have to make sure that you have the Winsome nature to protect yourself, you need a Winner Crown on top of everything else, just so that you can avoid the big ult on one side from Vamos. And Vamos, unfortunately, didn't respect the opposite side enough to be like, hey, have the anti-heal at the right time, especially in the early phase of the game where they needed it the most. This is why we're seeing a lot of awkward moments between the team wanting to take the turtle and then realizing that all their poke damage is not really going anywhere.
Yeah, a big issue this game, as you already pointed out, seems to be miscommunication, which is weird considering the experience Vamos is supposed to have. There were cases where some people were fighting here, some were fighting there. Siska clearly seemed uncomfortable on the Barats, wasn't really able to get Daytona's welcome at the right times or the right targets or the right place. There was the weird Error 404 bottom lane push at the late game where he just got instantly disrupted by Year 3. And then after that, like, what can Clockhoon really do in this situation?
I mean, Clockhoon is just looking to get in position to one-shot people. But again, with the composition just designed to kind of run at you and kind of like break you apart into many different pieces, that's exactly what happened in the final fight where everybody was basically everywhere,
That's
right?
why I was thinking, like, probably Lilia would have been a little better here.
Honestly, like, if we're thinking about whether Lilia is going to be good enough to be able to not only handle the lane, honestly, it does the opposite, because you'll never be able to, like, shadow ball down the Rafaela once she hits level 2. It's the exact same problem, if not worse. And you don't have the utility of the stun or wombo combo with the Kaja as well. So you're just kind of like, Kaja, you slow, and then I hope that I'm able to, like, land the shots.
Perhaps. I think that Vamos unfortunately just didn't get the right pieces in this time around.
Well,
maybe
here's the argument for the right pieces, right?
Okay.
With this particular clip, if I remember this correctly, we're gonna play this in slow-mo, of course. I'm looking at Siska specifically because his job is so vital in these fights. Once Atan has already gotten past, there's nothing that you can do at this stage of the game. However, shouldn't you already be charging your ult? As soon as they start moving within your zone of influence, this is where I think the mistake inevitably happened, right here. Siska, it doesn't matter if he goes up or down, he needs to control this area of the map. If he doesn't control it and he already sees the flowing blood through, at that point, you should already be charging your ultimate at that stage of the game. He wants to just hop over the wall, but I really think if he just held on to this ultimate, he can manipulate the timings of when it happens. And he needs to communicate this with his jungler to say, hey, slow down for half a second. I can guarantee you this Lord, if he presses his button sooner, you just need to make sure that the turtle is not low enough to be retreat yet.
Yeah, I feel like if he had charged up the Daytona's welcome a little sooner, it might have made Lun second guess, actually, jumping to the flowing blood, right? If he did, he gets eaten. If he doesn't, I think this guy was just afraid of wasting it, right? It's the thought process of like, oh, I have to wait until he actually jumps to it before I commit the ult, but that's the wrong way of thinking already.
I mean, that's the problem. It's hard to make those decisions because you only see the impact after it like 5-10 seconds later down the line, right? And that's the problem here. Every time I see this play, it's just, I wish he pulled it off earlier, but that's not the only thing that we're concerned about, because where is Zekif in this fight? He's sitting in like the middle of nowhere here, where he wants to deny the space away from Year 3 specifically, but really, the fight has already begun at this start, and he moves a little too late. Because of this dispersed style and the fact that Trekkie comes in late into the fight, Zekif, by the time he actually gets this pick onto Rockji, it's too late. They've lost all the important parts of the composition, they've lost the neutral objective, and they're pulling Rockji in a position where he can actually affect all the remaining members. See, the flicker comes on through, Divine, the Holy Baptism comes through.
Is huge.
Yup, and then Muddles instantly. A free fight just like that.
The Divine Binding basically pulled Rockji into the position he wanted to be in anyway, because by then, Clockhoon's full combo had been spent on the front line, right?
Exactly.
Like, there's just no sync between the team fight from Vamos, and it's weird, because they're normally good at this.
Exactly. So, when we see this next clip, you'll see a lot of the same similarities actually happen, except this time, it's already after, and the fight immediately breaks through. We see the big ultimates already pulling together the members, and unfortunately, once you see Natco actually jump in to try and go for it, what happened? I mentioned it in the game. Winds of Nature, Winter Crown. Those early rushes made all the difference in this game. Rockji, unfortunately, he can't rush it, but he already had enough of a lead to buy it for himself.
Honestly, earlier there, you could also see that Cisco was just kind of hovering awkwardly, like if you reverse it slightly to where the Blazing Duet was happening. Like, what is Cisco really doing? Right? Sort of, like, at this point, Zkeef is basically dead. He has to back off. Clockun's already spent all his resources. Nako goes in to try and do damage. Cisco is attempting to back him up, but if you really look at what's happening, right?
Walking into the wall.
Yeah. Like, but if you just look at what's happening, the Blazing Duet is not doing any damage.
Yep.
At that point, it's like, there's nothing you can do here. It's time to go.
Yep, and that's the thing, right? He wants to pull away the attention of everybody so they just start kiting down instead of running to the BMI direction so that Nako can get out of there, which I don't think is a bad idea. That's why you see that Atan, he's guessing where he is and obviously just jumps in with the AOG. But at that point, the entire positional composition has already been broken. And there's nothing you can really do about it at that stage of the game, right? And as they chase Clockun down, like, I really think that what should have happened right from the very beginning of this clip, where is he? Here we go. Darn thing is blocking where this position. All right, there we go. Clockun comes in, he goes for this full combination, but it's already too late. And then Zkeef has already like tried to make his binding really, really good, but they didn't hit any of the priority targets that they were looking for in the first place. In this case, it should have been Rockji. It should have been Rockji who was targeted rather than Lone. Lone is just too tanky to cut through at this stage of the game.
I also feel like one big issue with Kaja is just how it's a similar issue to a lot of tanks that are highly reliant on one singular big ultimate.
Yes.
You have to start fights with it. But there's no other tools you can use to maybe force out resources before you use the big ultimate.
Exactly.
That's why Atlas is so good, right?
Exactly. You're painting the perfect picture here. This is the big difference between utility style supports with big setting ultimates compared to a kit that naturally has CC and a big game-changing ultimate. That's why we're seeing that Belleric as well as Atlas are the two foremost premium tanks in the metagame as of right now for those two abilities that they have. The Ancient Sea, the Wrath of the Dryad, perfect match alongside with the Fatal Links.
Having ways to make your opponent spend Purify, spend Wind of Nature before the big ult is crucial. Because here, Zkeef has to start the fight with a big ult. And because he only has the one big ult, all of the rest of Vamos has to commit. Because if they don't commit on the big ult, they've wasted the big ult. But then they just spend their Winter Crowns, spend their Wind of Natures, and then after that, it's like, all right, guess it's our turn.
That's why it should have happened from the get-go. That was the big issue. The first early turtles kind of set up the pace for how the game is supposed to look like once we start transitioning into third turtle and the Lord, where you see most of the times teams either give up the first two turtles, go for the third turtle, try to contest it. If they can't, they contest Lord afterwards. If not, just win right from the first turtle, and then you're kind of set.
I think it's clear that Vamos was not the most comfortable with this. Zkeef, probably not the most used to playing Kaja yet. Ziska, we've already mentioned it multiple times, and that's your Roam and EXP, right? You need them to open map, get information. We've already mentioned how important they are in this meta. Without them, it's hard for the rest to follow up.
See, this is why I think that this Barat's pick early on for Ziska was a mistake. And I think they could have held on. They might even be able to give it over, right? They could have held on to it. They could have held the Paquito as a means for counter drafting rather than just the Hirara, and then eventually gone to Lapu, which is probably the only combo starter. So it's that EXP pick that really hurt them overall. With that being said, though, this concludes our very first match. Next one, BTRM facing off against SRG. But first, just a mic check from our previous series.
Scan berapa scan? Aku ikutin sih Nolan deh.
3 dia.
Nice, ikutin deh. Tuh. Nak try back aku. Aku aman sih.
Ini Nolan.
Aku tak. Lagi pelan-pelan. Melisa bagi dia balik ya.
Ada lot guys, ada lot.
Pakai lot.
Main chill, kasih bocil mainnya, kasih bocil main.
Ya, aku pundukan yang terus datang ah.
Ini pukulin ini orang saya.
Ya, sabar. Dolen ah. Terus keluar. Buat dolen.
Bareng lord udah ente, santai.
Ini gas saya depan dulu.
Nice.
Ada gua nih kawan.
Ya, ini depan lu. Dia beri slot. Dan gua itu. Santai boy. Nice.
Bola lagi.
Aman, tempel aja terus.
Bawa. Depan, masuk depan satu orang.
Aman.
Sama kan.
Baras dulu.
Barat batai.
Lihat bawah. Bawa. Aman. Siap.
Batai. Nice. Kata. Gas. Boleh. Nice, aman guys. Gak ada hitter, santai aja.
Aman. Press aja.
Press aja.
Tipis. Etek aja tipis.
Tahu.
Tower lock.
Dia nggak bisa clear.
Tahu. Santai.
Easy. Nice fun.
Santai, nggak boleh habis lagi. Ada damage dia.
Ya, aman. Respect ya guys, tapi ya.
Aman, gak ada one.
Gua lagi.
Mimi.
Hero dulu. Hero.
Nyawa.
Bye Boci.
Ini nggak masuk.
Mini nggak masuk.
Bye.
Nak lebih power? Jom.
Cherry. Exoki vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exoki vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joydify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Wanna get more? Wanna grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joydify now and get a chance to try Joydify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joydify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni. Boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV Tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di Tonton sekarang.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Cherry. Exotic vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joydify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Wanna get more? Wanna grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joydify now and get a chance to try Joydify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joydify now.
MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV Tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di Tonton sekarang.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Cherry. Exotic vibe like power on wangi June tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power on wangi June tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joydify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Wanna get more? Wanna grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joydify now and get a chance to try Joydify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joydify now.
MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV Tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di Tonton sekarang.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Cherry. Exoki vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exoki vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joytify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Wanna get more? Wanna grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joytify now and get a chance to try Joytify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joytify now.
MPL Malaysia dekat tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni. Boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di tonton sekarang.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Cherry. Exoki vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exoki vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joydify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Wanna get more? Wanna grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joydify now and get a chance to try Joydify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joydify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat Tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni. Boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV Tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di Tonton sekarang.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Cherry. Exotic vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power on wangi tune tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joydify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Wanna get more? Wanna grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joydify now and get a chance to try Joydify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joydify now.
MPL Malaysia dekat tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang di tonton sekarang.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Gunakan dunia digital anda di sini.
Di Toda Academy, anak saya berpeluang untuk belajar dan eksplor minat dia.
Akademi kami mencorak masa depan industri game.
Di Toda Academy, saya boleh eksplor banyak ilmu baru.
Akademi kami melahirkan juara e-sport masa hadapan.
Cipta impian anda bersama kami di Toda Academy.
Cultured by Toda.
Cherry. Exotic vibe like power on wangi June tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power on wangi June tiada lawan aura boom 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joydify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Wanna get more? Wanna grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joydify now and get a chance to try Joydify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joydify now.
Tengok MPL Malaysia dekat tonton dapat skin idaman? Stream MPL Malaysia musim ke-18 live ditonton mulai 14 Ogos sehingga 1 November ni boleh menang sampai 40,000 diamonds. Siapa nak bagi? Senang je. Stream perlawanan MPL Malaysia di live TV tonton untuk mengumpul mata. Lagi lama korang tonton, lagi tinggi peluang untuk menang. Imbas kod QR untuk maklumat lanjut dan mula kumpul mata korang ditonton sekarang.
Nak lebih power? Jom!
Gunakan dunia digital anda di sini.
Di Toda Academy, anak saya berpeluang untuk belajar dan eksplor minat dia.
Akademi kami mencorak masa depan industri game.
Di Toda Academy, saya boleh eksplor banyak ilmu baru.
Akademi kami merayakan juara e-sport masa harapan.
Cipta impian anda bersama kami di Toda Academy.
Cultured by Toda.
Ditelan air mata, selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel it ain't no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi arang. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit
satu hati, satu jiwa. Bangkit bersama kita wira arena. Dari bayar ke nyala api, nama kita terpahat di bumi.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Adakah takdir lemas ditelan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
MPL Malaysia Season 18 is powered by Muntan. Presented by Celcom Digi Prepaid 5G. Dominate every match with unlimited 5G power with unlimited internet, speed, entertainment and hotspot. Celcom Digi, the 5G prepaid for millions of Malaysians. Infinix Note 60 Pro is not what you think. Powered by Snapdragon 7S Gen 4, featuring 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber Cooling, active metric display and 90-watt wired plus 30-watt wireless charging. Get yours now at Infinix Official Store or TikTok Shop Infinix Malaysia. Grab, the official food delivery partner of MPL Malaysia. Don't let hunger cost you the game. Stay fueled, stay focused. Order Grab food from 9 PM to 4 AM and earn 5% Grab coins. Todak Academy, a leader in digital creative education where potential becomes success, powering the future with industry-driven STEM and TVET. Official automotive partner Cherry. Official deodorant and fragrance sponsor X. Official top-up partner Joytify. Official content partner Media Prima. Official streaming partner Tonton. Strategic partners Yamaha, Nandos, TNT Co, Quill City Mall. Official camera partner Opsbot. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
Okey lah Vel, aku rasa aku nak bagi tahu satu fakta yang di mana aku rasa SRG akan menang juga season ni.
Engkau tak habis saja, tak habis saja. Kau ni macam netizen lah tu. Relax ah, BTR akan menang. Kau relax je, kau relax je.
BTR ada siapa tu?
Come on lah. Ciku, Cibi, Savage bro. Kau ada apa?
Kau nak cerita Chibi punya savage? Kau nak cerita Chibi punya savage? Habis innocent tu bukan savage ke?
Alah tu senang je bro. Kita orang N, siapa kita yang N kan?
Okey tak apa. Okey tak apa kalau kau nak cakap macam tu. Aku dah ada 5 piala.
Kalau cerita pasal piala, kau tengok
Vamos yang akan menang week 4. SRG akan.
Dia kena kenapa? Kau dah kenapa? Vamos dah. Kau dengar dia punya lagu. Alah vamos.
Vamos dah tak kuat lah sebab dah tak ada sepat.
Betul lah sepat je carry gila. Ini apa? Siska. Tapi Siska pun kuat agak sebenarnya.
Kuat juga.
Nanti Era tak ada. Era tak ada.
And there you have it, our analyst desk. Honestly, I thought they'd be a lot nicer, but they weren't. So that's one of the few things that we have here at MPL MY live in MPL Arena at Quill City Mall. You're missing your opportunity if you haven't bought your tickets to come on and watch the show live, because let me tell you, everybody in this audience is pumped up for the game ahead of us here today. We've already witnessed one best of 3. We're looking at our second series of the day. It's going to be BTRM facing up against our very own Selangor Red Giants. My name is Gideon Q, of course. This is Sadafa here to bring you all the action that is going to be happening here today in week number 2, day number 1 of the MPL MY. Sadafa, we saw our very first game here, and it was already looking pretty good. But do you think the community is going to agree with everything that's going to happen here today and our upcoming game?
That's hard to say, you know. There's a lot of differing opinions, but I think one thing we can all agree on is that we can dominate every match with Cellcom TG prepaid 5G. You can experience unlimited 5G power with unlimited internet, speed, entertainment, and hotspot with Cellcom TG, the 5G prepaid for millions of Malaysians.
And soon, maybe one day, around the world.
Maybe, you never know.
You never know. Huh? I'm telling you. They've already got a great system going on here in Malaysia. And that's why so many have already taken the change to convert on over to Cellcom DG as their main telco. Don't forget, their 5G plan looking something to be the greatest and the best that we've had in a while. Speaking of codes, you guys can also redeem yours here today to get some of the in-game rewards that we have for you. Redeem them, scan the QR code. You know the drill. It's the same as every other week. Now, let's talk about the upcoming games here, because BTRM and as well as SRG are now the only 2 teams that are currently at a 100% win rate here, and only one of them, unfortunately, is going to carry that momentum.
All right, it's quite the impactful day having 2 winning streaks be broken just like that, but it really was quite a surprise, our first match of the day. I think everyone were expecting Vamos to be the favorites going into it, but IG has shown that there is potential in the newbies. But if we're talking about rising names versus established veterans, we look no further than this matchup right here.
Oh yeah, we're looking at the EXP alongside with the supports. It's James in comparison to Cram, GR Boy in comparison to Yums, and the numbers are staggering because they're a lot closer after their first weeks of the MPL. And to be fair, at least they played a decent amount of games at the same time.
We can actually look at it overall, and it does slightly lean towards SRG, especially in Cram's case, but between GR Boy and Yums, the numbers are a lot more closer, with GR Boy actually coming on top in certain situations. Now, Yums doesn't seem to agree with these statistics up here, and I imagine he's eager to prove why that he feels that way. But SRG have definitely started the season off very, very strongly, right? No holds barred, no messing around. They were merciless in their first match.
And that's exactly what I want to see here, especially with a brand new lineup like this. Let's pull it up onto the screen right now, because if we're talking about Vitality, we have to talk about Bigatron Malaysia by Vitality. With Chiku Guys, GR Boy, Zay, Chibi, and along as James as the dedicated main lineup. The 2 standouts here have to be Chiku Guys and Chibi as the main win conditions of the team. If Chibi's doing badly, eventually Chiku will do well. If Chiku's doing badly, somehow Chibi is able to drag the game out long enough for him to be relevant.
The Chi-Chi combo has definitely been winning hearts for a long time at this point, but I do think it's great that Chibi's presence allows the team to play not always around Chiku. He is the CEO, but he doesn't have to be the one always closing things out.
I don't know about that. Well, based on the games that we've seen last week, it seems like their default is to play for Mr. President, play for the CEO.
But at least there's options.
I agree that there's options, but I want to see them really push it in today, especially against a proven lineup in Selangor Red Giants as the away team. With Cram, Sakai, Stormy, Yums, and as well as Innocent, they are adding polish very early on into the season, which most teams don't do until the last 3 weeks.
But we have to ask the question of whether SRG is going to be as creative as we see in other teams. Earlier today, IG brought out a lot of different comps, lots of different heroes. SRG hasn't quite done that yet. And of course, you could say they don't really need to, but I'm hoping we get to see that old classic SRG creativity.
Oof.
They also have Skies still remaining on the Rain lineup, so are they not taking turns this season?
Or maybe they're just waiting for Uni at the very end. Oh, who knows? Maybe playoffs will see him maybe in the next international.
Maybe.
We already have Yubes by the caster desk already looking over to what the PM is up to. You know, Mars last time had the opportunity to see him. Now it's Sunfrost.
He's focused, man.
Yeah, he wants to know.
Dude.
He wants to know what's up.
Okay.
Love getting a reaction out of the players just before we start getting into the game. But yeah, that's the scary part right now. Do they have to depend on the Chi-Chi combo? Are they going to be playing to improve themselves, or are they looking to play just for the win?
I'm hoping to see a little bit more from BTR as well, right? Only, have they played 2 matches? I can't remember which teams have played 2 matches.
BTR? Yeah, BTR has played 2 matches.
Okay, well, my memory is not what it used to be, but I want to see a little more, right? I think Chiku, Chibi are established. I want to see more from GR Boy, James. I really like what Z has been doing. I really enjoy his growth.
Yep, he's been looking great, but can he reach the greatness that Cram has established here in MPL MY? But it's time to walk out. Malaysian Red Robots came into Season 18 blazing, already securing 2 victories. Now they've got another red team in their sights, the Red Giants. All eyes are on the new players and also frontliners of the team, James and GR Boy. Can they hold the line and lead BTRM to another big win? Programmed to go against the odds, this is Bigatron Malaysia by Vitality!
Unstoppable Giants are here! Still undefeated and still hungry for more W's in the regular season. With an all-star roster and Yums and Cram ready to take command, the Red Giants are here to put another challenger in their place. The throne is theirs. The battlefield is theirs. Always confident, always ready. Make some noise! Selangor Red Giants!
Next, of course, we welcome the coaching staff of both the teams, the masterminds behind every single one of their matches. Of course, we have joined with us today League Operator Eric to ensure every game runs fairly and smoothly. From the side of BTRM, we have Head Coach Kenji and Coach Cody Banks as assistant coach. From Selangor Red Giants is Coach Arcadia as head coach and Azora Vecchi as assistant.
As usual, let's trade some fist bumps up on this stage as both teams make ready to find out who will be the superior red upon the land of dawn today. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. This shall be the tale of how the Red Robots take on the Red Giants.
Now, considering everything that we've seen here already in week number 1 and some of the behaviors from some of these players from last season, it feels clear to me that at least I don't see a different direction for BTRM. They have yet to show me. They've shown glimpses, but not enough to say this is a dedicated strategy that we will whip out.
I will agree with you so far. While they have options outside of Chiku, it still does seem to go back to making sure he's able to scale up and take over that late game. I do think that most of the players have improved. I've already shouted out how Z looks very good for being still a very new player himself, only like half a season here. GR Boy and James have performed solidly, and I'm eager to see if they can continue working on that chemistry.
Funny enough, we actually had a bit of a conversation with GR Boy. We asked him, do you have an idol here in MPL MY? And guess what he said? He said Yums! I like his Badang and Cho against him. I can't really say how the match will go, but SRG is still very strong. So obviously, there's idols, there's Yums who knows how to mess around a little bit, but GR Boy, the fact that he idolizes Yums, from idols to rivals, we come to this point again.
Yeah, it's great to see players being able to face off against people that they've looked up to, that they've inspired, and potentially have a chance of taking them down. But it's not going to be an easy journey. Badang and Cho, definitely not heroes you get to see very often anymore. The few times they've showed up haven't exactly been the most successful, but we do know that SRG likes to fall back to the classics. The Badang is still something they like to pick up from time to time, but a lot of other heroes have gained traction, and I'm eager to see what they will want to go for this time around.
You know, speaking of interesting heroes, I think so far Chiku guys has been the one who's been whipping out some of the more interesting stuff.
That's true.
The Ixia, for an example, has been, you know, one and done. He's also shown that he's capable of playing Irithel. We just saw Irithel earlier today into the Melissa matchup, so that could change a couple of things up. And then there is Chibi, the Fanny-less player, and yet somehow, teams have been giving him either all the attention or none of the attention.
He does command a strong presence. This guy has been making a name for himself ever since he debuted at MPL MY so many seasons ago. And despite not having Fanny within his repertoire, somehow still finding a way to make things work. He definitely specialized in the utility junglers, but he's no slouch when it comes to assassins outside of Fanny either.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out, did he join in Season 6 or was it Season 7 with Orange at first?
No, with Homeboys.
With Homeboys immediately?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Or was it? Actually?
I feel like it was Orange and then there was a bit of a transition. No, sorry. I'm thinking of Stormy. That's my bad.
Yeah.
That's my bad. With that being said, it is time to get this drafting phase started. Let's figure out where exactly we're going to be playing. Of course, we've got Badang to initiate us as we start heading on into the most important phase some people may have considered as we get into the arena here. Let's figure out what map we're going to go on.
I hope it's gonna be something fun here. I still enjoy expanding rivers myself, you know, accelerate the game state. Not that it needs to be nowadays. Everything is determined through that early state. But it looks like it is the rivers today. I think that's a very good testing ground for BTR against the Red Giants.
My only problem with the expanding rivers splash art, why is Lapu so skinny? He's not like jacked. Right? Compared to like our Badangs, like he's always jacked no matter how you see him.
Maybe water has a slimming effect.
Need some stitches? I can help.
No, technically it does, right? Like if you look underwater, you're all wavy or like differently shaped.
You're telling me that he's refracted from his actual size? I don't think that's the case. He's not even completely underneath the water as well.
But just built different.
He's just built different. He's not ulting right now. That's why. Yes. BTRM find themselves on the blue side. SRG find themselves on the red side on second pick. And immediately the bans are coming through and they're looking very standard here. Melissa alongside with the Atlas. First couple of bans from Kenji. And Coach Arcadia is like, wait, I just realized. Wait a minute. Is Coach Arcadia's IGN Coach Arcadia or just Arcadia? Because if Kenji doesn't have Coach next to it, did he request for it? Or is Coach Arcadia supposed to be Coach Arcadia?
I don't think I've seen the word coach on other coaches. So...
Suspicious!
Maybe it's a title.
I have an MSC championship. What do you guys have? Yeah, I get the coach
You have
title.
to earn coach. It's like when you're playing an RPG and you earn like a title you can show
that you can
above
put underneath
name.
your bar. Yeah. Wait, actually, even MLBB does have that. They
Yeah,
still
you're
have
right,
those
actually.
these days.
So his is coach.
His is coach. That's so funny. Freya finally gets banned out. Why on the blue side, dear God? Why? These are not blue side bans here, but it does open up whether it's Fanny or Hirara. It's gonna be Hirara.
Yeah, logically speaking, unless Chibi suddenly shows us that, hey, I can play Fanny after all.
Or unless Coach Arcadia is able to make a hard read saying maybe Kenji prioritizes the Belleric over it. And then that changes what the first pick is going to be. Or even arguably even Uranus, as we've seen some of the other regions early on in their Season 2 as well.
That is a possibility. I think so far BTR has given James Barat quite often, so that's also a hero they like to prioritize on their side. Then of course we can't forget the Paquito, still very flexible. SRG will get rid of the Uranus first. But there's a lot of question marks, right? The Hirara, Fanny, Barat, Paquito, Melissa is banned.
There's literally no safe opener without a massive trade on the red side, which is why a lot of teams actually like prefer to lean into the red side for those moments. And you even get the last pick at the very end. So we get Paquito here first, which would mean that Hirara goes on to the opposite side. I wouldn't put it past it. I wouldn't put it past the guys to say no to it.
But also, Skies has prioritized Leomord so far. He's played like basically only Leomord?
No, his first games against IG, he was using Hirara.
Okay. I'm getting old.
I'm trying to figure out what else. I don't think he's shown anything else. And to be fair, there was a specific reason for the Leomord as well. So it's either we see the support system or the actual bullet itself be put on display.
There is still the possibility of like Belleric Raph as well, right? That duo is still here, but I hear a Barat's being locked in along with the Raph, so not quite Belleric. They're going for the big dinosaur, which means that BTR kind of has to pick Belleric here to avoid SRG grabbing it too.
I think first you got to get the Esme, unless you really want to like put Paquito in a position where you're just going to clear waves and you have to out-tempo the Barats, and Cram is pretty good at manipulating his waves. Like, there's a lot of times where he dies for his waves, knowing that he's going to lose basically nothing for it, for the sake of tempo for his team and his own lane.
He's a very decisive player. While I don't think he's quite been popping off the same way he used to.
I mean, it's hard with
outside of Uranus.
Yeah, you know? I mean, with so many tanks, it's like, how do you pop, quote-unquote, pop off?
Yeah, it's basically just Uranus, and it's already banned over. The BTR gotta make a choice. What do they want? Do they want the tree? I do hear the tree. They lock in Belleric. They lock in Carmilla.
Oh my god, why are they doing this? So they want more ways to control the neutral objective because Atlas isn't around, but this means that you can like pick Valentina. So that means you still have a 2-for-1 in terms of like alt, in terms of like AoE alt for the fight. I don't particularly like it because it immediately shows where exactly the Paquito was going to go. But to be fair, I think there was no questions asked that Chibi was going to go for the Paquito, which is a good read by Coach Arcadia. But the Belleric immediately, like, it loses the allure of hiding your draft.
But I mean, they don't really have much of a choice. It's either you pick the Belleric now or you let SRG have Raph, Belleric, Barats, and that's gonna be a hard time for anyone, especially against with the Paquito already too. But that also releases the Hirara, so SRG in a pretty good spot with their opening draft.
Yeah, but BTR, I'm actually pretty happy about this as well, because at the end of the day, you've got 3 dedicated heroes who take Hirara on very easily. Like, there's not much that Hirara can do in the early stages of the game unless they really catch BTRM with their pants down for the finishers, or maybe even initiation, but I don't see where the damage is coming from just yet.
Yeah, but neither side has revealed their gold lane yet. So it's hard to say exactly what the plan is in regards to that late game scaling. We do know that both sides prefer to go into late games since both Chiku and Innocent are known for their marksman potential. That's going to be a fun matchup to watch in the lane as well. For now, SRG does actually ban Sicilian. For a moment, I was wondering, like, what are the chances that BTR might pull out the combo, but I wouldn't really say it would be the game to do so either.
It's not even that great, if I'm being perfectly honest. I don't think that, like, yes, there is it kind of allows Carmilla to do whatever she wants, then she can take a Concussive Blast, help out with the wave, but...
Oh, question, actually.
Yeah.
If Carmilla is Ethan, Can Cecilion pull her out?
No.
Okay.
If she is stunned, because she has to press the button.
Okay.
So if she is stunned or CC, she can't. It's like a battle spell. You can't press it unless it's like purified.
Gotcha. All right. Just wanted to make sure of that.
No worries. It's tough. We're getting more and more interactions in these games, and some of them work really, really weird. Glue, really good ban here for the side of BTRM. That was probably the only thing that was going to ruin their overall composition, because again, Glue can fight forever. BTRM don't necessarily want that just yet.
Yeah, BTRM also know that with a Rafaela, you usually will want at least 2 frontline tanks, so getting rid of those options is right now on the forefront. Next best option would probably be Esme for SRG, so I wonder if BTR will decide to get rid of that as well.
Tough call, actually. Tough call to say for certain, because I feel like Valentina is the big question mark for BTRM. Like, do they ban it out or do they give it over to SRG for all intents and purposes?
Well, right now, I think it's highly likely that Stormy will be playing a Raph, so there's already a less likelihood for Valentina to show up.
They're the ones that ban it out.
Themselves.
What? So what's the other ultimate they don't want BTRM to steal then?
Sora? Sora Gold?
Sora Gold?
Ruby Gold?
We can't say that for certain. Not until we see what Chiku's pick is going to be. And they have to reveal it at the very end. So either they're hiding where the gold lane is supposed to be, or they're hiding what the mid lane is supposed to be. I think that now that Melissa is gone, that doesn't really leave us much option other than Brody, Clint, Claude, Moskov. There is an argument for Moskov, but not the greatest argument.
I will say BTR might be leaning towards Ixia again, because they already have the team fight set up for it to happen, but it is a little harder to do so against a Raph comp. But it's possible since, you know, it's Chiku.
Yeah. There's also the other argument of like whether or not they actually want to consider something like Matilda, for an example, to kind of like double up on SRG's side to really manipulate the waves. But now they've locked in the Clint, they've made their decisions, they've made their bed, they've made their peace.
So SRG going to be leaving Yumes' pick for last unless they actually do intend to play Raph Rome, which hasn't been the most effective. BTR are gonna have to complete their comp. They are looking for, if Paquito is jungle, then they're looking for gold lane and mid.
There's kind of no good options here, especially when you're facing up against the Clint. Ideally, I think Claude would probably be the safest here, like just in case. But then again, you're still going to lose the lane pretty hard no matter what you do.
Yeah, it's hard to lane against this hero overall. He'll go for the Brody, another early game marksman, and Barca actually making her debut appearance.
It was picked one other time, but it's not that bad. Okay. All right. So now they have some clear wombo combo potential. They want their side laners. They want their side laners to either sandbag or win out in their lane. I think there's going to be a lot more priority towards the Brody side. Once they unlock Brody, then it becomes a siege composition instantly.
What is the plan from SRG? They banned out the Valentina for a reason. There has to be a roamer that they're looking at here with strong enough ultimate that they think is worth getting rid of Valen for.
Or a dedicated, like, scaling mid laner. Either way, it needs to control this lane somehow, and it's going to be Zhu Shin. Alright, so...
It's a Raph Rome.
Yep, so it's Raph Rome. I think BTRM stole the Farsa away from SRG, and they had to adapt at the last second. And that's what they were taking into consideration. If Farsa gets stolen away and combos with Carmilla plus Beleric, there's not a lot that you can do. With the strong finisher in Brody and Paquito, it's very clear what BTRM want to do in those team fights.
It's honestly a really nice draft from Bigatron here. Very complete, good early game scaling, good mobility and control over the river with team fight options. Whereas SRG, putting Yumes on a Rafaela definitely reduces his playmaking capabilities somewhat, and a lot of their damage is going to be focused down on 2 players. Will the Giants be able to keep their success ongoing? Or will BTR be the ones to secure and maintain their win streak?
Let's find out as we head on into the land of Dawn. The only concern that I have here right now for BTRM is, can they actually control the mid lane? Because right now it looks like they're sending the Beleric as alongside with the Farsa. So that means it's Carmilla in the EXP to deal with Krem on the
Barats.
We've seen this before.
We have actually.
Momo was the one who pulled it up the other day, last week actually.
I wonder if this actually is an answer. So far, we haven't really seen direct confirmation that Carmilla wins lane against Barats, but we can see that James is able to leave his lane a lot quicker. So maybe that is the idea.
Maybe, let's see, because now level 2 has already been hit here. Litho Wander falls into the hands of BTRM. And this is what I was talking about, right? This laning phase is actually kind of rough for Bigatron. GR Borin as well as Zay have to play around Zay's cooldowns because he can't just fight forever. Stormy and Yums basically can. So they're being extra careful. No focusing mark coming in from Yums. He is going to go for Impure Rage to maximize his damage.
I think that is fair. You have a Zeus in mid after all, so you will face a little bit of DPS issues. Adding on to that with the Rafaela, it's not too bad, especially since nowadays Raf does actually contribute a fairly notable amount of DPS.
Yep. Because again, look, what can they do against this? If Zay tries to trade against Yums, Yums is going to be able to heal back up, and then Stormy is able to zone out GR Boy. So now, right now, they are losing minions at this stage of the game. They lost one minion earlier, and there's nothing they can do about that, but now it's even harder now that Sakai's is nearby, just in case they want to make an attempt on mid.
For a moment, I was wondering if Skies might do something cheeky seeing Chibi there, but looks like he's decided not to jump the gun yet. He's hoping for a mid lane surprise instead. They should have probably spotted GR Boy going down bot. They're gonna try and go on Cram. Not quite able to kill, but down to half HP is a pretty good start.
Yeah, good luck. I'm not sure what emblems he's currently running right now for Cram, whether or not he's building Fighter Emblem or he went into tank or something of the sort, but right now, GR Boy in trouble, forced to flicker early.
Yeah, that's a very early flicker. He doesn't even have ult, so he can't engage, but for now, they'll go ahead and jump on in. Daytona's welcome, finds 1E, they're gonna pin them against the wall, but Chibi's the one that gets first blood, finds Yums in the backline, takes him out. Cram gonna go as well to the torn apart memory. He ate Chiku, but there was no follow-up. Free turtle for BTR.
Really well done by Chiku, guys. He gets the first push and is able to rotate down to find first blood alongside with an extra kill on top of that from Chibi onto Yums. Just a big mistake coming up from the Selangor Red Giants. They didn't respond in time to when Cram was actually going to force that play, and Stormy as well as Yums in complete dismay after the Cursed Blood. Really nice stuff coming out from Bigatron MY. Here's another Feathered Airstrike.
Feathered Airstrike into the taunt. Stormy goes down. Yums goes down. A beautiful flank in the mid lane.
Well played, well played. And Chibi able to get some big assists, and now he's going to start his domination spree as he runs down Sakai's outside of his jungle, and now they want to convert this into a potential dive, but there's no wave to work with here on the top side.
And the job's already done. It's perfectly fine not to go for a kill on Innocent since Chiku is already unlocked from his lane even without it. BTR with a 2k lead in 3 minutes is very sizable. They're already converting to more pressure mid. Look at the damage from Chiku.
Yep, he's doing some good damage, and that's expected from a Brody, right? Brody is supposed to dominate in the early stages of the game, but with Sky Piercer, you will be able to scale very nicely as long as you don't lose those stacks all the way to the very end of the game. But at this stage, the real question is, where does SRG actually look to punish? Now that they've lost their win condition in their mid lane for the early stages, now trying to steal away camp sounds like a good idea, but guess what? Jameis, he's instantly there, right? It does force out the retry early, but it feels like all pressure is getting neutralized, whether it's a bounce back here from Brody or whether it's Carmilla leaving the lane first.
And a lot of it just came down to that early gank on Cram, making sure that the Barats couldn't hit level 4 first and poking him to the extent that he couldn't join the turtle fight. After that, BTR has continued to push that lead. Now, SRG are definitely more behind than they would like to be, but it's still fairly early into the game. So BTR can't let down their guard yet.
Yep, it's all about the mid lane here, and Cram, he's ready to punish this. He walks up, helps to clear this lane as fast as possible for Yums and as well as Stormy, as they're making their way up to the top side for some reason. They want to get some help, maybe an interception. They find nobody, and I think GR Boy spotted a Cram out at the edge of his map. At the edge of his map, the last second as well.
Yeah, good reactions overall. Ooh, Feathered Airstrike is wasted a bit early though.
Hold him hostage. That's it.
Oh, GB just gets that free turtle. Honestly, good positioning from BTR. SRG tried to go for the cutoff. They knew that Chiku would try to rotate to join the turtle fight, Chiku sent something off. He just decided, yeah, I'm just not going to do that.
Now look towards the top side here. Once that Feather Airstrike is up, they might actually look to initiate as soon as possible. But SRG find James on the other opposite side. Can they punish this?
Oh, Curse of Blood finds two to flicker forward into the corrosive strike. Beautifully played from the CEO. A double kill for him. Purify forced out from Stormy, and the Feathered Airstrike nearly takes his life too.
Very nice, very nice.
Uh-oh, Cram got taunted. That's not what you want. Z misses the spell, so Stormy's alive. Zatona's welcome used defensively, but Chiku just snipes him down. Killing spree 4-0 for the Brody.
Yep, Brody, first item, Sky Piercer. Second item immediately went into the Malefic gun, so he's got the extra range. This early game is done for SRG as they actually managed to break a turret on that top side, but mid is wide open at this point, right? There's so many different angles that BTRM by Vitality can actually attack SRG. They can start attacking the economy if they want to. They can set up dives on Innocent if necessary. They can actually wait for rotations from SRG. So many different ways to play this.
Yeah, this is a tricky spot now. As we already mentioned before, when you play a Rafaela, you usually want to have two bulky frontliners to work with it. And right now, they only really have Cram, who has been largely disabled by the early game presence of BTR. So without a way to open a map, it's very hard for SRG to make decisions.
Extremely, because they also know that they don't exactly have enough damage to win a full all-out team fight, but they can look for picks until Innocent is at a point where he can actually contribute to those fights and actually get in there realistically, which is tough considering it's all based on when Zay has us all. No Feathered Airstrike, we can fight. With Feather Airstrike, we got to be very cautious with the way that we approach.
And you can see SRG, they just can't approach the Turtle Pit at all. They will lift up James, but Feathered Airstrike instantly responds. Stormy can get out, Curse of Blood locks him down. He's gonna Purify, but no, Chiku just throws a bolt at him. Chibi gets the turtle for free. BTR getting away with everything.
They've got to stop because Stormy had his ult the entire time. He just wasn't expecting Brody to actually make it there in time, considering that the river had just turned to the opposite direction. Now they lose another tier 2, and Chiku, guys, he knows how to play from this position. He is going for every single turret underneath the sun, and there is nothing that SRG can do about it.
This is when Chiku looks the scariest. The man is really cashing out his venture capital right now. SRG can't really respond. Like, their heroes are supposed to be stronger in the early mid game, and that timing has been completely taken away from them. I don't really even know if they have the late game scaling to play for.
That's the problem, and now, whoa, actually they do. If Innocent Ghost wants to be like a little dangerous, he's actually opting to add a little bit of crit to his build. Berserker's Fury is going to be gigantic with the extra true damage that it provides.
But he's all they got.
That's, I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do, unfortunately, right? You gotta do what it takes to win.
So
5.4k, 8 minutes in. This is not looking great.
Innocent really got to pull out some of that Wild West cowboy energy right now. With Feathered Airstrike just to clear the minion wave. At this point, Z can just spam it. Chibi finds Skies alone down bottom. The Kirara able to iframe away for now.
From level 10 to level 13, it's a 3-level advantage. And as long as he has that level advantage, there's nothing that Chibi should be afraid about, as a majority of that lead is actually leading on to Chiku, guys, and for those who actually have the assists. In this case, that's him. Oh, no. Okay.
And nearly killed the flicker! Raffles dies, GR Boy catches 3, Innocent goes down to Curse of Blood. And Chiku just one-shots Yume's monster kill for our CEO. Sky is being chased down in the jungle, Feathered Airstrike on top of Cram under his own tower. He has to use the Tonas just to get away.
Yeah, I wasn't able to make a decision there about whether to use the Detona's Welcome early on or not, because this, no matter what, now that they've already lost Innocent alongside with Yumes, there is no going back from that point. This Lord falls into the hands of Bigatron MY by Vitality as they are looking great. 10-0 right now. 10-0!
Against the Red Giants, this is clean gameplay. There's really no other way to describe it. Bigatron is playing perfectly, living up to the name of the Red Robots right now as they are on their way to reach successful programming. The Giants need to do something, but the only way they can turn this around really is if Innocent gets like multiple shutdowns.
You say that, but that's not the only issue they have to worry about, right? This Curse of Blood alongside with the Wrath of the Dryads, it's difficult to judge when you should use your battle spell. And I think that's the big problem that SRG are facing right now. It's hard to assess the situation because half the map is blind, and the people that you are seeing, you don't necessarily see where the gun is going to be pointed at just yet.
Look at the difference in gold between the gold laners. 3,000 in favor of Chiku. I don't know how many Sky Piercer stacks he has at this point too. Sky is being chased, nearly taken down, even with the holy defense 1v1. Lord gonna be crashing top soon. Fender Strike the zone. Curse of Blood only hits one. Cram gets the Daytona's welcome. Will go ahead and spit James back in the tower, but he's pretty darn tanky. He will probably go down. No, he's just walked back out. Chibi, look at him. He's behind the crystal once again, forcing Skies to go home to heal. The mid tower not gonna be long for this world, and Bigatron, their advance is not stopping.
Yep, the attacks are coming from literally everywhere, and unfortunately for SRG, they need a traditional front to back. They can't afford to be sending individual members because they're just too strong at this stage of the game. A 9.8k lead is whopping, especially against such a high caliber team like SRG. Bigatron MY by Vitality might be getting some new fans today.
Honestly, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing right now, even if it is kind of one-sided. The fact that the Giants are being so...
They're getting manhandled.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for.
Yep.
In this way is honestly shocking.
It is shocking, but that's just how the draft is played out for them, unfortunately, right? They can only do so much, especially since the laning phase did not go the way that they were looking for, and they did not deny Zay of level 4 straight away. If had they done that, maybe the turtle would have been easier, but even so, the attempt on Cram is alive prior to level 4, also a big part to why this composition is struggling.
This has been a total snowball process just from that initial gank down bot. They didn't kill the Barats, but the damage was done. Rafaela as a roamer, there's a reason it just doesn't happen. This hero doesn't offer enough map opening, and James is literally just standing there against 5. Curse of Blood actually completely wasted the Wrath of Dryad, does not! They jump Yumes in the back, he has to flicker out. Stormy as well, back into the base. Sky is gonna have to dash on over. Revitalize keeping them all topped up. SRG spending multiple bounces, and Chiku with the Sky Piercer finds his godlike.
And now they instantly revive Cram, sending him at supersonic speeds to get big once again. That's something that they have to remember. Revitalize down. GR Boy doesn't have his flicker and also doesn't have his ult. This could be an opportunity for SRG, but all they have right now is the Detona's welcome as well as the baptism. They need to make something happen now before those big ults come up.
This is probably the best chance to do so, but they still have to overcome a 9k gold advantage and deal with minion waves pushing towards them. It's an uphill battle, but not impossible. They gotta make a miracle happen.
BTRM playing it clean, making sure they know that they've got the advantage, and there's no reason for them to throw it against SRG. They don't have to use their body weight, they have to use their presence, because look at that top side. That wave is building up real fat, and SRG must send somebody up there to clean it up.
BTR will pop the conceal, instantly zone. Stormy chased away with the feathered airstrike. The minions are crashing in. SRG has to send people to deal with it. So it's a free Lord.
Clean coming out for Bigatron MY by Vitality. Now let's see how they close out the game. We've seen teams from all over the world fail to do this one thing. They get the Lord, they've got all the advantages, and then they make a mistake either before the Lord actually gets to the crystal or right at when the Lord is crashing into that last inhibitor. If SRG can make that miracle play, which they might be able to, considering that Clint opted not to go for T2 boots, instead full-on damage, full items the whole way through.
It's the only choice that Innocent has, basically. He has to be the one to try and close this out. No point going for boots if he can't kill them first anyway. Lord will be pushing up top. BTR already setting up the waves to sink, and SRG doesn't have the best wave clear. This is going to be a tough one.
It is, because every way that Slanger Red Giants could potentially punish BTRM, it's not easy. If they go on Jameis, he already has the immortality. He has Revitalize as well, so he doesn't mind.
All the minion waves go through. Feathered Airstrike already forcing Stormy and Innocent back to heal, but Chibi in a bad spot gets eaten by the Daytonas. Curse of Blood completely whiffed, but the crystal is open. The Lord is on top of it. They're gonna target down Destructor. Chiku gets lifted into the base, but the rest of his team is still there to finish the job. The Giants have taken a loss from the red robots.
Beautiful plays coming out from BTRM's side. They're coming up hella clean right now, and I have no arguments with their play. They understood. They still have the Lord on their side. Even if we lose our marksman, we've got enough boys to punch through the very end. Great decisions from start to finish from BTRM.
Have no need to take any risks there. They know that SRG doesn't have damage to deal with the Lord. Just focus on the crystal. And they've got their eyes set on the prize. A total snowball and utter domination from Bigatron Malaysia as they sweep the early game and never let go of the raids.
They just got to keep on adding to the gas as much as they can, but it's tough. I feel like this is planned from start to finish, from battle spells all the way down to the item builds as well. They had all the counters necessary to close out this game, and that's what you need to see in a meta like right now, where every moment of the game is planned out so that you understand, hey, now we can start with this item. You have more options in the middle of the fight.
It definitely felt like even from the draft itself, there was already a better idea from BTR of what they wanted to do here. Well, it felt like SRG was just like putting things together.
Well, I think they were trying to be flexible, but if it wasn't because of Jameis willing to take the sacrifice and said, you know what, I'm sick on Camilla, I will make it work, knowing that Barats is on the opposite side, he has done a phenomenal job. And not to mention that he's allowed to throw these Cursed Bloods at people for fun. He doesn't mind whiffing it, but as long as it's targeted around 2 to 3 people and forces them to disperse, he has done his job well.
Yeah, I really don't like the Rafaela roam here. Only one frontline in an early game-centric meta is super risky, and then you don't even have particularly strong mid lane wave clear to help your side lanes leave lane early and participate. All of that comes to a heel here. James on the Carmilla, showing why teams are looking at this hero and playing it to its maximum effect.
Now, let's go a little bit deeper into what actually happened in this game, starting off with the item builds, right? Because unfortunately for Innocent, he had to kind of go out of his way to get some pretty expensive items. Berserker's Fury being easily #1 when it comes to that department. He even opted to give up on things like a BOD. He didn't opt to go for a Malefic gun at any point. I think he was trying to go for it at the very end there, but unfortunately, it's just not enough with how much force is coming out from the side of BTRM. They made sure, hey, GR Boy, you just gotta survive. Go straight for the Dom Ice. Make sure that he has partially completed items for the Radiant Armor, but doesn't need to commit to it, because honestly, Yums and Stormy were just not doing enough to really make him feel nervous.
Yeah, we've already talked about how like Marcel Zusin as a duo lane is hard to deal with as like later in the game because there's not enough damage. It's kind of a similar situation here, right? The Rafaela doesn't even offer as much scouting that a Marcel is able to do as well. So I don't know if SRG was planning to go Raf Roam, or like you predicted, maybe they were forced into it because heroes were stolen from them, but I'm not a fan.
Well, I'm not the biggest fan in the world either, but like considering that this is what they ended up with in the draft, we'll talk a little bit about what exactly could have been changed alternating between red side and blue side. But since this was the final picks, I think that unfortunately you kind of just have to like create those small advantages for that first turtle. And unfortunately for SRG, they couldn't find it in the mid or even in the EXP. A lot of it just came down to like how you actually utilize your jungler, and in this case is calling to actually help out in the mid in case Hirara shows up. Now, when we look at the goal graph, right, it is a very small incline as we see building up into the early phase before first turtle. As soon as that first turtle came through, it is just total control. Complete and utter total control. Cracking open mid-tier 1 past 5 minutes is already pretty impressive, but from that point onwards, you can only go up. There is no wrong move for BTRM.
It's just a slow and steady rise. This is exactly what you want your gold graph to look like. And there's just a small dip at the end because they're throwing bodies to take that crystal. And at that point, it doesn't really matter too much anymore. BTR had a game plan. They executed on it well. It was able to perfectly answer what SRG's biggest issues were. And honestly, just no mistakes being made by the BTR players. The communication was clean.
The communication was clean. Even the item bells getting early immortalities, making sure you have the right chastised pauldron. Even though Clint doesn't really use quote-unquote attack speed, it's just great to have to ensure that you last those extra 2 to 3 seconds in the middle of the fight. Now, when we start looking at the item progression, things get a lot more interesting here, right? Because immediately BTRM are like, how do we deal with our laters? How do we get the advantages that we're looking for? T2 boots. Warrior boots or tough boots, your choice depending on the game. But in this particular case, Shiku guys is like, I don't wanna die to Clint, who naturally has more damage in the single trade that we have. So as soon as he gets the warrior boots, he's in perfect position to start taking longer and longer trades because Clint is very ability-based. His regular auto attacks, without his abilities to be able to cancel it to get the empowered ones, really don't do much.
He's willing to commit instantly for that Sky Piercer as well. He knows that he's going to be joining a lot of fights. He knows his team is well positioned to get him those stacks. And it's already proven by how quickly after the Sky Piercer he's able to pick up that Malefic gun. There's like barely a gap there.
Yep, barely a gap, right? Again, he made sure everything was quick, snappy, and designed exactly how they wanted to play the game. He knew that he was going to leave that lane very, very soon. And when he did, he found his first stack straight away, which again, most people don't even get that. They usually get the kill and then the stack after. But now let's talk about the draft. I think this is the hardest part overall because I think that Coach Arcadia initially had the plan of once we get this Barats, we know that we can basically try and secure these neutral objectives more often than not, and making sure that you have the Rafaela and as well as the Hirara in that first phase to set up for second was a good idea initially. I think the mistake was locking in the Clint on Red 4. That should have been Farsa on Red 4.
I don't know. I'm still really wondering if SRG was actually planning to go Rafaela Rome, because if they were going to lock Farsa 4, that means Farsa made Raf Rome, which like, yeah, sure, that would solve your wave clear issue, but not really your opening the map problem. I guess there's a possibility, because yeah, if they had it, they could have cleared way faster. Maybe they could have helped Cram in his lane. I also don't feel like Skies was moving around fast enough on the Hirara to take advantage of the Rafaela.
Well, I don't think it's because he wasn't moving around a lot. It's just that there's no clean opportunity to go anywhere, right? Because notice that BTRM, prior to the turtle, where did they go, right? First turtle, they went down to EXP side. They left the gold on an island, and then all of a sudden, Chiku hard shove, healed on his way down to the mid lane and joined the turtle fight to find that very first stack. After that, all the resources ended up going towards Chiku's lane. And I think that was the hard part for SRG, because you could see that even for them, they were trying to make a read on the situation. They're sending members in the river to cut them off from Tribrush to make sure that the rest of BTRM don't throw resources over there anymore. But he was already unlocked from the lane.
Yeah, it's honestly surprising that BTR was able to completely avoid that initial play. Like, you could tell, they're positioning, they're expecting Chiku to rotate. A kill there would have been huge for them.
Yep.
And he just decided, no, I'm not going to do that. Like, he was considering it. You saw him from his movement on the map that like, yeah, it looks like he's gonna go down there, but then he senses something's off. And then he changes his mind, just goes back to lane.
Exactly. So a lot of those moments in those games is basically if you have vision or not, which brings us to the very first turtle fight. Now, you brought up the fact that like Cram didn't hit level 4 in time because he was, delayed a little bit, but eventually the wave pushed in, they cleared it up, and then he walks out of it. If you look at his health right now, he's still pretty healthy, right? He's got a bit of a top up from Yums, but Yums is at level 4, and GR Boy is actually way below the threshold to actually compete, and he doesn't have level 4. So what is he expecting to do here in these moments, right? Now, we start playing the clip and it starts to break out. As we see the members kind of try to control this mid wave, right? The problem is that nobody can really deal with Jameis, so Stormy has to be the first one to initiate. This was a bit of a mistake, right? He should not be in the position to start throwing away Jameis because he just isn't worth the deal. But now there's a two-pronged attack. You see that Cram is forcing the opponents to look in two separate directions. And unfortunately for BTRM, this is the best case scenario because they don't have enough damage without Chiku Guys. And once Chiku Guys finally gets into the middle of this fight, that tips the scales once Yums isn't able to bail the team out anymore.
Yeah, there was definitely too big of a gap between SRG's positioning there, not to mention that they're playing 4v5, because yeah, as you pointed out, James here is already holding Stormy and Skies hostage. While Cram goes for the eat. He picks off Chiku Guys, that's great. But who is supposed to kill him here? Yums? No way, right?
I don't know, yeah. I think that maybe if... Because unfortunately, like, I think that Cram made a split-second decision here, right? Like, I can't blame him for actually going for Chiku Guys because as an EXP laner, that's sort of your main
Hold on, pause this real quick. Go back to when he just eats Chiku.
When he just eats Chiku?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It'll happen in 3, 2... 1 right there.
And then play it forward slightly. Would it have been a better choice to spit Chiku
into
Chibi and GR Boy.
Yes, thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to talk about. These are the people he wanted to spit him into, but there was no guarantee. Because let's say for all intents and purposes, I think he forgot that GR Boy actually flickered to start off the fight with the Wrath of the Dryad. The only other problem then is Chibi, who actually has a dash, right? So if GR Boy walks backwards and Paquito dashes away, you might spit Chiku into nothingness. And I think that's what Cram was worried about.
Maybe, but it really felt like they were just walking forward normally for quite a while there.
That's why I didn't want Stormy to actually use the ult to move forward to actually pick up Jameis early on. I think he should have held it. He knew he had Purify as well and was trying to separate the angle for everybody else. If he still had his ult, you separate the angle, cleanse yourself, purify yourself from the Cursed Blood. It's Cursed Blood, guys. Come on. Cursed Blood. Then you hop on over to the opposite side to try and pick Chiku up. Then you have an opportunity. Because by then, you're hoping, and I'm praying, the Feather Airstrike ran out of shots.
Maybe. I mean, that's why you needed a second front line, right? Because you're saving Cram to pick someone off. So who else can start, right? We'll think about this for now. We'll throw it over to Rose. I think she's got something going on over there.
Hey guys, selamat kembali ke Courtside Report bersama dengan Rose. Dan sekarang ni kita actually nak borak dengan CEO Chiku daripada BTRM by Vitality. Hello CEO.
Hello.
Let's talk about the first game. You guys baru kalahkan SRG dan ini adalah kekalahan pertama mereka and throughout this season. So, apa yang you guys buat terbaik you rasa di game pertama?
Saya rasa kita orang just gunakan dorang punya habit sebagai kita orang punya extra step lah untuk kalahkan dorang. Ya, sebab kita orang ada review game dorang juga and dorang keep doing the same thing lah. So kita orang try to gunakan benda tu sebagai untuk win lah.
I see. So maksud tu BTRM dapat capitalize dengan mistake-mistake yang keluarkan daripada SRG side lah, betul?
Yeah.
And of course dekat BTRM by Vitality pun untuk musim ini kita perasan ada dua muka baru iaitu James dan juga GR Boy kan. Mungkin you boleh ceritakan dekat audience sikit lah tentang mereka. What's their personality like? Apa attitude mereka masing-masing behind the scenes?
Kalau personality, dua-dua player ni masuk air juga. Lagi-lagi si James. Sebab dia dari Filipina tapi dia boleh cakap bahasa. So kadang-kadang kalau dia macam dia nak cakap satu benda macam I think what macam kelakar untuk kita orang sebab dia berusaha untuk cakap bahasa dia tak nak pakai bahasa Inggeris.
I see. So dia cuba untuk pastikan bahasa Melayu dia. So walaupun kadang-kadang stuck, kadang-kadang
betul, dia stuck. Agak lama stuck tu sebenarnya.
Agak lama. Tapi dia dapat point lah.
Ya.
Lepas tu bila dia cakap dalam Melayu pun kelakar. Sama macam Nets ke? Lebih kurang. Oi, ni kita kena interview di pentas. And of course, dengan kehadiran dua muka baru di dalam BTRM, overall personality dalam team sekarang dah makin tenang ke? Makin kelakar ke? Sebab last season sangat-sangat serius.
Saya rasa season ni more enjoy. And kita tahu lah apa yang kita orang nak kena buat. Sebab bagi saya, even kita orang sekarang tengah mendahului, kita orang kena chill sebab benda ni pernah berlaku dekat season lepas kat playoff bila kita orang dah leading. So untuk kali ni kita orang kena main macam biasa je, menang atau kalah tak kisah. Janji yang pentingnya result dekat playoff nanti lah, bukan yang kat regular.
Betul tu, tenang itu penting untuk dapat kemenangan. Terima kasih CEO Chiku. Jumpa nanti. With that, mari let's throw it back to the casters untuk masuk ke dalam game kedua dalam perlawanan ini.
Thank you so much, Rose. There you have it, the words from the CEO Chiku guys himself. It's not about the regular season. Last season we had issues because we started to get a lead and got in our heads. Now they know it's all about the playoffs.
He's got to do what other CEOs do and give a TED Talk, man. Like we need a Chiku TED Talk. Imagine the information he could share.
I don't know. It feels like the information he shared would be so simple to most people that it would just go over their heads. That's what I feel. A lot of Feeks fans out here coming in droves to show their support to their favorite streamer, or should I say re-streamer, if he's checking out the stream right now. No!
Named on, sir!
Wait! No laptop! He's got the poster!
Well, that's an insane poster.
Yeah! Wait! He changed so many faces, and then there's like ScarJo there.
And then there's Itachi on the side in 2D. Excellent. Excellent.
That was great flavor. Great flavor. But we did have a conversation with our very own gold laner, specifically from Innocent, sticking to what works. We're not picking heroes like Ixia or Hanabi in the gold lane because they're quite risky. You also can't pick those heroes in the early stages of the draft. But with a safer hero like Clint, I don't really care when my hero gets picked as long as our plan still works. We're going to keep doing what we do.
Well, the plan has not worked now.
Well,
so it's time to switch it up, right?
I do feel like they kind of forgot that expanding rivers was in play.
Yeah.
So technically, Clint could have been part of that fight if he wanted to. He just had to clear the wave and run on over it. They just needed to buy enough time for him, but unfortunately, it was already too late.
And because you need to be able to initiate quick, right? You gotta be able to make those plays fast, and having the right heroes helps out a lot with that. I do feel like the draft did play a notable role in that previous game. So going into the next one, SRG is going to need the right picks. Just have heroes that are able to open map easily, aren't too weak early on. Lane priority, of course, is important. They basically didn't have any lane priority. That made the job a lot more difficult for them too.
Well, they had mid priority. That's kind of it. That's all they had.
What's the mid lane going to do? You know, just throw holy light at you?
I mean, ideally, if they had denied level 4 off that Farsa, God, that turtle fight would have been way easier to handle, but they couldn't. And that's the thing, right? All the major tools that we've seen for the previous seasons and their championship runs highly depend on whether somebody's able to win out a lane, they get a bit of an advantage, and then they utilize that advantage more efficiently than their opponents. Right now, BTRM says, let's not even give them the advantage in the first place, so they have nothing to play with.
And we already knew that this particular meta hits kind of a sore spot for SRG because they were always known to be weaker early game. And in the past, even when they didn't have lane priority, they had ways of rotating and trading to not make the damage as big. But now, it's just emphasized so heavily that once you snowball, things get out of control so quick. And I feel like the Red Giants still haven't really gotten a grasp of how to effectively solve that.
I think a lot of their tools have been taken out of their hands, right? Now that everything's kind of up in the air, they're laning matchups for the side laners who used to be very stable. Now it has become a lot more volatile. And now that we're switching the priority from not only winning the lanes, but getting priority over it, those picks matter more than ever as we head on into the drafting phase. But first, random map draw, please give us expanding rivers again.
Yes, we love the rivers.
No!
It'll do.
It's fine, but it's like, could have been better.
It's the natural progression of the expanding rivers.
That's
yeah.
When are we gonna... So, bro...
the water floods the jungle. And then the grass grows.
And then the grass grows, and then the grass eats away to create the broken walls.
Yeah, and then Clouds is just there somewhere.
Yeah, that's when they gave up. That's when they're like, I don't know where this story is going, man. The cycles in the Land of Dawn is strange. We don't question it that much. But since it is going to be dangerous grass, honestly, in dangerous grass, the only thing that's beneficial is like Hellcurt, Hilda.
Yeah, and even nowadays, people don't really do that anymore. So I feel like you're still going to want to prioritize the same sort of heroes, right? The Bellarics, the Makitos. The Atlas was banned previously. I doubt he's going to get let through because I think a lot of teams have realized like this guy is a bit too strong.
Which is, again, I'm hoping that the second half of the draft is going to be better for Coach Arcadia. Okay, that's the big issue. They had a Valentina. They could have had Valentina. They banned it themselves. So they already knew for a fact, hey, we want to make sure that we're going to get this Farsa, and we don't think our opponent is going to make a hard read, and Kenji is like, I'm already in your heads.
Yeah, but you know what, Gideon? It's been quite a few games at this point. I am feeling a little bit hungry. Are you hungry?
Hey, good thing that you asked, because if you are hungry, grab food in the comment section. You just gotta type it out now to unlock a special grab food promo code. Once we hit 100 grab food comments, we'll reveal the promo code over to you guys. It's 9 o'clock, so don't miss out the action here while you still can, boys and gals.
We all love our late night snacking. So make sure you guys participate in that while we await and see what the decision will be from SRG. They are now on the blue side. They banned the Atlas and the Barats.
Hell yeah.
BTR gets rid of Freya Paquito.
Okay, I'm more curious on what Kenji's going to ban up because we know this is not going to be Fanny. It's going to be the Marcel. Kenji, what are we thinking here? What are we thinking here? You did a great job on blue side. Can he pull it off to the tried and true colors of red?
I guess you might ban Melissa in this case, right? Am I forgetting anyone?
I mean, you've already gotten rid of the Paquito at this stage of the game. Now that Baratz is gone, the next best EXP later would be Uranus at this stage, but then you could play like Uranus Esme, and that has its like pros and cons, sort of.
True, Melissa would typically be used to counter some of the heroes that have already been banned here, so maybe her value drops a bit now that they've been taken out. SRG on the blue side means that Fanny is also a possibility, but teams haven't really been first picking Fanny anymore. Melissa does get banned though, so that increases the Fanny possibility of it.
I mean, they're not going to pick Fanny straight away, unless they're telling us, guys, I need you to die for us. I need you to just take it up the butt for like 8 to possibly 12 minutes
to offer your heart.
You need to cut out your kidneys and donate them. That's how bad it's become. It's organ transfer and organ market selling at this stage. That's how bad if he goes for that first pick Fanny. And I think that, unfortunately for BTRM, with the way that they're playing right now, it then becomes a true test of mechanics if it's going to be first pick.
Well, there's certainly plenty of options still. Belleric is also going to be up there. But if you go Belleric, you do open up the Raph Uranus option on the red side. There are quite a few beefy boys still available, so Rafaela still has value.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see whether Rafa is going to find her mark. Because keep in mind, I'm surprised that Novario wasn't picked up in the previous matchup as well. Whoa! Wow! Man's got the full lineup of SRG all in one card!
Man, 5 in 1. Very nice, very nice.
Okay, looks like we're back into the drafting phase here. First picks for SRG. Let's see what it's going to be, baby. They could go for the Belleric opening if they want to, but I think it's going to be Uranus, if I'm being perfectly honest. Oh, wait. If they play Uranus again, does Carmilla still outpush the Uranus? Probably if Uranus takes... Oh, probably not if Uranus takes Concussive Blast.
Yeah, I'm going to assume no. I get the feeling Uranus can probably outlane Carmilla. Doesn't sound like a Uranus. I was wondering if this was a possibility, because my thought process was, if you pick Uranus or Belleric, whatever happens, BTR can get Raph with the other one. So maybe SRG goes Raph first, so that BTR logically should just get one, and then maybe you can still pair the other, but I didn't think they'd actually do it.
Yeah, but let's see what this is going to be, right? Hirara, this should be Uranus technically, because Baratz is already gone, EXP is probably going to be blind. If they don't go for the Uranus and go for Esme as like a, try and 5-head it out, then sure, I guess that works, but now it means that their composition is more likely to lean into the magic side just to take advantage of the Ionic Edge.
I think Uranus is too good to let go, especially when Raph is already there. So just grab it for yourself. At least you will still be able to match the healing potential somewhat, because this hero is busted right now. SRG should be able to get Belleric, and I kind of hope they do, because previously Zeusyn, not exactly the best mid duo.
I'm trying to think whether they need a way to deal, because I think no matter what, I think it's very clear to me that SRG are more than happy to play blind pick clip. Oh!
Interesting.
Wait a minute.
Ruby is in a particularly flexible position now, because SRG previously played it roam.
Hold up.
No Innocent can play Ruby Gold.
What is... Okay. So these three are highly sustainable. You got Uranus, you got Hirara at this stage. What are you more afraid of showing? If you show who your mid is, then EXP pick becomes a lot easier. They probably want to pick support here.
I agree. I think you go for your roamer.
It's like blood. Your team is banning.
Carmilla. Okay, that's a flex pick.
Roamer.
That's a bit of a flex pick, I'm not gonna lie.
I don't think so, right? Uranus is definitely
because
EXP.
What happens if Ruby goes into gold?
What, you're gonna put Carmilla gold?
You're probably gonna throw like Uranus or like Carmilla. One or the other, it really doesn't matter which. As long as you're there to kind of match the potential. So I want to see whether or not Yishin Shin, the traditional scalers in the jungle, if they get banned out, that might give us a better idea of what's going on here.
Potentially. We know that assassin scalers are a little less likely at this point, because if you go Ling, then Beleric will just counter you. So as you mentioned, YSS is the best option if either team is still looking for that double fighter possibility.
So they're not going to go double fighter. All right, fair enough, fair enough. With the ban and Fanny, that should be indicator enough that their mid lane as well as their gold laner are either going to be highly mobile or have a very small health-based hero. What does that leave us with then?
The draft is progressing in a pretty interesting way for now, I can say for sure. BTR is most likely still looking for mid and gold, so it's just a question of which SRG thinks is more concerning. Z's Farsa was very effective previously, but they're not as vulnerable to it this time.
Yeah.
They banned the Valentina first.
I like this, because I think what they're afraid of is that if they have Valentina still available and they go for like a different sided ban, you know, the traditional, oh, last game we saw the Farsa, we might get rid of the Farsa and stuff like that, then it kind of puts them in a position where they don't have kind of anything to work with, or at the very least Valentina shows up in Kenji's hands, even if they do decide to kind of pivot at the very last second to steal some pretty big ults, right? Like, they've already got 3 major ults, one clearly better than the rest, but there's still utility in the other 2.
Yeah, BTR is gonna need to be able to avoid that somewhat. Most likely it'll be just Uranus walking forward and eating all of it. So maybe they are more concerned about heroes that would be able to melt him in those situations, like the YSS.
I like it, I like it, I like it. So guys, don't be nervous. This might be the opportunity that you'll never get again to play Ling.
Against Beleric though?
Beleric is on his side.
Oh.
He's got all the space in the world. I'm not even joking about this. Like, I think this could lean into Ling very quickly if SRG wants to really commit to the double fighters and if they don't have a good gold lane matchup.
Age is seriously catching up with me, yeah.
Hey, it happens.
I did not realize. Well, I don't know what I'm thinking at this point, but yeah, the Ling, it would be on the same side as Beleric, and yeah, we haven't seen Skies play Ling in a long time, even when Ling was popular.
So if we see a Eudora ban here, oh no, they're going for the Novaria. I thought they wanted the Novaria. All right, fine, whatever.
If they're banning Novaria, then it's probably not Ling then.
It's Eudora here, right? No, Eudora, man, there's so many things that could go wrong, right? Because if you play Eudora in the mid lane, there's still the like, do you take Flicker? Do you take Purify here? Because no matter what, that Ruby is most likely going to catch you.
Most mid laners are going to have a difficult time against Ruby regardless. Eudora is one of the safer options, but then Rafaela can out-utility you in the mid-game. We've already seen that interaction multiple times.
Sicilian, maybe? Sicilian with like a Purify? No, but like, it depends, right?
What if you go like Matilda?
And then just wait until the very end for the mid lane, or Matilda
No, like
mid?
Matilda mid.
Oh, I don't know about that one.
Or like, I don't know.
Because she doesn't really help you until she gets the Flask of Oasis. So she like, and plus you don't have access to the support.
That's a Eve.
Okay.
First time being picked this season.
That's so smart of Kenji. That's so smart of Kenji. It's rehashing the problem of, hey, SRG, you playing double fighter, or you gonna pick Claude here? If you pick Claude, no matter what, we get Brody or Clint on the opposite side, and it's over.
They are prioritizing the CEO, but not really giving up on the rest of their lanes either. This is a very complete lineup.
Dang,
Eve is one of the few mages that doesn't get pulled by Ruby either. She can stand in the Wrath of Dryad and still be fine once she has her ult out.
Not to mention that Eve is one of the few heroes that can consistently keep up with Rafa. She's obviously going to get harassed, that's no problem, but Rafa leaving the lane or trying to bring friends along, the soft season, the slowdowns coming in from Eve, all add up into this play. Now we get the Leomord alongside with the Clint this time. They've got a composition designed for one thing and one thing only, to run down their opponents and create space for Clint.
It's not a terrible idea, but you're gonna have to get through a Carmilla and Eve combination to get there, and that's not gonna be easy. I feel like BTR could go into the Brody again here, and it would still be pretty alright. Otherwise, if they're feeling confident, could be an Ixia angle.
I think Ixia angle is probably the best. And the only reason is because if you go for the Brody, do you go into the Clint, do you play Purify? Or once again, you got to think about like taking the Flicker. And I think either way, putting yourself in that close vicinity, I think I would much rather the Ixia for safety reasons.
Or, you know, you could pull out the cat
Why? Oh, again, I answered my own question in the first 2 picks of red side. It's because they already have Shred. God damn it, I forgot about that.
It is still a pretty strong gold laner, even though we don't see as much Harif nowadays. Can win lane if played properly against the Clint. Does well when you have zone control, like the real world manipulation, but could be risky since you're gonna have to avoid the Ruby and Leomord.
I'm curious to see what the emblem set is going to be. This is a very technical draft. One of the few technical drafts I actually have to crack my head over. Well done to Kenji and as well as Coach Arcadia. Love you guys. Hope to see you guys battle it out again, assuming this is not a 2-0. But we'll find out as we head on into the land of Dawn. MPL MY now trying to up the standard.
So do you think that if SRG were to lose here, that Coach Arcadia would have to give back the coach title?
Yeah, he just goes back to Arcadia at that point.
Arcadia now?
It was because of the lower third. That's why they got my name wrong, man. My name isn't Coach Arcadia, it's just Coach Arcadia.
So he's very okay with just giving it back.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean too much to him.
He should be fine, but level 1 right now, not exactly the easiest for BTRM, which is totally fine. It looks like Stormy hitting level 2 very early on, as expected. But here's the big problem, and wait, Cram is doing way more damage per auto attack. Right after this redeem code, I need to see the emblems. Something's up!
Ruby just hits really fudging hard.
No, that one was... Okay, that was, to be fair, first skill, that's fine. But the auto attack is doing like way more than it probably should.
You think he has Master Assassin?
I think he might, but it wouldn't make sense, right? Does that mean that he just has abnormally high base damage?
I guess. I don't know, because I know Ruby's skill 1 does a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's just normal.
It's standard build, I think.
Oh wait, why does James... okay. Tenacity for James. I would have thought that... Actually, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. You out-sustain no matter what. Kill spree on both sides. Impure Rage for both mid lanes. Concussive Blast is both want to contest for it. And then there's Quantum Charge and Impure Rage coming down to the gold lane.
Fairly standard, I would say, overall, when it comes down to the emblems here. I think EXP lane is still going to be fairly even. I think James is just weaker at level 1 since Uranus doesn't actually have the highest base HP overall. He will still win out just in trading. Gold lane should also be somewhat even. So both teams should have an equal measure towards that first turtle.
I think the big difference right now is that Slang or Red Giants have a lot more forceful playmaking capabilities, right? They can flicker I'm offended, they can flicker holy back. Oh, okay, whoa. GB actually making a quick gank over into the mid lane here to try and set up for something a little bit more, but it doesn't stop Zay from hitting level 4 on time.
That does mean Chibi has been poked down just a little bit though. Gonna make it hard to contest against Skies, who's full HP. They go in Holy Baptism, find GR Boy, and they hook Z as well. He's got to flicker out, and they're just not gonna let him go. Skies on horseback finds the double kill.
That's the way to play. It's not about those neutral objectives, it's what you can get off of the fight, and they found exactly what they were looking for. If they force the retry out,
Grab of Dryad, locks down James, he purifies, walks into the tower, nearly dies to Cram, actually re-enters for a short moment. But I don't think BTR wants to continue this.
Not bad, not bad. At the end of the day, it's going to be a big win for SRG. Not only did they find 2 kills, they also stole away the purple buff, and now Sakai's is in a position where he is going to be a full level ahead of Chibi.
And that's how he's been winning these games with the Leomord. It allows him to up that tempo. The taunt goes in, GR Boy gets hooked once again. RWM into the Curse of Blood. It's the first. Cram the damage up too high, and Sky's nearly dead as well.
My God.
1 HP. Leomord escapes, but this is BTR's turtle.
Yep, saved by Stormy. That heal was so big. So big.
Wait,
He gets 1 back. Insta revive from Stormy. A little sad, but hey, it happens. But they're going to delay the orange buff take. Wow, really great stuff from both teams.
That was a really big turnaround for BTR. Hey, careful, Chiku. You don't want to be standing there, sir. CEO built different.
CEO's taking more damage than he probably should. And now he has to waste his... heal. Is he not going to recall? I mean, he's already got a level up on Innocent.
Oh, GR Boy is showing up here.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh no, Innocent walked into a bush with 2. Can he survive? Honestly, Clint does a lot early on, so he's fine.
What the heck? Okay, they want to maintain tempo here.
I think Chiku might have been just he might have been slightly off timing with Zaman Force.
No, I think, who do you think made the call for the Revitalize? Was it GR Boy or was it Chiku, guys? Sir, I demand my heals now. GR boy, heal me now. We're about to fight.
Oh, calls for it.
Because look at his heartbeat. It's 123 to 55. Somebody was making demands.
I mean, no, it could have been the other way around, you know? Maybe Chiku was like, no, I'm fine. And GR Boy was like, no, sir, you're about to die.
Mr. President, I will give my life for
down,
you.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, please. Down by bot side at the very least. Crammon as well as J-Miz. It is a bit of a win for J-Miz. He is coming out 1-0.
Oh, do they want to engage on Yums? He's taking a lot of damage already, but GR Boy also trading back. Flicker after Dryad. GR Boy is the first one down, but they will trade for the tree. Now Sky is looking for TB. He spent his cooldowns, but he dashes out in time. He is alive.
They were waiting. Yums was waiting so patiently because he had two. Again, he had that flicker, Wrath of the Dryad opportunity, but he also had an opportunity to actually catch 3 people prior to that fight. Now Chiku guys looking for the all-in onto Innocent. I don't think he would.
Nope.
Yep, gets the flicker.
And that is a very good trade for BTR right there. TB also scouting out the jungle, should have spotted Stormy, sees Yums as well. Doesn't quite have control of the pit yet.
I don't think he wants to take first position, if I'm being perfectly honest here. First position does not look good on BTRM, but
they not see GR? Oh, okay, now they do.
Now they do. Now they do. Hey, it's dangerous grass, you know, sometimes it be like that.
They know Chibi is back there as well. He's gonna jump in, do some damage to Sky. GR Boy, Curse of Blood on top of the Leo board. Here comes BTRM. He heals up from Wrath. He survives. GR Boy goes down. Chiku needs to dash away. Meanwhile, James 1v1 against Skies, but honestly, the Leo board does a lot more damage than you'd expect. Skies will take him down. Chibi secures the turtle though.
So that's 2 turtles for the side of Bigatron MY, and that's another 3 kills added to the 2 that they already achieved. With the pressure that they have, it's forcing Chiku guys to sacrifice his... No. Wait, do they know he's there? They don't know he's there.
They don't actually know he's there.
Oh my god, that's so sad. That's so sad. Oh.
Like he will give up the tower. He should still get the minions though, so that's why he decided, hey, I guess I'll just go home.
Yep, that's a K-Tex buy moment. For sure, but they do get the trade of T1s down on bottom side, right? So alternating power creep on the opposite sides of the map. Is SRG trying to transition over here? What is... They didn't need to reveal themselves mid. But at the same time, it's like, what are you going to do? Walk up?
That was a missed baptism, by the way. Stormy just kind of dropped it, didn't actually hit.
I think he was hoping that if somebody messed up, they could punish maybe, but he should be able to
was trying to hit Z.
I think it would have mattered. Wait, hold on.
Concealed, they see GR Boy, but he is pretty fast.
They want to catch Chiku.
But there's no tower up here, so Chiku is in danger. The rest is coming by. He's got to pop the Summon Force in the opposite direction. Wrath of the Dryad catches him, but the rest of the team already circled. Curse of Blood completely dodges. Ardelio comes out revitalized. The CEO is alive.
He's so good.
He's going in from the back. They fight the double kill. They're picking them off one by one. BTR.
Oh my god.
The beautiful play. Skies comes in. He wants the CEO, but he's 1v5. He fights.
Guys! He's cut up the Sky Prince! No way! 1v5! He's gonna do it! Kill spree and trigger!
Run away!
Run!
Oh, 1 hit from Savage!
Holy crap! Oh my god! I've never seen so many kill sprees trigger back to back to back. Beautiful play here. Now watch the I'm Offended whip. He dashes away, gets past the I'm Offended, is able to quickly get around with the help of the Revitalize from GR Boy. Everything that could have went wrong. And then the super play after for the cleanup. Oh my god, Sakai's. Just count. Just watch his health bar. Bam, first kill spree. Drops second kill spree. Third kill spree. Turns it around, he's about to die. 4th one! Oh my god, he triggers all 5! It was so insane!
And that is how the Sky Prince came to be. A 1v5 maniac, nearly a savage. We have not seen that sort of thing in a long time.
Oh, that was so refreshing. Look at his damage, 42,000 overall. Like it couldn't have been better. BTRM are looking at themselves and like, God damn it. After all the work we put in, after everything the CEO has done for us, this is how we repay him. Still 3.8k behind.
I'm gonna tell you right now, anyone else competing for gameplay of the season, you can go home. That's it right there. I am offended, gonna lock them down. RWM cancelled. Skies goes in. Executes 1Z is gone. Godlike streak. He's gonna look for GR Boy as well. That's a double kill. The Leomord is out of control.
This is hard. This is hard to deal with right now. With the extra sustain, the slows, the stuns, and not to mention a strong anchor in Innocent. With so many engage and disengage tools, it's becoming harder for BTRM to set up.
Oh, what? They got the stun! I didn't even... How?
He just exploded. He just didn't react in time.
He got stunned, actually.
He couldn't get the falling maple down. What? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. If things could not get worse. Wait, was it the trapping foil?
Oh, it could have been. I actually have no idea, because for a moment I was like, did he get hit by baptism? But I don't feel like I saw a baptism.
Exactly.
Could have been the recoil. Now I'm offended on James. Meanwhile, Skies is in the back line. James cannot survive. The damage is too much. The Maniac inflicting both physical and emotional damage to BTR as they find themselves toppled under the weight of the Giants, who are stampeding their way into the base. There's not a lot of minions, so BTR should hold for now, but the question is, for how long?
Oh my goodness, this entire composition just has unlimited heals. It's just the guys in Innocent who are just doing whatever they want. Everybody else has to play their game.
RWM to clear the minion wave. They do a stun. Skies! Guys, you've gone too far! He gets taken out under the crystal, and GR Boy tanks all the damage, survives with the Revel Light. Salmon first comes out, flicker around with the Dryad on 4! Yumes with the turnaround! Locks down Chibi, picks off the Hirara. Gonna be a 4v4, but I don't think SRG can go any further.
Where's all this damage coming from? Does Innocent have that type of range on him right now? I know we're already getting into it. Well, he might, actually. You know what? I take it back. He does have the Malefic Gun. He does have the range, and he's got a Berserker's Fury to start cutting through the armor with the help of the crits and converting just a percentage of it into true damage, on top of the fact that he has an Endless Battle that gives true damage.
And Chiku doesn't have his Holy Crystal yet, so his damage spike is not quite out.
That's so funny. Out of everything that has happened, Chiku doesn't have the Holy Crystal. You would have imagined that they would have hit 3 items by now.
I mean, he probably would have if not for the Skies Maniac.
That's also true.
The Skies didn't become a one-man army.
But then, like, you would have imagined that the shutdown would have given him, like, a fat chunk of gold, right? Ah, it's sad, but no matter what, the 5k lead on the side of SRG might just be too much to handle, and that's just enough tempo for SRG to squeeze value.
That's gonna be a Lord for the Giants. This game gonna go down in history here. That play, individually responsible for a total turnaround in the Land of Dawn.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I thought he was dead for show.
Any sane person would not have chosen to fight.
Like, I get trying to clean up. Even I was expecting at best a 2-for-1 trade, despite like your whole team dying, but at least you got 2 back, right? As long as you get Chiku, guys, that's the most ideal, which he did eventually find, but everything after that, that was a bonus.
Well, here's the conceal, here's the Lord, only 1 tower left standing, and I doubt they'll be standing for long. The R-Boy will pull the Lord away. Cram trying to CC. The final inhibitor will fall. The minion wave just spawned, so BTR has some leeway. They missed the Holy Baptism. Wrath of the Dryad only on GR Boy. If that's all they find, that's actually worth it for BTR. James still buying time. The Lord will collide with the Crystal. They need to take down the Lord. Cram flickers forward.
Fight to die.
TV. The Lord still on the Crystal. SRG, they have the opening. They'll find it. We are going to a game number 3.
Equalized by SRG. They clap back quickly with their response. Oh my goodness, what a play.
What a game. What a performance. And what a way to shut down the naysayers. I think we all can agree that for a long time, Skies has been receiving heat on behalf of SRG. And in one fell swoop, he shows why he is capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Giants.
Yep, and immediately you see the turn of face from BTRM. They lost so much confidence after that fight. Man, that must have hurt the ego for sure, because technically they could have outplayed it, right? They could have all separated into different sectors just to make sure he doesn't get the full spell vamp, and even giving him multiple kill sprees in the middle of that fight.
I mean, on paper, that was supposed to be the breakthrough fight for Bigatron. They had perfectly surrounded them. Chiku had survived everything. They took out 4 members of SRG.
He outplayed everything as well.
Yes.
Oh, that hurts so bad.
That was the winning play. The rest of the game would have been a cakewalk for them. But Skies showed up and said no.
Yep. For those who think that, like, oh man, they're replacing him for Uni. No. They're both really good. They're the reason why we have 2 top junglers in the same team for a reason. But let's go back to the next stage. Who are you guessing? Guess who? It's Sakai. This is the most valuable player here in game number 2.
I really don't think anyone else is winning gameplay of the season anymore.
I don't know if it's for the season, but I definitely think for the week, hands
for
down.
The week, easy, dude.
Easy. Pickings. This man walks into the fight, two items built. In the middle of the fight, gets his 3rd item. Opts to go for the marksman emblems for faster clears, which is again a tech being used by a lot of assassin junglers, Hayabusa, the Marduses. It gives you just enough penetration. It's not giving you max penetration, but just enough to be relevant in the early game.
Man, you say it's gonna be hard to say if it's like gameplay of the season, but for me, I don't feel like I've seen that in years, man. Like, this is not a seasonal thing. This is a era-defining play from Skies. I'm still shaking from what I witnessed.
I'm pretty shook as well. I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty shook because, my God, like how the margins of how close Sakai should have died in a lot of scenarios. Being saved by the Flask of the Oasis, being saved by the Holy Healing for Stormy in the first 2 interactions of the game, to eventually needing nothing at all to clean up a fight is rather insane. And I think the most upsetting part here, and I think the biggest mistake that we've seen, unfortunately, is the delay in the Dom Ice at the very end. Because look at the progression, right? Because GR Boy decided to go, hey, I want to get a Chastised Pauldron because I want to get into the face of Innocent, alongside with getting the Anti-Cuirass to be able to tank the damage. He doesn't have enough space to build a Dom Ice in the first 2 items. So Jameis had to be the one who rushed it.
And unfortunately, he didn't get it out in time. An extra bit of anti-heal, honestly, would have made a big difference there. I don't know if it would have necessarily guaranteed the kill, but it certainly would have gotten them a lot closer to it, because this is unprecedented, really.
It is unprecedented, dude. Oh my God. 83.7k damage in comparison to 97.8k. If there was a second MVP for initiating, Yums would be that guy. He has caught multiple people with the Flicker, Wrath of the Dryads, and that's something that unfortunately BTRM just did not have a direct answer to, because Zay just wasn't strong enough to just harass him, keep poking him down. Because it doesn't matter, no matter how much damage you apply on him, Stormy and Yums will naturally heal themselves back up.
We did like the idea of the Eve. It's hard to say if Harif really was the right subsequent for that, because he always has to put himself at risk, and because of that, the DPS potential is not quite as high, despite the zone control that his team can offer. Here, though, we can see Skies, Rich Guy, Carry, give him all the awards.
Yeah, might as well throw in Best Wingman and Sandbag while you're at it. They didn't need those anyways. Jameis and Yums, they're like, yeah, we earn this all the time. Give it to Skies.
God, what a... Dude, we are going to see that clip everywhere.
Oh, I swear to God, if Clippers aren't taking advantage of this right now, you are just wasting effort. That was such a crazy play. Now, let's look at the item progression bill. Now, let's double check actually whether or not we were correct on the analysis earlier about getting the Dominance Ice later down the line. Because if it looks to me, second item in that mid phase was the Dom Ice. And now in comparison to where was Sagai's when the fight broke out, that was roughly around...
Where was that actually?
I have the play... it would be roughly the 9-minute mark-ish.
You did mention he got his third item during the fight, right? So that would have been the endless battle around the 9-minute, like
Dude,
20.
is that why? He gets the Dom Ice in the middle, like slightly later?
Just after the fight.
That's so sad. Like oh my god, the timing is even crazier. Wait, I could be entirely wrong about this. Maybe we're quoting the wrong time as well. But even so, we'll double check with the clips later down the line to get the confirmation. But the item build makes a lot of sense. It's just unfortunate that Zay was the only applier of the anti-heal. Now, let's jump into our very first clip.
Oh, it might have been 7 minutes.
It might have been 7 minutes.
So it was earlier,
so
probably.
They definitely did not have anti-heal at that stage of the game. Oh my goodness. Look, let's talk about some of the moments in this particular game that really changed it all, right? Because God, oh my god, this play.
Yeah,
so
okay, yeah.
good.
7 minutes. This is it.
This is the one, all right? We're gonna go slow-mo on this one because everything that happened in the game was insane. So GR Boy, he gets the initial stun, right? But it doesn't matter because from their position, Chiku guys realize he's compromised. They've got their backs, and GR Boy doesn't have anything. So he drops down the Salmon Force. His problem is that he can't get past him, without putting himself at risk of getting caught by Cram. So he makes the decision, I'ma tank it, right? I'ma tank it. He still doesn't have his Purify at this point of time. Cram comes in, he manages to Chrono Dash away from the I'm Offended. So 2 abilities already being thrown out straight away. Flicker forward, Zay drops the RWM. This is where things are supposed to actually go good for Chiku guys, but unfortunately Cram has dealt so much damage to him that he's basically out of the fight. While this is happening, Stormy and Innocent are working together as J-Mez continues to zone them out, and Chibi is able to actually pick off a kill onto Innocent because they were too closely grouped together. This entire time, it's been a 4v5. He's still not in the fight!
Yep. Chiku actually managed to dodge everything. He's still alive. He's sustained thanks to the Revitalize. They go in, they finish off Cram. At this point, even with 2 low health members, you think, that's over. This fight is won. BTR have turned around the lead. There's absolutely no way Skies can fight 1v5, and yet he chooses to do so. At this point, we're thinking like, maybe he can kill Chiku, GR Boy at most, and then he'll die. But he does the impossible.
Oh my god, I'm now realizing why he had the extra, why it feels like he has so much more sustain. He's actually fighting all 5 of the members in the middle of the wave. So if we're talking about like heal by proxy, he is getting the maximum value he could possibly get in a Mobile Legends game. A full wave on top of 5 members, on top of Zay actively applying anti-heal on this poor man.
We have to know, this is not something anyone can just do. Skies is perfectly choosing which target to go for next. Who is the most likely death? Where his next burst of killing spree healing will come from. If he got any of those kills out of order, he would have died 100%.
But here's the mistake, right? I think they disrespected him a little too much. All the low members were in the back. They jump past him. They're like, oh no, what are we going to do about this? We got to do something. Chibi reacts a little slow to the situation, but still, you're expecting a minimum 1-for-1 trade. Their mistake was here when they all grouped up together. Zay, he's trying to stay out of this fight for as long as possible, and not to mention that the damage that was being applied specifically from Hirara, once you drop the Kaison, is that the name of it? The Kaisen, right?
Yeah.
There's the second delay that actually comes up. He puts it in the wrong direction, and that's when you see Leomore turn the opposite way. So the second half of it doesn't even come through. So technically, they're like slight miscalculations in the middle of that fight.
I have to note, like when he killed Chibi as well, he actually got that last hit right before the iframe.
Yeah, right before the Fallen Maple as well.
Yeah, like if Chibi had iframe there, he might have survived long enough to get a bit more damage out, but that's just fate at work.
It is fate at work. And from that point onwards, this game all of a sudden became unplayable because all the 3 item power spikes came simultaneously from the side of SRG. As they continue to play like a majority of their fights, if we fast forward just a little bit, the ult comes up, they are battling for resources. They are trying to get as many ultimates as possible from BTRM because once they don't have their ult, they can start pushing into mid. They can start attacking the bottom lane if necessary. They have many different options because if they trade 1-for-1, they will always win the trade because of their Rafaela, which is all the difference they need in these moments.
And even if they don't exactly trade, at this point, there's no one can actually take Skies down. We just see how much damage he dealt once the Barbiel came out, like the two people in the backline just exploded in an instant. You know, at that point, it's like, what do you even do, right? Look at that. They're just gone. Just gone.
I mean, Cram explodes at the very least, but then after that, it's immediately taking Zay out. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think the person who was supposed to take him down was Chiku, guys, but he couldn't get the Holy Crystal in time as well. So it's just like all the little things adding up that came into one momentous push from SRG to close out the game.
Man, the Giants making a splash here. We've already had one Savage previously from Innocent, now Skies. He didn't get a Savage, but I'd argue this is way more impressive than any regular Savage we have seen.
Yeah, I'm even tempted to go back to watch that clip one more time.
I won't blame you,
dude. Oh, it's too good. It's too good. Now, that's just the end of the analysis. Come down to Game 3. It is adjustments that need to be made. Because again, I think it's a very small moment in the game that BTRM, if they're like, dude, if we just won that fight, we just killed Sakai's there, we would naturally, gradually hit Harith to hit his 3 items, and then the game becomes like, I wouldn't say even more advantageous for BTR.
Yeah, like I mentioned already, that was supposed to be the turnaround moment. That is the big fight you win that instantly snowballs the game to your advantage. And as long as you don't make a mistake, you win off of that. Skies stopped that himself. Dude, that is actually insane.
Can't believe it.
That is like just... Dude!
I can't believe it. I really can't. Everything that could have gone wrong for BTRM went wrong. But luckily he didn't actually get the Savage at the end of the day. It was still a Maniac, which is very impressive, but the Savage would have been like cherry on top.
Dude, if he got a Savage, that is actually Hall of Fame play.
Hall of Fame play? Next to the Coach Gimme Roger pick and the Moskov of M6?
Yeah.
M7? No, M6.
Innocence had too many, you know.
He's got too many, you know. You need to start adding the rest of the SRG.
Time to give someone else a chance.
Oh man, I mean, highlight maker Yums. He also had a pretty sick play in MSC as well. You know, 2024 ultimate show, quote unquote, the ultimate show play.
True. Yeah, I remember that.
That was a good one too.
They've had some good ones. I think at this point though, it's pretty. We can kind of see Rafaela for SRG is actually scarier because they can pull out fighter jungler.
I mean, technically, Chibi can play fighter.
He can,
jungler.
But can he do that?
I mean, if we swap the roles, I think it's definitely possible, right?
It's possible.
It's possible.
But until he does it.
I think, admittedly, it is going to be a little bit hard, especially with Rafaela. I wouldn't necessarily agree that, like, because Stormy is on Rafaela, it is scarier on SRG side. I think that they've got some interesting combinations with it. So again, keep in mind, the Leomord, pretty good combination with it for SRG. It's pretty unique to them. Haven't really seen too many other teams actually do that. We've seen Leomord, not necessarily in combination with Rafa.
I mean, healers are always good with any sort of fighter. As a fighter player myself, I think we can all agree with that. For now, though, we need a break. We seriously need some time after that one. When we come back, we'll find out who wins in Game 3.
Okay. Tapi mana lagu kita? Mana lagu? Saya takut terus. Alright, siapa tahu lagu ni? Alright. Let's go.
lebih power. Jom.
Gunakan dunia digital anda di sini.
Di Toda Academy, anak saya berpeluang untuk belajar dan eksplor minat dia.
Akademi kami mencorak masa depan industri game.
Di Toda Academy, saya boleh eksplor banyak ilmu baru.
Akademi kami melahirkan juara e-sport masa harapan.
Cipta impian anda bersama kami di Toda Academy.
Cultured by Toda.
Cherry.
Exotic vibe like power on, wangi tune, tiada lawan aura, boom, 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan. Exotic vibe like power on, wangi tune, tiada lawan aura, boom, 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 beraksi dengan penuh keyakinan.
Find a really cheap Mobile Legend top-up but the diamond never come? Don't worry, Joydify is here. Your top-up? Dijamin instan. If we're late, you'll get a voucher. Wanna get more? Wanna grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legend skin like him? Log in on Joydify now and get a chance to try Joydify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joydify.
Welcome to all the viewers from all across the world. MPL MOY continues with the conclusion of a series 1-1. It's BTRM by Vitality facing up against SRG, and boy, oh, did we not expect this game to go the way that it went. Holy!
I don't think 5 minutes was enough, Gideon. I'm still reeling.
I know. I'm still taking it all in the single best of 3. We have seen some clean gameplay for BTRM, absolutely shutting down SRG in game number 1. For SRG to come back with a super play from the one and only Sky Prince himself on a Leomore to get a Maniac to turn the game around for SRG, pulling it to 1-1. Where we're here right now, we need to think about adaptations. Dear God, I think second phase, they might have to get rid of this Leomore.
Yeah, I think especially if SRG is already setting up for like a Rafa Belleray comp, then I think you don't want to give this Leomord over. These fighter junglers are already enabled heavily by healers. In the hands of Skies, it is just built different. He is still 100% win rate on the hero so far. It's clear something needs to shift, right? Yep. Even though BTR honestly played a good game up until then.
It was solid.
Like,
Man, it's depressing because of how well they were playing up until that very point. Like all the mistakes that they avoided to make happened in one moment, and it really blew the wind out of their sail, which is sad to say the least, but it doesn't mean that they can't come back. Because again, Game 1 was a very good example of how to completely shut down a team like SRG, but it all comes through the draft, and there will be points in the game where you have to contest your opponents. I just think that BTRM, they came in with a very clean plan, and I think if it went exactly the way they were hoping for in game number 2, we wouldn't be having this game 3.
Yeah, it could have been a clean sweep. It really could have been just a little bit of something. If it went differently, BTRM would have won that game. That's how close it was. That's how impactful that play from Skies became. And now we get to see the series go the full way. Anything can happen now, really.
Yep. I can't stop thinking about it, man. I'm trying to figure out, is Chico guys really analyzing the game where he's looking back at that like 5v1 and was just like, how? What do you mean?
It's not even really a mistake from BTRM. They responded to that fight perfectly. It was Skies. It's all that man alone.
No. That is untrue.
You think so?
Yeah, it's all the abilities needed to hit. The fact that some people were whiffing abilities in the middle of one man? Like, let's be real here. Some of them got cancelled out admittedly, but you could still wait out the distance.
Perhaps so, perhaps so. Well, no point crying about spilt milk right now for BTRM. They're gonna have to move forward if they want to clinch victory. Remember, both these teams still so far undefeated this season. Who will be able to hold on to that title and be the only remaining win streak in Season 18? We shall find out as Badang brings us into the arena and gets us ready for the draft in game number 3.
Here's the drafting phase, but first, our random map draw. Please give us something good. Broken walls or something. Broken walls, expanding rivers. Ah, not that one!
There it is. The clouds emerge.
There's nowhere for the evil to hide.
Yes! God bless you, Kenji! Yes! Oh my god!
We need her gone!
Oh!
We do not need Raph, especially on Flying Cloud.
Dude, that was such necessary, man. However, this does open up for another really OP pick to start coming through. It really depends on what Coach Arcadia is not willing to give up. He's forced to ban out the Freya. This time, he also made sure to get rid of the Marcel, which I think is okay, but at the same time, he's now realizing that something must be let through and they need to talk about what gets let through to BTRM as their first pick.
There's a lot of decisions to be made here, but at the very least, Raph Belleric no longer has to be a big concern. Now things like the Paquito, like the Melissa, still going to be in the pool, so Paquito will be the first one removed for now. Also, Freya is still open.
Somebody has to ban this. Or maybe that's Coach Arcadia's plan. Maybe he's like, no matter what, maybe are they more comfortable with dealing with the Freya? I mean, there's still Esme, so we see Esme get banned out anywhere. That means it's going to be an insta Freya setup.
Well, there's the Freya ban.
What? Why on blue side though?
What do they want instead? Do they want Fanny?
Are they not confident that Chico can play Freya?
It could be. I don't think it's that. It's usually because they have a different hero they want to first pick.
No,
so
there's no excuse for this. Freya is by far the most busted hero in the game as of right now.
Is there something they would rather prioritize?
That's the thing.
Melissa?
I mean, sure, you could go for Melissa. I think that this is an admission. If we get first pick Melissa here, it's an admission of guilt that he's like, I don't like the Freya. The CEO is like, oh, super broken, ultra meta? Hell no, I'm different.
Maybe. Honestly, as funny as that sounds, it actually sounds like something he might say. Matilda does get banned, though.
What the heck? Okay, so Fanny, Hirara, wide open. Belleric, Melissa, strong opening picks. Uranus as well, alongside with the Barats.
This is interesting. Matilda has not been banned in, well, quite a few matches. There has to be something that SRG is thinking about here.
Okay, I'm all for it because red side is looking real snazzy right now. Real snazzy.
Need some stitches?
Okay, there we go. That's the Melissa as expected. Let's see what Coach Arcadia is going to do. Because Coach Genji on the opposite side is more than happy to take this Melissa. Considering Chico's previous performance, why not?
Kido is already banned. Fanny is open. We don't know if SRG will want to go for Fanny this early on. Beleric is probably one of the safer fallbacks. You also have Uranus. You just can't pair them with Rafaela anymore.
Man, I can't read Arcadia's lips to save my life.
It's okay, I can't read in general.
I mean, usually like Innocent, you can kind of make out what he's saying, but Arcadia, I cannot for the life of me. Don't even get me started on Azora Vecchi, but that's because of the way that he speaks more than anything else. He speaks very like, he speaks like a true gamer, dude.
Okay, I don't know what that means. But...
have a conversation with him. Have a conversation, you'll know straight away.
Right.
He really simplifies everything he says.
Kirara Moskov.
All right.
SRG setting up for the Innocent Moskov gameplay.
Yeah, because what's Chibi gonna do? Lock in Fanny?
I believe.
I don't think he's going to.
Probably not. But you can believe anyway. I guess at this point, jungle is probably Nolan, right?
You could go Nolan, but then the problem is that Moskov is already on the opposite side, so you could lean into the Learmord if you wanted to. But you know what? They're not going to touch it. They're going to leave it up to SRG to target Bandit because they're getting the Novaria and the Uranus who work very, very well together.
Yeah, so far, the drafts are pretty solid. SRG definitely doing a little bit differently with the Moskov this early on, but considering it is Innocent, it makes sense as well. They want to secure their chances here. A third pick, gonna be an important one. I wonder if we might get to see a Selena.
We could see a Selena. That wouldn't be too bad of an idea. Honestly, I think that if they just want priority, sure, that's one way of doing it. But they do need somebody to actually block the shots from Novaria if they want to maintain tempo, right? Like, everybody thinks about the early stages of the game, but eventually Novaria can start, like, double waving for fun. You know, just out of the blue. Like, she clears one wave and semi-clears the next. And it looks like it's going to be Ruby as an answer to this Uranus. Interesting.
Ruby seems to be a comfortable pocket pick for SRG. Again, it is a very flexible hero, so picking it early on, they can still kind of switch things around, decide where they want it to go into both side lanes, really. And Yums has already played at Rome once this season. So they're gonna lean towards that for now as we enter the second ban phase.
Yeah, I don't think Leomord is worth banning. What else can Chibi play at this stage of the game? Guinevere? Oh wait, what if they just go... No. Uranus is already there, so they can't go for like Harlot, Fredrin, or any of those types of nonsense. So they're just left with their jungle and support. It's not a lot of options. Hanzo, good call from SRG side, trying to stay ahead of the metagame.
Just in case, BTRM has been cooking up similar things to Vamos. Right now, SRG doesn't really have a lot of good ways of getting rid of Hanekage, so better to just take that off the board for now. Do they want to continue focusing junglers, I wonder?
I don't know. That's the thing, right? Because again, there's not like too many jungle picks that they're worried about now that they've got Ruby on their side, right? BTRM, they get rid of the Farsa. I'm all for that. What else do they want to get rid of? Because this Novaria should be able to kind of handle the rest. I think if it's a Selena ban, then we're totally in the clear. Because what I think is going to happen is that SRG might wait until EXP shows itself, and then they reveal what the Ruby actually is. If it is nothing bad, then it's Ruby. If it's like an okay matchup, then Lapu Lapu shows up to deal with the Melissa instead.
That is a possibility. I don't know, I don't really feel like SRG will go double fighter for now.
I mean, they've got Moskov already, so really that's out of the question.
Yeah, that is out of the question. Dude, too much has happened today already. Katakacha is going to be their second ban, so no more focus on jungle. Nice. BTRM, if they want to go for a safe option, Nolan is still there, but as you mentioned, Ruby does match up fairly well into most assassins. Yep. And yep, they will ban the Selena.
Dang, I'm in their heads, man. I'm in their heads. The question is, I can't predict what the next pick is going to be. I can just see the logic, but there's not a lot of heroes that sort of fit the build of what SRG wants to do at this stage of the game. Like, they have to scale with this Moskov. They don't have an opportunity to do anything yet. Oh, wait.
This should be mid-pick, I would assume.
Can they? No. I'm thinking whether, like, Vexana to kind of contest.
Vexana. But doesn't feel as good here.
Yeah, I don't think there's any more
like Farsa, Selena definitely would have been the best options. But I don't know. I guess Valentina's still there, but there's not really good ultimates for you to steal unless you grab it in advance, anticipating better ults later. Oh yeah, there is still the Zeus in.
Okay, alright. But again, at the end of the day, as we mentioned, they had to show their mid here. They want to hide their cards until the very, very end. Because no matter what, this Lapu is probably going to show up to deal with this Melissa at the end of the day. He's not going to win against Uranus, but at least you have somebody who can break through to go away from me.
BTRM looking for the final two heroes now. Still haven't revealed their jungle and roam pick yet. I don't really think there's a lot of flex happening with the picks they've got already. In terms of jungle,
I think it's
Liamor's still there, Nolan's still there, Suyo.
Yep, +1. Suyo as the early game answer. I like this. Do I like this? Am I on board for this?
I think it's all right. A well-piloted Suyo can avoid a lot of things, and we know Chibi's very comfortable with the hero.
I mean, I guess, but at the same time, like, you need somebody else to initiate rather than the Suyo, and you kind of only have Beleric to follow up upon. If not, like, Suyo will just have to, like, ask somebody else, hey, get ready to shoot somebody when I manage to land my stun, but there's a good chance that I don't live after that if Ruby happens to be nearby, or even Moskov if I don't hit him.
Well, I mean, they have two frontliners, so if they can zone correctly, and they have Astral Echo for information too, so that should give Chibi a lot more information to play around with at least. SRG, they steal the Carmilla. Time to give him a taste of their own medicine.
I'm all for it because they've got a lot of CC to work with, whether it be like, whether it be just picking people up, whether it just be the Falling Maple here from Hirara, natural stun coming in Carmilla, and a lot of CC from the I'm Offended. Man, a lot of different ways to play this, but it's very execution heavy. Let's look at the versus screen here, Staffa. Where does your heart lie between the compositions? Is it the hard to execute or the simple to execute but doesn't have as much potential?
I'd say that honestly, this is a pretty balanced draft, right? And there's no notable flaws overall. I'd say maybe the biggest one would be maybe SRG is not quite as tanky, but then they do have a Zeus in to kind of make up for that as well. So overall, I think that these compositions will give us the game tree that we expect, hope for, and deserve. After the things that have happened this series, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. BTRM will face off against SRG one last time.
This is our final game of today, and what a way to kick off week number 2, day number 1 with such a banger series as we've seen. And BTRM, they're eager to not lose. Is Yerbar not going to get picked up? Okay, he gets picked up there. All right, so let's look into this, right? It's going to be a buff start coming in from SRG's side, and Chibi is actually going for a beetle start of his own. So he's opting to go for the full clear rather than contest for Litho Wander. It looks like Bigatron and MY are going to take their time with this.
No, I would not have expected Ruby to be so consistently winning early lane against Uranus, but I suppose before he gets that scaling and healing in, he's actually squishier than you'd expect.
Actually, Uranus is extremely squishy. If we're talking about his sustain, it comes through his passive, but he needs 20 stacks before it's actually like relevant in like long, prolonged fights. Whoa.
We're speaking of fights, Sky is level 2 mid, but Chibi is level 3 first, so SRG not gonna commit.
See, that's the difference between the full clear compared to the semi-clear, right? They wanted Litho Wander, they got Litho Wander, but it means that you're gonna hit level 4 in your full clear on top side in comparison to doing 2 camps and then immediately looking for another gank. Now, at this stage, it's not like Chibi cares. He wanted level 3 no matter what. Like, he doesn't really have an ult to work with, and he's going to try and force out a retribution early from Sakai's, if not steal this away, because Sakai's just hasn't cleared in time.
He actually used his own retreat just to fast clear that camp, so he is going to be notably ahead in EXP compared to Skies right now, who has not quite hit level 4. And there's not really camps to work with. He's gonna have to go for the crab instead to hit that level mark before the turtle spawn.
Oh, Zane nearly getting picked up there. Will get zoned away and loses out 1 minion. I think that means that he's not going to hit level 4 in that time. And yep, he's going to have to go to the top side as James has already hit his own. They're going to continue the fight here and it's going to be prolonged.
Cram going to get sniped, drop down to low HP, but the Uranus in trouble. Purifies his way out, somehow survives, but get lifted up once again. Skies goes in, tries to pick him up. A great stun from Cram surrounds them all. First blood, the Skies. Double kill the Skies. Triple kill to the Sky Prince.
Nicely played. Good communication between Cram alongside with Skies. Because Skies, I thought he was going to rip his ult immediately. Sorry, not rip his ult, but rip his combo points, going for the falling maple straight into the next play. But Cram told him, wait, just chill. I got Flicker. If I flicker second skill and I catch 3 of them, you can position to catch all of them.
The Ruby honestly paying dividends for Selangor Red Giants right now. Cram's performance on it has been stellar. And being able to control these fights is huge, especially early on when just a little bit of tempo change is gonna affect how BTR wants to fight.
Speaking of how BTR wants to fight, it looks like Innocent has got, oh my goodness, he's got a disgusting freeze. Chiku, guys, is going to lose out almost the entire wave here. Maybe even the second wave shouldn't be able to collapse in time, so he's not mixing out too much thanks to the flying clouds, but it's still a very difficult position to play from. He should be able to break this freeze, but look at where SRG is positioning themselves, right? They're setting up for another gank down on bot side if he walks up too far.
Chiku is just going to have to take that risk. He's going to go ahead and jump forward. But yep, as you pointed out, Yum's already setting up. Chiku knows what's up though. Will back off first.
Dude, he's lost so many minions, bro. He's lost like a wave and a half.
Oh, there's really not much you can do, man. Freezes are rough. You need someone to come by and help you break them. And right now, BTR just doesn't have the map presence to do it.
Dude, it's still going. Nobody is breaking this. They don't know where the positions are exactly, and now they're finally punishing.
Cram gonna hook in the tree. Raphael's Dryad is good. Cram revitalized, gets him out. They're gonna dash after him, but Blood lands on 2 Skies. Finds the mega kill on GR Boy. Double kill again. Chibi falls. Cram still being chased, and he's surviving everything. BTR cannot touch the Giants.
What are we doing here? What are we doing here? We need to play off of our Wombo combos. If the Wombo combos don't work, you give it up, and Yum's well-timed on that revitalize. However, they must play with Zay. If Zay doesn't land the shots, the damage won't be there. They all have to make this happen for the sake of Zay and let Chibi be the finisher.
BTR needs to understand they just can't fight the same way that they have been before this. This lineup is not quite as good as outputting DPS on demand. Z needs to land those shots. Without it, there's no way they're getting these kills.
That's the thing. BR Boy has had some really great engages, but if Zay doesn't have the items, neither does he have the damage to actually hurt these members, it becomes way harder. But he's clearing the waves. He needs the time. He just doesn't have the presence and pressure to keep them back. Right? Not like Zushin. Oh, I'm just gonna hold my lantern over you compared to I have to wait like 2 to 3 seconds if I oh wait, hold on.
Damn offended, pulls in James, the 1v3 inside the bush. He gets lifted up as well. He just can't go anywhere.
Can't breathe. Not even for a second here. James, he's already 0-3. He's out of this game already. It's too late for him.
And without him, BTR are gonna have a much harder time. His job here is the zone. GR Boy literally being chased down in his own jungle. And they're not stopping. He has to use the Wrath of Dryad just to run away.
Yep. Again, this is a really difficult position to play from. SRG have won not only the first interaction.
That was a little funny. Was that an auto attack?
What?
Wait, who's auto attack?
I think it was Moscow.
Moscow's not even there.
I think
Innocent was recalling. Okay.
Yeah.
That's funny.
That looked
you know what's
really
even
weird.
more funny? Chibi being chased down right now.
I mean, there's no way you can run away from Kirara.
Killing spree now for Stormy. Does he have Sky Piercer? Turn around.
He probably only got it.
I don't know how many stacks he's got. He definitely has that one.
We'll check it in just a little bit, but for the time being, Bigatron need to play defensively. Oh no, you should always be aiming for the waves.
Yeah, just aim for the wave.
You gotta aim for the wave. They have to block the shots.
Clear the minions. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, still now, even the cannon minions are starting to spawn in the mid lane. It's gonna become a little bit harder to clear the wave efficiently.
The CEO being hunted down is able to drop muddles though. Astral Echo helps, keeps SRG away for now. Net worth lead still 4.5k. This is a tough one. BTR have to get shutdowns. They gotta stop this tempo.
Yep, and the shutdown mainly is gonna come from Skies. So if Skies makes a mistake, then it's gonna be a lot of gold going into the right hands of Bigatron.
Skies probably gonna be feeling it after that previous match. I highly doubt he's gonna be making any notable misplays. At best, maybe he overheats, but I don't think he's prone to doing that. He's gonna be stealing camps. Chibi is just gonna try and get some split pushing done because he knows they can't fight in their own jungle anymore.
Yeah, the early game is really, really rough. You don't get that early control, and Chibi is trying his best. Wait. Innocent gonna try and cancel the recall? No, not even gonna bother. He doesn't have his ult.
Doesn't know for sure where he is, so yeah, just let him go home. It's fine.
Yeah, but look at this, right? This is the real difference between a Zushin alongside with a Novaria. Like, Novaria scales way harder than the Zushin, assuming that Zushin doesn't have the Sky Piercer. But even before then, right? You can't fight on a dime. It's very difficult for you to actually provide value.
Stormy out forward. Wrath of the Dryad is actually pretty good. Gets two-man ton, but look at the damage!
Oh!
The Giants! They are stampeding through. Double kill for Yooms as if he needs it, but the Purify also gonna be baited out. Another tower falls. What can BTRM do anymore?
Not much. Honestly, I thought that Chiku guys had enough damage to find one, but Yooms, that Revitalize, it is healing too much at this stage of the game, and Bigatron are just too far behind to do anything about it at this stage, right? Like, look, the damage is good, right? He's dealing enough damage to Sakai's, but he has no way to guarantee a kill.
Alright, Skies will go ahead and steal that purple buff. The only hope for Bigatron at this point is to somehow delay the game for another 10 minutes. Let Chiku and Z max out items, then maybe they can hold. But SRG, I doubt they'll let that happen.
Oh, they're not going to make it easy, that's for sure. 30 more seconds until the Lord actually spawns. And at this stage of the game, every sector of their jungle is crawling with SRG players, trying to look for little bits of space, look at gaps in the armor. So Bigatron, MY by Vitality really have to keep it tight.
Got the itemization right now, yeah. Pretty big gold gap in the gold laners currently, as Innocent's already got his Trinity completed. Skies has 3 items done as well.
Wait, Skies doesn't have a Sky Piercer. It looks like, yeah, Stormy is the one who actually has the Sky Piercer. It's full damage from Sakai's side.
I mean, it makes sense. Stormy already having a very notable presence in team fights. Zushin will naturally be able to get those stacks easier. Looks like the snipe is a bit early, so Skies will get that Lord.
Yeah, the worst part is that now he's like past a certain, he's past the level 11 threshold, and he's got the right items as well. His combo points come back in 3 seconds. That's just, unfortunately, a window that Bigatron have to somehow take advantage of. And they don't have the burst. Unfortunately, Chibi's too far behind. Zay doesn't have the items yet. Even at max distance, maybe he'll get some damage, but not enough to really make the play. Okay. Alright, Conceal coming through. GR Boy.
GR Boy, he wants Innocent. Astral Echo just clips him at the edge, but he's too far already.
They were hopeful for that one. Admittedly, very, very hopeful.
But hey, they gotta hold on to hope, whatever they can at this point.
Is this worth dying for? Ouch! Wow! Surprising amount of damage onto Innocent. Okay, he will be able to heal back up from some of the green camps, and GB just slowly chipping away at the Lord at this point as you see that Slango Red Giants are not only using the waves, and they don't mind sacrificing the first wave if necessary. Oh!
TV doesn't have his cooldowns. He dashes out.
Oh my goodness, the projectile speed of that stupid stun coming in from Carmilla is just slow.
Oh my god, Z got stunned inside the wall. He had to flicker out. Almost died there. Innocent getting a bit of revenge for that previous snipe, but the scaling is just too much at this stage.
Iota, James. Oh. Stormy just needed... If he had his ult, he probably would have committed to get a free Sky Piercer stack, because he still has Purify, so he can just get out in case of the Wrath of Dryad. Even so, this is a slow and painful process.
My butt has been clenched so many times in a row. Get in. Oh, beautiful flicker hook. That's a dead tree, GR Boy. Nothing you can do about that one. It happened so fast you couldn't even register it. Chiku used his ult as well. He thought Skies would dive deeper, but that's just a bait.
That was such a clean combo from Cram, and no way to react to that, because it was still in the force swing animation, so it just looks like he's just doing skill 1.
Oh my god!
Wow!
Skewered through the tower, and now they'll lift up James. They'll pull him back. They won't let him go home, and he is home. Where did Chibi even go? The red giant. Oh, the Spear of Destruction connects. I wouldn't even be surprised if he decided to go for that, but at this point, SRG knows this is the end game. This is victory on their screen. Only 1 minion, so it'll take a little longer to do so, but it's a 5v2. Wrath of Dryad comes at Boy, gets the shutdown. Just a little consolation prize. But I think SRG are happy with that.
Just a nice little taunt at the very end here. Cram will be able to heal up to full, because honestly, he's got more than enough to stay healthy. He did use the I'm offended though, so he probably needs to back away at this point in time. Very sad for Sakai. Gets clipped by the Ancient Seed at the very end. Gets punished for it underneath the tower.
But giving up his shutdown to GR Boy also isn't too bad of a thing here.
Oh, not at all. Like, dying there is like a nothing burger for Bigatron. You know, it's like, well, it sucks because we don't even get like much of the goal. Like, the rest of his team gets a little bit of goal, but not as much as if it was given to Chiku, guys.
Mind you, that's their one and only kill the entire game.
Oh, you're right. It's 1 in 15 right now. I wasn't paying attention to the kill
KDAs
score.
on BTR are so sad.
It is a very difficult position to come back from. I don't necessarily, like, their wave clear isn't the greatest. They can only clear one wave at a time, and eventually once they have the Lord-empowered minions, they can't one-shot the wave anymore.
This is gonna be tough. 13 minutes in. This is the timing that SRG ended the previous game, and it looks like they're on track to follow it up. BTR, they have some wave clear, but I don't think it's enough.
Does Chiku guys not want to walk up to... Nah, he's not even going to walk up to get like the extra bit of gold. He's not even interested. He wants to just deny complete information from his team to sit underneath Crystal.
BTR has the whole 3 waves and a Lord, and without GR Boy, by the way, because he just disappeared. Curse of Blood does whiff. The Lord's being pulled away by James. He'll survive for now. Wind of Nature also used maybe a little bit early. The Lord is being controlled, but they'll go straight in, and Stormy finds the unstoppable streak. Chiku guys falls, and with that, the final hopes of BTR flicker away as the Red Giants trample them underfoot and secure victory in the series, maintaining their position as the only team with an undefeated streak.
As per usual, nothing too surprising here for SRG, especially if you're just tuning in. But God, you gotta check out game 1 and 2 just to kind of set the stage for why SRG are so adamant on giving nothing back over to BTRM here in game number 3.
This is SRG adaptation at its finest. They found the correct recipe this time, a draft that left no gaps. And while BTR did try their best to respond, it required a shift in gameplay that I don't think they were quite mentally ready for after everything else.
I don't know, because it felt like at the very last moments there, like Chiku guys didn't even use his ult. I think he knew that he was dead. He just couldn't react to Ruby flickering on top of him fast enough. There's no way to anticipate it as well. It's tough. I mean, I'm sure you have a lot to say in the upcoming time. We're going to be throwing it over to our winners up on stage. It's going to be Stormy and Yums having a conversation with Rose.
Satu lagi reverse sweep di hari pertama minggu kedua. SRG comes out on top, going up against BTRM by Vitality. And of course, di atas pentas bersama dengan Rose, kita ada duo favorite you guys untuk interview, iaitu Yums dan juga Stormy. Hello, boys.
Hello. Hello.
How are you?
Yeah, good. Awesome.
Awesome. Alright, mungkin kita boleh start dulu dengan Stormy kot. Let's talk about game 1. Apa jadi di game pertama? Sebab kalau kita ingat balik, BTRM had the lead. It was a total dominance daripada dorang. 10k gold lead plus. What was wrong with you guys? What was going on?
Warm up kot. Baru bangun. Yeah.
Game pertama tadi terlalu lama lah.
Lama sangat.
Lama sangat. So you guys baru bangun, perlu panaskan diri.
Yeah.
Okay, now kita nampak kan hari ini di mana kita nampak lebih banyak hero yang kita tak nampak last week. In your opinion, kenapa hari ni and minggu kedua baru start kita nampak all these new heroes keluar? Example, hari ni kita dapat tengok Hanzo, kita ada Alice, kita pun ada Rafa, kita pun ada Carmilla. So, kenapa hari ni?
I think the teams now is trying to improve and try to get their own strength dari segi hero. So it really depends on their playstyle juga. So that's why we're seeing a lot of different heroes right now.
Bagi SRG, you guys suka ke lawan hero-hero unorthodox macam ni?
Suka sebab it's really different, right? Kalau macam season lepas, dia macam meta sama je. So you guys won't get bored lah basically.
Adakah kita akan nampak lebih banyak hero menarik daripada side SRG?
InsyaAllah boleh.
Alright, we like that. And of course, Yums. Hi Yums.
Hi.
Okay, game kedua tadi, adik ada buat satu moment di mana dia dapat maniac, betul tak? And bila Rose tengok community kita, ramai tengah tanya siapa yang buat shot call untuk teruskan war itu walaupun it's a very high risk war actually.
Sebenarnya saya yang main.
Hah?
Saya yang pakai phone. Faham? So you lah yang buat keputusan untuk masuk.
Yes.
Kenapa you rasa you boleh menang war tu dan dapat miniac?
Sebab time tu ada 2 jungle merasuki saya.
Wow. Siapa? Sekais dengan Uni?
Yes.
Wow. So actually tadi adik tak main pun. Dia yang main
Dia
tu.
main untuk farm je.
Oh, lepas tu kalau war you cakap bagi iPhone macam tu.
Betul.
So itulah comms nanti kalau kita dengar mic check.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay, we like that. Nanti kita dengar ya guys. Now, Yums, tadi pun sebelum kita masuk game kedua, Rose pun borak dengan Chico. And dia cakap salah satu faktor atas kemenangan BTRM di game pertama adalah dorang dah dapat baca kelemahan SRG. Adakah you guys dapat fix the problem sebelum kita masuk game kedua?
Maybe dia dapat baca sikit je kot.
Sikit je?
Biasa lah Chico kan, dia selalu buat kerja setengah jalan kan.
So, you rasa sebenarnya ada lagi problem lah, tapi dia just tak dapat tangkap the full thing?
Betul.
Oh, okay. Okay, menarik. Chico, kena buat kerja keras sikit lah untuk dapat tangkap
CEO kan?
CEO. Okay guys, kita pun sudah nampak perlawanan reverse sweep. Tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP. I nak tanya audience dulu, korang rasa siapa yang sepatutnya layak dapat MVP untuk perlawanan ini? Alright, you rasa guys? Mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Jeng. Wey, Sekais.
Padahal dua-dua phone yang last tu saya main.
Oh, memang you je yang main semua?
Betul.
So dia tak main?
Sepatutnya dia tak main lah.
Sepatutnya dia tak main. So kalau kita tanya dia, mungkin dia akan cerita ke yang you main tadi?
Maybe dia akan cerita.
Maybe dia akan cerita.
Sebab kat screen pun saya selalu dia yang bagi saya phone.
Oh, serius? Adik, kenapa Yums cakap yang maniac tu tadi dia yang dapat, bukan awak?
Claimers lah.
So, ramai orang nak tahu apa comms sebenarnya masa you masuk game kedua tu dengan Leo Mok dapat maniac. What was going through your mind? Apa yang comms tengah berlaku?
During that situation
Yes.
Tadi tu dia macam, ingat tak yang macam innocent punya yang dia on lebih kurang macam tu lah kot. Dia macam boleh masuk ke tak tim dia cakap tak payah dah rata.
Dia cakap tak payah?
Santai. Kau relax abang-abang kerja.
Wow.
Abang adik.
Alright, kita boleh nampak hasil waktu tadi. And of course, adik mungkin tadi Yums cakap problems not fully solved yet, tapi you rasa cukup masa ke untuk solve semua masalah dalam SRG sebelum menentang dengan Team Flash this Sunday?
InsyaAllah kita dapat solve benda tu lah before next match.
Okay, I rasa semua fan akan tunggu untuk perlawanan itu. Any words kepada fans-fans SRG yang datang hari ini dan sokong you guys?
Untuk fans, thank you so much yang datang hari ini. Saya harap korang enjoy dengan match hari ini. Buat 3 game kan. So thank you so much. Jumpa korang Ahad ni. Yep.
Alright, terima kasih dan tahniah sekali lagi kepada SRG. And with that, mari let's throw it back to the casters to break down apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan reverse sweep ini.
Terima kasih banyak. Tapi itulah, ini kena tukar lah. Bukan Sky, sepatutnya Yums. Sebab Yums yang mainkan kan game kedua dengan game ketiga.
Dia kata dia yang mainkan dua-dua fight.
Tangan kiri main roam, tangan kanan main jungle.
Betul, sebab tu dia bunuh diri aku rasa, Pel.
Dia macam dia ni melebihi pula. Okay, aku kena taunt, mati dekat turret.
He had to die first. You can't play 2 phones at once. You have to die first, then you take over the other phone.
In case you guys didn't know, we do have a special guest here. Tapi sekarang kita akan tengok item dekat sini where Pull, dia punya problem is that game ni one-sided lah. By the way, you guys can see Starfire there. Starfire say hi.
Hello.
Yeah,
Caster English.
Caster English. Kau nak cakap English?
Dah tiba masa.
Dah tiba.
Tukar jawatan. Saya menjadi analis Melayu dari
baik.
Betul.
Jadi kenapa SRG lawan BTRM one-sidednya punya dah doi?
Skill issue.
Skill issue. Yang mati satu tu pun cuma Skies je tu.
Itu pun dia throw lah. Dia throw nak
Yums.
Ya. Dia throw dekat bawah tu. So dia bagi aku tak ada effect pun.
Aku rasa antara yang kita kena bincangkan pun Sky biasa awal daripada Stormy je lah. Dia rasa macam tak perlu nak buat glowing wand because like killing them is much faster, right?
I mean, there's no Rafaela, right? So you don't really need anti-heal as much in this sort of situation. It's just that I feel like BTR probably lost a little bit of mental after game 2, right? Because who wouldn't after what happened? They were still trying to play the game the same way they did before, but the draft is different, right? It's not as bursty. They need to take their time with the Astral Echo, then kind of bait them out with the sniping, because they don't have enough burst damage otherwise. They just kept running into them though, and SRG definitely improved. They were controlling the river, they were rotating correctly, and they were catching them off, which threw BTR's tempo off as well. And then after the first triple kill, it's like, if you give an assassin triple kill in the first fight of the game, it's kind of over.
Ipul nak balas ke?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Tak, bagi aku faham apa yang Stafa cuba cakap. Ya. Di mana
like Yums, he said all of that.
Ya, dia punya snowball lebih bila kau bagi dekat Hirara, aku rasa memang agak membuatkan Hirara tu lebih kuat. Lagi satu aku rasa untuk item build, mungkin adakah patut jual Sky Piercer untuk Chibi sebab totally kalah all the fight.
Sebab aku masih ingat dia dapat Sky Piercer tu masa dia 0-2-0. And aku rasa memang first fight yang dekat Crab tu, SRG terus took over the game. Sebab yelah bila dah ada Sky Piercer, and then Sky Piercer punya damage kalau ada 3-4 stack memang kosong, macam mana cakap, susah nak lawan. Sekarang kita tengok item progression. Untuk kita tengok bila diorang siapkan semua item ni, and kita tengok quite early on, around 4 minit diorang berjaya dapatkan Sky Piercer. So itu dalam turtle kedua.
Tapi kalau kita tengok dekat sini, Chibi siapkan Sky Piercer di mana Irara yang digunakan oleh Yums dah ada Hunter Strike on the way ke War Axe. Bagi aku agak jurang perbezaan yang sangat jauh. Hunter Strike lagi mahal daripada Sky Piercer.
What do you feel about Krem's itemization, by the way? You are the Ruby connoisseur. And I gotta say, like, Krem has been performing really well.
I think this is a good idea from Krem, because typically when you play Ruby, especially in EXP lane, you usually want to get some damage on the hero. Especially now, since she does so much damage base, you might as well just get at least a War Axe. But Krem went for dominance straight and then took a while to get to the Queen's Wings because his job here is not to do damage, it's to stay in the fight and be annoying. SRG really loves playing these kinds of comps where it's just a lot of crowd control piled together. In this case, they have the Carmilla, they have the Zeus, and they have the Ruby. So because of that, they can keep jumping in and out of the team fight, and they have very low cooldown, so they can just keep holding them, lifting them up, throwing them all over the place. So BTR cannot enter and do damage freely. You saw GR Boy just being hunted every single time. He's a Beleric. He can't even run in his own jungle, right? That's already a very bad sign. And it's because Cram was tanky enough to survive. If you looked at a lot of the earlier fights, he could just keep going in and out. And everyone kept trying to dive him at low HP. He would not be at low HP if he went for damage. He would be dead.
Very quick question here, because Ruby's new passive, it says every 1% HP you lose, you get 1% spell vamp, right? And all of our abilities get 75% spell vamp, and it can stack up to 150%. So do you feel like building this way is good or bad?
In my opinion, I still like War Axe a bit better. At least you get one damage item. Then you can go into full tank. For me personally, I'm not a big fan of the revamp. You know, I'm a classic Ruby main. I prefer old Ruby. But this still works because you have more damage built in.
Pul, tolong je kita settlekan draft ni. Sebab aku pun nak tahu kau punya pendapat. Jangan tunjuk power bank. Okay. Alright.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay, untuk draft daripada pasukan SRG sendiri, Ruby ni dah dapat counter 2 hero dalam satu masa di mana pemilihan Ruby boleh counter Suyu dengan Uranus. Di mana bagi aku yang membuatkan lagi Suyu susah main, dia bukan berlawan dengan Juxin saja, dia berlawan dengan Ruby juga. So Chibi tak boleh nak bergerak sangat. Kalaulah masuk late game fight, masa aku Camilla punya ultimate tu terkena dekat Chibi ke dekat 2 tanky hero di depan, aku rasa susah untuk pemain sebab terlampau banyak sisi untuk belah kanan dan Hirara ni just finish. Itu bagi pendapat aku. Tapi untuk menjawab soalan Sedafa yang mana opinion dia, nak Ruby at least build item damage.
At least satu bagi aku tak perlu disebabkan dia punya main character dekat sini adalah Innocent sendiri dengan Hirara. So kalau Ruby main mungkin
boleh dicolek. Tapi disebabkan Ruby tak main, so setup tu boleh.
Tapi soalan dekat sini, rasanya macam Ruby dah akan naik popularity ke? Because sekarang ni antara pick yang kuat adalah Barat dan juga Uranus. Tapi kita nampak Ruby boleh menang lawan dengan Uranus. And antara Ruby dengan Barat is Ruby lagi banyak crowd control. And crowd control dia cooldown pun lagi rendah daripada Barat. So pendapat Ibu, rasa macam kita akan nampak lagi banyak Ruby ke?
Aku rasa untuk lawan Uranus ya. Cuma kalau untuk pick Ruby di awal, mungkin Barat akan jadi counter pick yang hebat untuk Ruby. So aku rasa mungkin disebabkan Uranus dibawa masuk, macam aku cakap tadi, dia dapat pick advantage. Di mana pick Ruby dan tiba-tiba dia main Nolan ke, dia nak main
you have an opinion
ke.
stuff.
So how about your opinion?
Let's try and practice a little bit of Malay here, right?
Yes.
Boleh. Cakap Melayu boleh.
Pada pandangan saya, saya rasa Ruby tak semestinya menang lane berhadapan dengan Uranus juga. Only during level 1. Kerana dia ada high base damage sendiri. Tapi apabila Uranus ada lebih HP, ada lebih stacks, dia akan menang lane juga. Tapi Cram, the way that he plays, dia ada peluang untuk leave lane lebih cepat. He has higher wave clear, he's able to sustain, and he's able to participate in team fights. And that is what makes the big difference here. SRG adalah team yang boleh main Ruby kerana mereka ada extra flex role. Sekarang, orang akan kurang main Ruby Gold. Jadi, apabila lihat Ruby di pick akan menjadi EXP, tapi SRG adalah team satu yang boleh main Ruby Roam. Kerana sekarang Ruby Roam tak bagus juga. Not tanky enough, right? You are only really strong in terms of damage, but Yums is able to pull it off in the right comp. So they are comfortable picking it third because they can still flex it. And that is what makes the difference here. That's why other teams aren't really picking it out. It's not because it wins lane necessarily against Uranus. It's because it still has a good matchup and it is able to leave lane, it's able to participate.
I see. So they can pick third. By the way, respect. Nice Malay.
Thank
Nice
you.
Malaysia.
Nice Malay.
Thank you.
And sekarang kita akan tengok gameplay of the day. It's Sakai dengan dia punya Maniac. Could have been a savage. Tapi again, I feel like it's the right call. Jangan paksa sangat. Kalau mati nanti korang just malu je. Kita tengok dekat sini. BTR nampak macam diorang nak menang dah fight tu. Kita even nampak dia punya slow down. Bila Sakai datang, still ada minion yang menyebabkan dia boleh spell vamp. Epul, what a beautiful play.
Kalau kau tanya aku dekat sini, Chibi juga nice masuk. Bagi aku mungkin diorang tak expect damage daripada Leomon. Macam kalau perasaan Leomon masuk, okey, ramai-ramai rapat-rapat dan semua kena damage serentak, di mana life steal tu membuatkan Sky sustain dekat sini. Tapi kalau lawan aku rasa mana dekat Sky sebab damage-nya tinggi.
So, sekarang kita akan tengok player of the day, Sakai daripada SRG. 18-4-19. This is the whole
insane
total game. And I'm very happy to see that the guy is looking good. Ini pun stuff tadi kita orang dah bincangkan. One of the good things about the current meta is, honestly, anything can be played. So, it becomes to the situation of, let's just say Hirara is meta, right? But you're better on something like a Leo Mort. It would actually be much better for you to avoid the meta and just choose your own thing, right? So I feel like it's that kind of... You're not punished for picking heroes that you like.
Yeah, I think in this case, it's a mix of comfort pick and also a hero that happens to work well with something else, which in this case is the Rafaela, right? Normally, you see Rafaela being picked with Uranus, Belleric, but any healer also works super well
with any fighters.
Fighter cores. So Leomord works there. But in this fight, the Raf was already dead. He didn't even benefit from that. Faktor yang besar dalam situasi ini adalah killing spree. And it was a perfect sequence also, because if he had killed the targets in any other order, he would have died. He perfectly identified which person he needed to go for next to get the next killing spree proc. And then BTR made a mistake of grouping together too much with the minions that allowed him to get a little bit of extra healing. And on top of that, we mentioned this during our analyst segment.
He got a Queen's Wings.
There was no anti-heal. There was only one glowing one.
Yeah, and then after the second kill, he got the Queen's Wings, instantly proc the Queen's Wings, makes it almost impossible to take him down. And now kita tengok standings, di mana di kedua hari pertama, SRG is on top, 3-0. BTR following very closely, sama dengan IG 2-1. And the rest of the teams, RQ and Flash. RQ, we will see macam dorang nak bounce back for week 2. And Flash, they got unlucky. Cuma itulah akan lawan dengan SRG pula. We'll see. Sebab Flash kita tahu kuat je Flash. Tapi tak tahulah pun dia macam ujung-ujung tu
Tapi kalau
ada je.
Tapi kalau kau tanya aku, untuk Flash mungkin dia boleh prepare lebih sebab dia satu match je untuk minggu ni lawan dengan SRG. Mungkin dia akan lebih bagi saingan lah.
Sekarang kita akan tengok jadual untuk hari esok. Kita ada 3 match. Kita ada Team Ray menentang dengan Vamos. Vamos baru kalah tadi. Kita tengok macam mana diorang bounce back. AC menentang dengan IG. Amazing performance pada IG. Nampak macam diorang main tak takut-takut dah. Dan kita akan tutupkan dengan BTRM menentang dengan RRQ. Thoughts, Stafa, on tomorrow's matches?
I think the first 2 matches are going to be very interesting because Vamos is a team that I think a lot of us were expecting to perform well, but they just lost to IG, who has quite a few rookies on their roster. So will they face the same issues against Team Ray, who is also trying some new stuff? And then IG looks to have improved a lot since last week compared to AC, who should on paper be a better team. They have more experienced players and yet their gameplay didn't look as good. Will there be enough improvement in that regard? I think these 2 matches will really tell us like what is the current state of MPL.
Pun rasa macam memang kita kena simpan doh coach Bam ni. Coach Bam ni nampak macam bagi player-player baru ke apa ke dia boleh build up.
Dia macam aku ada cakap dengan dia aku ada nampak bakat Atan ni dan aku cakap dengan dia, Coach Bam tolong asal bakat Atan ni. Nampak yang macam dah nampak dah sikit-sikit Atan. For me, kalau lah Sky tak buat play tadi, aku rasa Atan adalah salah satu player of the day untuk hari ni.
Agreed. Sekarang kita akan tengok Road to MA. Kita akan tengok di mana MAL punya team, because MAL diorang ada peluang nak pergi ke MA, tapi dia bukan a single punya road. Diorang ada banyak cabang juga kerana MPL first 2 teams, senang cerita siapa pergi grand final akan terus qualify kepada MA main stage. Tapi untuk MAL champion boleh masuk kepada C Championship Tour, di mana itu adalah open qualifier group. Dekat situ MDL Philippines, MDL Indonesia dan semua tim lain akan bertanding. And then once you win, then kau akan first and second place pergi kepada main stage. Tempat ketiga keempat akan pergi ke wild card. It's going to be quite difficult. Ada lagi satu yang kat tengah-tengah tapi dia touch good. But it's okay. Kita akan discuss tu nanti. Sekali kita tengok siapakah team MAL yang ada dekat sini. Invited team, kita ada Selangor Red Giants Academy, Team Ray X BTRM Esport. Diorang datang siap bawa van. Aku yang takut. Pixel Esport, Games My Kelantan, RF Esports, Borneo Arcanist Fusion Esport, Outcast dan juga On Point Esport. Dan qualifier team adalah Star Origin, DX Kings, HGX Origin dan juga Khan Esport.
Khan Esport.
Bayangkan kasus Khan Esport.
I think you could just say Khan.
Yeah, it could be Khan, it could be Khan,
You have to pronounce it correctly?
I mean, they're not Arabic, so maybe they're not. But either way, kita ada kumpulan A dan juga kumpulan B dekat sini, dekat the first stage. Untuk kumpulan A, kita ada RF Esport, DX Kings, Khan Esports, On Point Esports, Pixel Esport dan juga Selangor Red Giants Academy. Untuk kumpulan B, Borneo Arcanist Fusion Esport, HGX Origins, Games My Kelantan, Outcast, Stark Origin dan juga Team Ray X BTRM Esport. Banyak juga aku cakap time segmen ni. Korang nak masuk ke?
Kalau aku rasa antara kumpulan A dengan kumpulan B ni, aku rasa tim yang patut dipandang satu Selangor Red Giant Academy. Mungkin diorang kena lahirkan pelapis. Yes. Sebab banyak tim MPL tak ada.
Yeah, but for now, satu benda yang kita kena remind kepada korang di mana you guys have to lock in, because in case you guys need the help, and some of you do, masanya untuk koleksi deodorant X Fine Fragrance baru. Kini dalam body spray dan juga roll-on punya form. Pilih, there's quite a few options. Blue Lavender, Black Vanilla ataupun Aqua Bergamot. So, depend pada korang punya style, korang boleh try the new X Fine Fragrance, di mana this is a new fragrance, premium ciptaan pencipta wangian yang bertaraf dunia with a new technology. 2 kali melawan bau untuk kekal wangi dan segar selama 72 jam. Wow. Jadi,
lama tu,
hantar kat sini, kita kerja lama. Kita kerja hari ni memang lama. So, we need that. Thank you very much, X.
I think we definitely need that. It's been a long day. A lot has happened.
Kita lagi satu shout out. Okay, make sure korang
one more.
Join the Land of Dawn. Dekat sini korang boleh redeem the code kat bawah untuk korang dapat double EXP dan juga Battle Point card. So in case korang new players, ini antara cara untuk korang dapatkan like the emblems cepat, and korang boleh beli hero dengan cepat.
Korang just claim, redeem.
Ingat tak time kau perlukan better point untuk beli hero?
Ingat doh, zaman tu orang cakap struggle.
Has been a long
Nak
time.
spend kan. Oi, macam ni kalau beli ni nanti keluar hero baru ni.
Time tu Magic Dust okay best. But with that being said, thank you very much Stafa. Terima kasih banyak Epul. Kita akan pergi pada mic check. That's it for today. Tapi untuk hari esok kita ada 3 match lagi. So make sure we see you guys tomorrow on more MPL action.
Stone bang. Bang dekat dah. Let's go. Go. Aman. Boleh main dia. Nih gua start ni. Dah des clean dah guys. Gua bisa clean ya. Gua cover ni aman. Bisa tower. Gua bikin. Tower guys. Tower. Guys. Ada lagi game guys. Aman ya.
Just main depan bang.
Ya aku ni. Aman. Tengok.
Orang takut tidur.
Dia kan nobody ya.
Nanti ya. Boleh aku boleh.
Boleh deh.
Itu akram.
Tower.
Aman deh.
Aman banget.
Ya aku boleh
Akram. Play.
Tengok
skill.
Itu. Nice, Yum. Lagi. Goreng lagi.
Let go bang.
Go.
Oh, jangan mati. Alamak. Aman,
Bayar.
Atas semua sampai ya. Saya
Fokus. Tengok, tidur.
Kill. Fokus kill.
Ini.
Ira.
Ayah. Nice. Nice to sleep, boy.